Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 51, Taking It For Myself. 6. How was I so sure that he didn't have any powers? The answer was obvious. No superhuman would work as a butler for an auction house, and given that we had all been checked just a few moments ago, had he been a superhuman, it would have surely been detected by the guards present. Thud. And as expected, my deductions proved correct when his body fell to the ground. A strange silence enveloped the surroundings. Only then did I sigh in relief and approach. Of course, I made sure to keep my guard up. Who knew if this was an act or not? Thankfully, I didn't come to this situation blindly. If things went south, I still had a means to escape. That said, the aftermath of such action wasn't something I was planning on dealing with. I had just taken a step forward when something flickered in my vision. Evelyn's fate has been slightly altered. The assailant was found dead in the corridor of the auction house. The future is changing. Main quest activated. Prevent the calamities from awakening or dying. Calamity 1. Slumber progress 0%. Calamity 2. Slumber progress 2%. Evelyn J. Verlice. Slumber progress 0%. My eyes widened at the sight of the third option. It no longer says Calamity 3. It now had a specific name. Before I could process what was going on, my eyes flickered as another window appeared. Game progression EXP plus 1%. Game progression, 0%, 2%, 100%. Character progression EXP plus 5%. EXP, 0%, 39%, 100%. A familiar warm current ran through my body, and I felt my mana reserves increase. Although it wasn't much, it was still something. However, despite the sudden increase in strength, I was anything but happy. Quite frankly, I wasn't sure how to feel. While I was happy with the increase in strength, I was also apprehensive about it. While my body accepted it, my mind rejected it. I still didn't trust this system or whatever it was. What was its goal, and what did it want from me? I felt more satisfaction working for my own power than relying on this system for it. I felt more in control that way, as if I was controlling my own path rather than someone else doing that for me. At the very least, just as it could give me power, it could take it away from me. I didn't want to be overly reliant on such a system. There was also another thing that bothered me. The assailant was found dead in the corridor of the auction house. I stood in silence, chewing on the words displayed in front of me, before casting my gaze downward to the butler's lifeless body. He wasn't moving at all. Get up. I tried using emotive magic, but even that aroused no reaction from him. Get up. Regardless of how many times I tried, it just wouldn't budge. I clenched my teeth and took a deep breath. This was the second time that I had witnessed death in this life. It wasn't as jarring as the first time, mainly because it wasn't as gruesome. In a sense, I also felt a sense of relief in the way he died. He had most likely killed himself the moment that I had attacked. But regardless of how things were going to work out, I would have had no choice but to kill him. I knew that he knew about me. The only reason I was sure he had been the one to create this entire situation was because I had been eyeing Evelyn most of the time. The only person who could have implanted the bone into her purse was him. He was also one of the few faces I remembered staring at me back in the hall when I was talking to Evelyn. His death merely served to confirm the obvious. Taking a look around me, I took another deep breath and moved toward the corpse. I closed my eyes and started to pat his body to see if he had anything on him. Any clues, items, or anything of the sort. However, nothing. Regardless of how much I looked, he had nothing on him. I searched all his pockets, and besides a few tissues, he had nothing on him. Absolutely nothing. I was unsure of how to feel. I was mainly disappointed. I thought I'd be able to find some clues regarding the situation, and some items that I could use, but when thinking about it, he wasn't even a superhuman. Why would he have anything on him? Plus, we had all been checked beforehand. There was simply no way to have anything of value on him. Once again, silence gripped my surroundings. I stared at the body in front of me for a few seconds before flipping it over. My hands twitched and I felt my knee shake a little. But, I ignored the weird sensations and brought my hand toward his throat. I felt his throat at my hands. It was large, and I felt my heart race. Adrenaline was coursing down my body, and my hands felt tingly. The next thing I knew, I was squeezing. I squeezed as tightly as I could. He was dead. The notifications suggested it. But I didn't trust it. I wanted to make sure that was the case. What if he was using some sort of ability to make himself look dead? I couldn't allow even the slightest chance of that happening. Therefore, even as my stomach churned and I felt disgusted by my actions, I increased my grip on his throat. Despite doing the choking, it felt as if I was the one being choked. I felt suffocated, and at some point, my hands started to tremble. But I persisted. In the silence, I continued to press my hands over his neck and squeezed with everything that I had. Thud. By the time that I stopped, my breathing was rough. I knew that I didn't have much time left and that I needed to leave. Given the circumstances, there were bound to be people coming soon. Thankfully, with everyone having moved toward the main hall after the incident, the area was still somewhat deserted. Recomposing myself, I stood up and fixed my clothes. The entire time I kept my eyes lingering on the corpse. If he wasn't dead before, I was sure he was now. I imprinted the sight in my mind. I killed him. I told myself that it wasn't going to be the last time I would kill someone. That much I knew and understood, which was why I burned the image and emotions I was currently feeling in my mind. Once again, I reminded myself of my new identity and situation. I slapped myself once in the face to remind myself of that fact. Only then did I calm down. I was just about to stand up when I noticed something and squinted my eyes. It was dark, so I couldn't see properly. But there was something that grabbed my attention. I slowly rolled up the butler's sleeve to get a better look. When I did, my eyes widened and my heart, which had just steadied, jumped up. A familiar tattoo. One that I had. 4 identical leaves. All in black. What is? The journey back to Haven felt like a blur. None of the cadets spoke throughout the entire way back, and the professor was busy handling reports and calls from the other professor at the academy to care about us. I was fine with such development. I was in no state to talk with anyone. The only thing in my mind was the image of the butler's tattoo. Rolling up my sleeves, I stared at mine. It was identical in every way. Perhaps, the only difference between my tattoo and theirs was that mine was glowing. At least to me. From an outsider's point of view, mine was also not glowing. I was the only one that could see the glowing. What is the meaning of this? A wave of questions flooded my mind. They just endlessly poured into my mind like the water from a broken dam. What was the meaning of the tattoo, and why did the butler have it? Was it some twisted coincidence and the two did not correlate, as if? I wasn't naive enough to think that there was something more to it. I was sure. But what exactly? He had died before I could find any information. I had been so shocked by the development that I had only snapped out of it when I heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind me. Only then did I wake up and hide the body away before joining back with the group. Thankfully, nobody asked about my whereabouts when I returned. I had only been gone for less than 5 minutes. It wasn't suspicious enough to gather their interest. And in some way, most didn't have the courage to ask. Most weren't on good enough terms with me. I guess there were perks to being antisocial. Still, I once again stared at my forearm. My thoughts kept wandering back toward the tattoo. Just what connection does it have with the one that I have? It felt as though I had finally found something. An idea to chase after. Only for me to find that the path was just as dark as the other ones that I had been following. Just how would I be able? It was at that moment that I recalled something. A certain conversation I had a while back. In fact, there was someone else that knew about the tattoo, or had asked me about it. I hadn't thought much about it back then, but Delilah. She definitely knew something. What if? Chapter 52, New Ability. 1. Tock tock, calm and even steps. They moved toward a small building where several people were gathered. All eyes fell on the dark-robed man as he entered and took off his toe hat. Their expressions immediately shifted, and they all lowered their heads to address him respectfully. Inquisitor, hello. Inquisitor. But he paid them no attention. His eyes fell on the naked corpse that lay in the middle of the table. A middle-aged man wearing formal attire stepped up to explain. We've found him like this after the guests were all let out. We believe it to have happened in less than 5 minutes after we let them out. We were only able to find the corpse after one of our staff went in to clear the rooms. He then went on to point toward the neck of the perpetrator. If you look at his neck, we believe that he died from strangling. Yet again, the Inquisitor remained silent. He inched closer to the naked corpse in front of him and placed his hand over its chest. Inquisitor. Just when the others were questioning his actions, he finally spoke. He didn't die due to suffocation. But he tilted his head and frowned. I sense traces of curse magic. Faint, but I can sense them. But even that isn't enough to kill him. They are too faint. A low-tier mage. A picture of the scene replayed in the Inquisitor's mind. It was a scene he more or less was certain of. He went on to open the eyes of the corpse before nodding. This guy killed himself. Killed himself? What? But his conclusion drew the shock of all those present. But as the Inquisitor's eyes wandered to the forearm of the victim, his expression changed slightly. Yes, he killed himself. He was even more sure of it now. The picture in his mind became clearer. Curse magic was used to detain him. However, before he could get anything answered, this guy killed himself. The strangling is probably something that was done to make sure he was dead. Quite meticulous. A subtle praise. But that was all. He shifted his eyes away from the corpse and turned around. Inquisitor, my job is done here. I more or less understand what happened. But what about the thief? The Inquisitor blinked. Then, recalling the information he received from Central, he subtly smacked his forehead. Right. He pointed at the corpse. It's probably him. Before the people present in the room could even say anything back, he put his hat back on and pulled the door open. If you would excuse me, I have a place to be. A place he looked forward to visiting. An interesting place. He stepped outside of the premises. Just before leaving, he left a few last words. Well, probably. It was the next day and I came out of the bathroom holding onto a familiar-looking orb. I set it down on the desk and sat on a chair where I took a book and opened it. For now, I decided to set aside the problem regarding the tattoo on my hand. While there was indeed a chance that Delilah knew about my situation, no, she probably knows. It made no sense for someone as powerful as her not to know about such an organization. It was probably why she had mentioned my tattoo back then. If I were to ask, she'd probably be able to give me an answer, but, I suddenly laughed. Leaning back on my chair, a few things made sense to me. So that's why she made me her assistant. It wasn't because I was weak or whatever excuse she had told me back then. Far from it. She wants to monitor me. That much became clear to me after thinking about the situation. This tattoo I had, while there was a chance that I was wrong, I was inclined to believe that my deduction was correct. Now that brought rise to several more questions. How much did she know? What sort of organization was this? Did she think I was part of that organization? If so, is she my ally or enemy? How troublesome. My head throbbed the more I thought about the matter. The situation became even more complicated. Another reason why I decided to hold off on meeting her until I knew what her stance was. I planned on taking my time to observe the situation. I shifted my attention toward the book in my hand. Bone classification and their usage. It was a book that was given to us as part of our course selection. That turned out for the best since borrowing from the library would have been problematic, especially if someone came to investigate the academy and found that right after coming back from the auction the first thing I did was research bones. Talk about suspicious. I flipped through the pages of the book and started to read. I knew the general information, but that wasn't enough. I needed to know more, which was what I did. Introduction, dimensional bones and their usages. There were 3 sections in the table of contents: ranks and classifications, usage and integration, and types. For the next hour or so I absorbed all the information in the book before finally summarizing all the information in my mind. I took a pen and jotted everything down. Ranks. Bones were ranked based on the rank of the originating monster. An infant rank monster produced an infant rank bone and so on. Primordial ranked monsters existed, but no such bone had ever been found. The greater the strength of the monster, the more powerful the ability. Types. The human body could only accept a maximum of 5 bones, and once integrated couldn't be taken out anymore and the body would break down. There were only 7 types of bones that could be integrated into the human body: skull bone, rib bone, ulnar bone, femur bone, pelvis bone, vertebrae bone, and lastly mandible bone. My pen stopped there and I shifted my attention toward the orb on my side. Lastly, integration. This way. Right? I pinched the orb in between my fingers and channeled my mana into it. The orb glowed a white hue as the room turned bright. All of a sudden, a magic circle floated in the air. It lasted several seconds before shattering. Then, thud, a long black bone fell onto the table with a dull thud. No wonder it looked so small. In reality, it was merely a container for the actual bone, which was about the size of my thigh. I carefully observed the bone in front of me and stepped back. There was a certain aura that radiated from it that made me feel uncomfortable. It made my face winch. Not only that, but the smell it gave out was also anything but pleasing. Still, after a careful look, I was able to understand what bone it was. The right ulnar, the bone right beneath the forearm. The rank also seems to be junior rank. The bone belonged to a metal which was typically known to be a junior ranked monster. Even if it wasn't, the book stated that bones from terror rank and up glowed and were extremely mana dense. This one wasn't, so it was fair to assume it was a junior rank bone, maybe infant, but I doubted it was given the price. For a junior rank bone to be this expensive, just how ludicrous were the prices for higher ranked bones? The thought made me want to puke. I really needed to find a way to make more money. My progress would surely increase then. I took a deep breath and reached out for the bone. The steps for integration were rather straightforward. Place the bone on the respective area and create a mana flow between the two. While I understood the principle behind the integration, I wasn't exactly confident I could pull it off. I still tried nonetheless. I followed the usual steps, focusing my attention on my core. A certain warmth invaded my body. I guided it toward the bone in my grasp. I felt my brows furrow. There was a little resistance from the bone at first, but with the passing of seconds, it started to accept my mana. The first step that I needed to do was assimilation. In short, I needed to get the bone used to my mana. This was a necessary step before the integration part. So I decided to be patient. This wasn't going to be an easy step. I was right. The assimilation process was taking a little longer than I expected. However, as I glanced at the clock, I smiled. It was Sunday. I had all the time in the world. In total, it took about 30 more minutes for me to finally be able to smoothly channel my mana into the bone. As soon as I reached that stage, I let out the breath I held in. It was now time for me to move toward the most important part, integration. This process was also not very complicated. However, the book described this next stage as the hardest. Not because it was hard to do, but because of the pain one would experience during the integration. It was for this reason that the Institute tested one's pain tolerance. Unless one reached a score of 3, they wouldn't allow any of the cadets to try to integrate with a bone without any assistance. But to me, that didn't matter. 3, 4, 5, 6. So long as my body didn't fail me, it was nothing. Pain. It was something I could deal with. So, I didn't hesitate with the next step. The bone stuck to my forearm and an excruciating pain invaded my body. The pain was hard to describe. It felt as if the bones on my forearm had gotten crushed by a large boulder as it fell. The muscles twisted and squirmed as a result, and the bone attached itself to my skin. Creak, crack. The sounds that came out of my forearm were all for me to hear. My lips trembled and my heart squirmed in pain. The pain was something that I could vividly feel in my mind. But even while getting baptized by this intense pain, I didn't let out a single sound. I simply refused to yield to the pain. It meant a lot to me. Having experienced it so much, I knew all sorts of pains. And screaming from this type of pain felt pathetic. There's worse. This is nothing. So, I stood in silence and watched as my forearm squirmed and spasmed. Creak, crack. The sounds continued but nothing came out of my mouth. I wouldn't let myself let anything out. Such pain continued for the next hour. The entire time I stood motionless and took in the pain. Memorized it. So that the next time I experienced something similar, I could tell myself, I withstood this, why can't I withstand this? Snap. As I heard a loud snapping sound, a sense of weakness finally hit me. I stumbled several steps back before falling onto my chair. The world spun and the edges of my vision started to become dark. Gradually, the darkness spread, reaching down from all areas before finally taking away my sight. Even in such a state, I remained silent. I felt my right arm twitch and something came out. I wasn't sure what. I couldn't see. It took several minutes for my vision to return. When it did, I stared around me. All I saw were threads. Chapter 53, New Ability. 2. They covered my surroundings, wrapping over the furniture and hanging suspended in the air. I sat there dazed for several seconds before swallowing and lowering my head to look at my forearm. A slender white thread extended from the underside of my forearm, looping over my arm and dividing into 5 finer threads that wound around my fingers before darting out into the room. I had a hard time spotting the threads given how thin they were, but I could feel them. As though they were a part of my body, I knew exactly where each of them was. I hesitated to move from the spot. While I could feel every single thread in the room, I had no idea how to control them. Only when I closed my eyes did I get a better idea. So it works like this. Swoosh. The threads withdrew with a single thought from me. When I opened my eyes, the threads were no longer scattered around the room. In the end, it all depended on my mana control. The thought made me frown. There was a simple reason for this. My mana control was awful. To prove this, I closed my eyes and channeled the mana in my body. Then, mimicking what I had done before, I felt my forearm tingle and a connection established. A single white thread appeared in my darkened vision as I kept my eyes closed. Like a snake, I tried to direct it forward, but that proved to be a more difficult task than I expected as it continued to veer toward the left. Drip, drip, sweat trickled down the side of my face the more I focused on my task, and just as the thread inched forward a couple of meters, I had no choice but to cut my mana connection and open my eyes. I took a deep breath. Not only was it difficult to control, but it took a lot of mana too. I reached my hand forward and touched the thread that coiled around my fingers. Hiss. I drew a cold breath when I felt a sharp pain on my finger as a red line crossed down my finger. Sharp. I suddenly grew excited. This was what I had been missing the entire time, a skill that could complement my curse magic, which leaned more toward the support side like emotive magic. Not only was this skill great for offense, but it was also extremely important for control. If utilized properly, then I was sure my strength would increase drastically. At the very least, I wouldn't be so helpless. There was something else that I was curious about. Let me check my status. A familiar widow popped in front of me. Julian Devanews, level 18, Tier 1 Magician, exp. 0%, 3%, 100%. My eyes immediately widened after staring at the first part. My level increased. I was no longer level 17, but level 18. What an unexpected development. I more or less expected it given that I felt my mana grow. But my surprise didn't end there. When I looked down, my eyes locked on the last section. Skills, innate, foresight, innate, ether weave. Julian Devanews, so it's called ether weave. My new ability. I opened my mouth for a moment before closing it. Interesting. Evelyn sat serenely in the lobby of the Rondeo dorm, surrounded by 3 figures whose mere presence drew the curiosity of passers-by. They were none other than Josephine, Oife, and Luxon. Within the common room, they were engrossed in their studies, preparing diligently for the upcoming exams in just a month's time. But not all were here to study. Did you guys hear? A person was found dead after the incident. Josephine, being the talker that she was, started the conversation off with some gossip regarding yesterday's incident. Only that nobody seemed interested in what she was talking about. Fiddling with the pen in his hand, Luxon casually replied, yeah, I heard about it. What's with the lukewarm reaction? Weren't you there yesterday? It was in the same place you guys were in. Right. He still didn't seem interested. That was until Josephine took out a paper and placed it on the table. Look, it's this guy. Did you see him yesterday? Right, I want to start. Lukeson stopped mid-sentence and his eyes widened. Isn't this? His reaction prompted the others to look, and Oif's blank expression twitched slightly. Clearly, she too recognized the figure in the picture. The one who didn't show any reaction was Evelyn, who blankly stared at the article in front of her. She had actually seen the article beforehand. Therefore, it didn't come as a shock to her. However, the apparent cause of death is a suicide, yet traces of curse magic have been detected on the body. Her mind had been continuously haunted by one thought. He did it. Julian was the culprit. She was sure of it. It was a wild conclusion that entered her mind, but thinking about it, the butler was most likely the person who had planted the item in her purse. He was the one who wanted to screw her over. Even now, she didn't understand why she had been targeted. Was it because they had a grudge against her family? Evelyn. That could be a reason. Her family was rather influential and it made sense for people to target her. It was because of this that she had her knight accompany her most of the time in the academy. But even so, to go as far to kill him, Evelyn was once again reminded of the past. A past that she wanted to forget. However, the more she tried to forget, the more it seeped into her mind. Like a curse, it wouldn't stop haunting her. Evelyn. It's too late for that. The Julian you remember, that we remember, he's no longer in this world. Think of him as a stranger. She reminded herself of Leon's words. What exactly did he mean by these words? Was he trying to say that the current Julian was someone different, or that he had been consumed and fully turned into the monster they had seen? But if that was the case, why did he help her? Why Evelyn? Evelyn felt her head snap up as her name was called out. When she looked around, she noticed that all eyes were gathered on her. Josephine neared her as she asked, Evelyn, are you okay? I've been calling you for the last minute. No, I'm fine. I'm not. I was just thinking about this question. She tapped her pen on the paper in front of her. Scratching the side of her face. Josephine's face twitched as she was reminded of their situation and she sat back down on her seat. Right, we're here to study. Only then did she seem to recall the purpose behind their group and sighed. Fine. Evelyn stared at her for a brief moment before pursing her lips and paying attention to the question in front of her. Though he continued to haunt her mind, she had no choice but to pretend to be fine. At least, she had to pretend to be fine in front of everyone. She thought she was doing a good job at it. But, what she didn't notice was the sudden squint of Oif's eyes as she looked at her. Her yellow pupils flickered as she similarly lowered her head to focus on her paper. Scribble in the newfound silence, the collective sound of their pens scratching their papers echoed throughout. A week later. It was now the Monday of the next week. The week passed without any hiccups. Attending lectures, training, and even more training. Such had been my life for the past week. I was content with such a life. Sort of. My progress had started to stagnate, and I was once again reminded of my lack of talent in the magic field. This will be the second time that you will all explore the mirror dimension. For the past 2 weeks, we've been preparing you for your current trip. Unlike last time, we will allow you freedom of travel. We stood by a familiar crack. There was a certain tension that hung in the air as all the cadets waited patiently for the professor to speak. I could feel the nervousness of some of the cadets beside me as they chewed on their nails. I couldn't blame them. We were currently headed into the deeper territory of the mirror dimension. Contrary to them, rather than being nervous, I was somewhat excited. I wanted to see the result of my training. To what extent had I improved over the past week? Of course, when I say freedom of travel, there will still be a limit to how far you can go. The black region is your limit. Going further into other regions is prohibited. We will not be responsible for your safety if you wander deep into those regions. The mirror dimension was classified into several regions which ranged from black, yellow, orange, and red. The black region stood as the safest domain, firmly under the Empire's control, boasting numerous supply stations strategically dispersed across its territory. The yellow region lay southward from the black region, inhabited by numerous terror-ranked monsters. Following the yellow region was the orange region, and lastly, the red region, an infamous no-man's land. You will be free to go in groups, or you may go alone. We suggest you go in groups, but if you don't want to, it's not a requirement. However, with that said, This isn't going to be a simple walk in the park. There are things that you must achieve during your excursion. There it was. The expected catch. Points will be assigned for each monster that is killed. Infant ranked will count 10 points. Junior ranked will count 100, but I don't see how any of you are capable of defeating such a monster at your current level. Perhaps if you work together, but the professor shrugged and ended things there. The meaning behind his words was clear. Now then, he called his hands and turned to face the crack. Let's head in. I expect great things from you all. I was just about to follow when I felt a hand press against my shoulder. When I turned around, I was surprised to see two grey eyes staring at me. His brows furrowed into a tight frown, his expression betraying his hesitation. But in the end, he managed to get his words out. And when he did, my brows jumped in surprise. Do you want to pair with me? Chapter 54, Hunt, 1. You want to team up with me? I was somewhat confused by the sudden proposal. Of all people, I didn't expect Leon to be the one suggesting this. He was the one who usually avoided me when he could. Why the sudden change of heart? That was unless you need something from me. He remained silent, but that was all I needed to hear. No, which was why I rejected him. I planned to make use of the time to practice my skills and train. I had no time for distractions. I thought that my message was clear, but just as I prepared to leave, Leon spoke. It'll be beneficial for you too. That's when my steps paused. Beneficial for me too? Suddenly, I recalled something. The game is called Rise of the Three Calamities, and the main character is called Leon. They were my brother's words before my death. It then clicked to me. This person was the main character. He was the character that the world was centered around. It didn't feel that way to me because I had been so focused on myself, but such was the reality of the situation. While his presence brought a lot of danger, it also brought a lot of opportunity. I may be taking this opportunity from other characters, but I don't particularly care. To begin with, I didn't know the plot of the game. Whether I changed the plot or not, I didn't care. But maybe I should. Would this affect the events that the quest window would display? Or would the quests adjust to the situation? It was certainly something to think about, but it didn't weigh heavily on my mind. If there was an opportunity, then I didn't plan on missing it. Even if it ended up screwing with whatever event that was going to happen in the future I wasn't sure existed. So I turned around to look at Leon. Listen, what sort of opportunity are you talking about? Whether it's screwed with the future or not, I didn't care. I didn't live for the unknown future. I lived for the present. Leon stared at Julien's back as it disappeared into the crack. Shortly after he left, a figure walked up from behind him. Did he accept? It was none other than Oif. Behind her were 4 other people, of which Leon only managed to recognize Evelyn and Luxon. He said he wanted a few days to himself. A few days to himself? I frowned, but before she could say anything, Leon cut in. I accepted. Oif's eyebrows jumped a little, but they soon recovered. Are you sure? Sure. The conversation was supposed to end there, but a figure with long black hair jumped in on the conversation. Is it really a good idea to invite him? Leon looked towards him. Wesley Montague, one of the top rankers within the year. He was ranked within the top 10 the last time Leon recalled. But as Leon stared at him, he felt himself grow uncomfortable. He couldn't quite put it, but I don't like him. There was something about him that felt off to Leon. Still, considering that he had been chosen for the team, he pushed his feelings aside and asked, why do you think so? Don't get me wrong. He is strong. However, he will be a burden to us. Monsters don't have emotions, and without emotions. Wesley ended his sentence, but the meaning behind his words was clear for everyone to understand. Leon looked back to see the reaction of the other group members. Besides Oif, who seemed unsure, and Evelyn, who seemed confused, they all shared the same opinion as Wesley. Leon sighed. Not because he didn't understand where they were coming from, but because his instincts told him otherwise, that, if he didn't bring him, he'd regret it. But how could he explain this to them? In the end, frowning, Leon looked at Wesley and answered, whether he'll be of use or not, well, see later. For now, we will wait. Swoosh. TSK. I stood up and clicked my tongue. Another fail. Extending my hand, I withdrew the thread that extended from out of my forearm. I then sat in silence and stared at the distant creature running away from the area. It had been 2 hours since I had left the Supplely station at the Academy Gates entrance. I don't have much time. My appointment with Leon was set for exactly 3 days. Zone F. With our expedition lasting for about a week, 3 days was plenty of time for me to train and improve. The Black region was split into 7 different zones which went from A to G. Each zone contained a different environment and habitat. I was currently in Zone A, the safest of all the 7 zones. Such was my current limit. Besides my new ability and curse magic, I was practically defenseless against the monsters. I had no choice but to go to the safest zone. Thankfully, I'm not as helpless now. Swoosh. A thread coiled down from my forearm, slowly crawling toward the cracks of the rocky surface beneath. I used my mind to carefully guide the thread around the cracks and towards the distance where a furry creature stood. Aurora moth, such was the name of the creature I was currently hunting. Despite its name, it was one of the weakest creatures found within the mirror dimension. With its tiny body and short limbs, it was essentially a standing target. It bore a resemblance to a rabbit, but it was a lot more grotesque in appearance. With its mouth split into 4 sections, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that twisted within its gaping maw, it was anything but cute. And yet, swoosh, I missed. Regardless of how much I tried, just when the thread would reach a certain distance, it would detect it and hop away. How troublesome. I wasn't disheartened by the failure. Though I kept on failing, I was getting closer and closer to the creature with each attempt. That wasn't all. I could feel my control over the thread to be smoother with each attempt. This was a great experience, but still too slow. The rate of progress was nice, but I was still not satisfied. I sat down on a nearby rock and stared into the sky. It was gray, and a white sun hung in the distance. The air was dry, and there was hardly any vegetation around me. I closed my eyes and let my mana course through my body before agglomerating towards the tip of my fingers. Rune 1, Rune 2, Rune 3, Rune 4, Rune 5, Rune 6, Rune 7, Rune 8, Rune 9, Rune 10, Rune 11. TZZZ, a familiar sound. Opening my eyes, I pursed my lips. That failed too. Nothing seemed to be going right for me. Chains of Alakantria. I was still struggling to unlock this spell. It was frustrating, but I had become numb to the sense of frustration. All I felt was frustration. As a hollow laugh escaped from my lips, I directed my attention toward the distance where another creature greeted my sight. I looked toward my arm and took a deep breath. Immediately, a thread coiled out of my forearm, coiling around my hand and splitting into 5 different threads. Drip, sweat trickled down the side of my face the moment I split the threads. Accompanying the pain was a sharp pain. Having to split my attention 5 different ways was quite exhausting. Ignoring my eyelid which was twitching, I guided the 5 threads towards the creature in the distance. The distance between the creature and the creature shrank. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Pew. Sweat continued to pour down from my face as my right eyelid twitched. The pain in my head intensified, and my jaw clicked. Even so, I persisted and separated the threads. I forced myself to suffer in silence as the threads split. Biting my lips, I imprinted the sight ahead in my mind. Then, closing my eyes and letting darkness embrace my vision, I envisioned a path for the threads which were the only things that appeared in my darkened vision. Like snakes, they coiled around the ground and neared the creature. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. I stopped right there and opened my eyes. The creature's ears perked up as its head raised to look around. Clearly, it had detected something but couldn't understand what. 5 meters. That was my current limit. My finger twitched. One of the threads lunged forward. As if expecting such action, the creature jumped ahead. Swoosh, but, it was surrounded. My hand clenched tightly, urging the threads into action as they surged towards the creature. This time, there was no avenue of escape. With every path blocked and suspended midair, the creature could only observe helplessly as the threads ensnared its body, coiling around its limbs. I watched from the distance as the pain in my mind intensified. However, I ignored the pain and smiled. I did it. A wave of relief washed over me as my chest trembled. Eek! The creature continued to trash in the distance as the threads coiled around it. I was just about to put it out of its misery when I frowned. All of a sudden, I felt multiple pairs of eyes falling on me. When I turned around, I felt my body freeze. Tens of different pairs of eyes were staring at me. Their expressions were anything but friendly. I didn't let myself fall into panic and took a deep breath. The professor had warned beforehand that there was a likelihood of such a scenario occurring. It was for this reason that I wasn't panicked. Furthermore, aurora moths weren't known for their speed. I'll probably be able to run away if I want to. But I clenched my teeth. For what reason did I need to run away? If I couldn't even handle such weak creatures, then how was I supposed to get stronger? I smacked the side of my head and took another deep breath. Right, whatever. Eek! Clenching my hand, the creature in the distance split into 10 different pieces. EXP plus 0.01%. The sudden notification that flashed before my very eyes took me by surprise. However, taking note of the advance in creatures, I put it to the side and recalled the threads back to me. This was probably going to hurt, but, come. Chapter 55, Hunt, 2, Swoosh. I stepped back to avoid an incoming attack as my eyes fell on the large rows of teeth facing me. I silently gulped. Would I even be able to keep my head if they managed to land a hit? Probably. But it would certainly deal a lot of pain. And while I could withstand pain, I didn't like pain. If possible, I wanted to avoid it. Therefore, I continued to avoid the incoming attacks while focusing on the threads coming out of my arm. There were a total of 3 at the moment. I thought about making more, but my mind couldn't keep up. There were too many things that I needed to focus on. My environment, the incoming aurora moths, and my mana reserves. My mind couldn't keep up. 3 threads were my limit. I continued like this until I couldn't. Gradually, my steps halted and I looked around me. Eek! I was surrounded from all sides. Stepping above the scattered rocks around me, their glowing eyes fiercely stared at me. My heart sped at the sight of them and I had a hard time keeping myself from panicking. But I had to stay calm. That much was necessary. 1, 2, 3, 15. 15 creatures surrounded me. The reality of the situation seemed even more grim than I had anticipated. For some reason, the creatures just stood and observed me, as if they were waiting for something. I didn't know exactly what, but I didn't let that affect my mind and introduced 2 more threads. Now that I didn't need to move, I could split my attention toward creating 2 more. Quietly, they coiled around my fingers before descending towards the ground, permeating through the cracked earth and positioning themselves along the perimeter where the rocks were. It all happened quickly, about a second and a half. The threads had just started moving when I noticed a change. I hastily looked up only to feel my heart drop. Oh, all 15 aurora moths had their mouths open, their large teeth exposed for me to see. I stopped and reflexively took a defensive stance. But that proved to be futile on my end. With their mouths open, the aurora moths' bellies inflated. I realized then what was happening then. But it was already too late. Their collective screech pierced through the surroundings, heading directly toward me as I stood helplessly in the middle of their screech. It came fast. Before I knew it, I was hit. I couldn't describe the pain. It felt numbing and it came as fast as it left. But it took my hearing alongside it. TZZZZZZZZZ. A constant buzz echoed within my mind as my balance shifted and I struggled to keep a footing on the ground. It was at that moment that I saw all the creatures make a move. As if their minds were connected, they all lunged at me from all sorts of angles. I tried to avoid them, but there were simply way too many of them. A sudden, sharp pain jolted through my right leg. As I glanced downwards, a deep wound met my sight. It took just a second for another one to appear, this time on my shoulder, and I stumbled forward. Then another, and another, and another, Wounds started to pile up on my body. My blood seeped onto the ground, staining it red. I had long stopped screaming as the pain continued to accumulate. Thud. I fell on my knees as I hunched down. I felt my jaw tremble from the pain. It wanted to open it, to scream at the pain that was currently invading every part of my body. But I didn't let it. This much pain wasn't worth screaming over. I looked up. What met my sight was a set of razor-sharp teeth. It was headed straight for my face. That was when I knew I had to make a move. Amidst the silence that took over my mind, I slowly clenched my hand. The threads that I had carefully laid all over the ground sprung up as they grew taut. A sea of blood littered my surroundings, spluttering all over my face. EXP plus 0.01%, EXP plus 0.01%. Notifications filled my vision as I cleared my face with my hand. EXP plus 0.01%, EXP plus 0.01%, EXP plus 0.01%. My hair and clothing were a mess as I moved my hand away and spluttered the blood onto the ground. Too bad I couldn't hear a thing. When it all calmed down, all I saw were limbs and blood scattered throughout. I looked around me to make sure that there was nothing else around me before finally taking a deep breath and calming down. Extending my hand, I withdrew the threads that were connected across the scattered rocks. Only then did my mind feel clearer and the weight of the pain hit me. Ha! It was bearable. At least, that was what I told myself. The truth was probably different. But it was something that I had to do. It was the only way I could have envisioned myself winning. While I could have used Hands of Malady, it wasn't a great skill when facing against 15 different opponents. By the time I incapacitated 2 to 3 Aurora moths, it'd already be out of mana. Such was why I had no choice but to use my body as bait. It hurt, but it worked. Taking a deep breath, I reached out for my bag and took out several ointments which I placed over my wounds. Thankfully, they were merely superficial wounds. A little deep, but still manageable. They should heal in a couple of hours. Such was the magic of the ointments of this world. While I waited for my wounds to heal, I reflected on the fight I just had. It was pathetic. I was pathetic. This wasn't the way that I wanted to win. I understood that I was still learning and that this was merely just the start, but it didn't stop me from feeling frustrated with myself. Simply put, my control was still not there yet. Because of that, I needed to make sure my attacks landed in one hit. I couldn't afford to just graze them. That woola. I paused and blinked. A thought suddenly struck me. What if I combine Ether Weave with my spells? Emotive Hands of Malady? The moment the thought entered my mind, it didn't leave it. It just remained there and continued to repeat itself, over and over again. At that, I had no choice but to give in to my desires. I brought my hand forward where a thread slowly moved out from my forearm, coiling around my middle finger. A purple magic circle soon manifested over my hand. It hovered around it before shrinking down. Typically, it would trace a downward path, enveloping my entire hand and casting it in a purple hue. This time, however, I changed things up. I focused my intent away from my hand and toward the thread. The circle shrinked and moved down my finger. Sweat started to accumulate down the side of my face as I focused my attention on the circle hovering over my finger. It gradually inched closer down, reaching the tip of my finger. Then, my heart sped at the sight before me. It was hard to see given how thin the thread was, but it was gradually turning purple. My eyes widened at the sight. Can it really? I felt my heart beat faster than before. I felt a strange sense of excitement and nervously swallowed my saliva. The circle inched further down. It was now halfway down my finger. The thread turned purple for each part the circle passed. Even more sweat trickled down the side of my face as I maximized my focus. I was close, so very close. And just as the circle continued to move down, I suddenly frowned. The magic circle stopped. No, I voluntarily shattered the circle. That was because I realized I was doing things wrong. I stood there in silence to collect my breath and mana again. Then, I extended my hand forward and a magic circle again formed. Just like last time, it shrunk and hovered over my middle finger. This time, I didn't let it move down. Rather, swoosh, I guided the thread out and into the magic circle. As expected, the thread changed color and my mana expenditure significantly reduced. Not only that, but so did my amount of concentration. I stared at the purple thread before me. Now this, it was certainly something. The mirror dimension was vast. It covered a massive expanse of land, its size rivaling, if not surpassing, those of the entire empire, which itself occupied a substantial portion of the world. The Black region was regarded as the smallest among all the regions. Considering the difficulty in conquering even a small portion of this dimension, its status as the smallest seemed only fitting. Typically, when entering the Black region, most cadets jumped at the opportunity to go toward the more dangerous regions. Such was the best place to train. However, there were a few who preferred to start in the lowest zone to get accustomed to the environment and monsters. Swoosh. Ah, fucking hell. Ira was one such cadet. Staring at the numerous burning corpses in front of her, she pressed her finger against her ear. It was still ringing. Fuck. I can't hear shit. No, she could, but it was just a constant ring. The more it continued, the more she got annoyed, especially when she noticed two more headed her way. TSK. How much do these fuckers reproduce? Thero endless. A red magic circle hovered over her hand as the two creatures caught fire in the distance. They shrieked in pain. But Ira had none of that. Fuck. Is that how it is? Are you all so good at screaming because you mate so much? Just when she thought she was done, another one appeared. Her eyes widened. My word. They really can't stop fucking. In the end, after dispatching the creature, she decided to leave. The creatures, while easy, were hard to handle when in groups of more than 5. She doubted anyone would have a hard time handling them en masse. Packing up her stuff, she slung her bag over her shoulder and headed out toward the next region. The route wasn't far. It was about an hour's walk according to the map. She was halfway there when she suddenly paused. From the peripheral of her eyes, she caught something in the distance. Something felt off. No, it was off. Her head turned to face the distance and her expression finally changed. What is? Her eyes widened considerably and her bag fell on the floor. Thud. Off into the distance, she could see the mutilated bodies of over several dozen aurora moths. The same creatures she struggled to deal with just moments prior. What sort of? She jogged over to carefully analyze the situation. Her surprise increased as she noticed how cleanly they had been killed. A sword, an arrow. For the cuts to be so clean, Leon. A name popped up in her mind. He appeared to be the only person capable of such a feat. Ira meticulously examined the corpses in front of her. Just as she was looking around, her eyes froze on a specific area. This, a shoulder pad. It looked to have fallen off during the exchange and most likely belonged to the one responsible for all of this. Staring at it for a good minute, she quietly pocketed the pad. Her curiosity suddenly piqued. Who did this? Chapter 56. Hunt. 3 days passed in a blur. It was the day of the appointment and Leon and the other members were already waiting in Zone F. So this is their F zone? Evelyn looked around with wide eyes. In their view lay a luminescent forest, emitting a deep blue glow that starkly contrasted with the dull grayness of the surrounding world. In a sense, it added to the ominousness of the area. Bordering next to the yellow region, it was the most dangerous zone within the Black region. Leon looked around before turning back to look at the others. Be careful. Do not stray too far. I can sense multiple strong presences deep within. Your senses are that sharp? Ife asked while she leaned on a nearby tree. She closed her eyes and tried to sense her surroundings, but after a while frowned and shook her head. I can't sense anything. Immonite. That's why. I am too. Ife didn't seem to be satisfied with the answer but left it there. There was a fundamental difference between those that belonged to the body category and those that belonged to the mind and elemental category. To be classified as a knight, one had to belong to the body category, which focused on enhancing the human body. Ife was proficient in both mind and body. However, unlike him, she focused most of her attention on telekinesis, which belonged to their mind category. It was understandable that his senses were sharper than hers. After all, his only talents lay in their body category. Isn't he late? How much longer are we supposed to wait for him? A voice suddenly broke Leon out of his thoughts. When he looked back, Wesley, who was similarly leaning against a nearby tree, frowned. It's been an hour since we arrived here and he's still not here. Are we sure he's coming? Leon frowned but still answered, he should be coming. Well, if you say so. Leon thought leave it at that, but he suddenly continued. You don't think anything happened to him on the way? I mean, he did go by himself. And like I said, he's not very strong. It wouldn't be out of the question. What if he got hurt and can't make it? How much longer should we wait for? He talks too much. It was starting to become more and more apparent to Leon. This hadn't been the first remark he had made toward Julian. For the past 3 days, he had been throwing random jabs at him. Nobody said a thing considering that they were a group and none of the group members had anything to say about him. But it was starting to grow on Leon's nerves. You see, Russell. A gentle rustle halted Leon mid-sentence as he turned his head in the direction of where the sound came from. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the other side of the trees. The moment he appeared, the expressions of all those present changed. This was especially so for Wesley, who couldn't help but cover his mouth. PFTT. A weird mixture of expressions greeted my sight the moment I managed to clear the forest and arrive at the meeting area. I couldn't blame them. While I wasn't injured, my clothes were a mess with tears all over the place. Dry blood stained my attire, adding to the disarray. I had been so immersed in my training that I had almost forgotten about the meeting. Thankfully, I managed to make it in time. PFTT. A certain sound caught my attention and when I looked up, I found someone staring at with me a look of mockery. Who is this guy? With long black hair, hazel eyes, and handsome features, he appeared somewhat familiar, but I couldn't quite put it where. Here, my attention shifted away when I noticed Leon approach me. He sported a small frown on his face but didn't say anything about my clothing and started to brief me on the situation. Near here there's a nixfernal nest. I raised my brow. Nixfernal nest? Having studied the books before coming here, I was well learned on nixfernals. They were an underground creature that loved to dig tunnels, highly toxic, and nimble with sharp claws. They were monsters that the Academy recommended avoiding. So why was he telling me this? I've already scouted the area beforehand, and there's only one Juno ranked one. The rest are infant ranked. And within the nest, there is a handful of lumicore fungi. It may not be useful for you, but it can fetch a high price if you were to sell it on the market. If you help us, we will give you a share of the gains. I didn't answer immediately. Staring into Leon's eyes for a brief moment, I proceeded to lower my head. Lumicore fungi. I knew about them. They weren't exactly useful for me. They were resources more fit for those who practiced their body category. However, that didn't mean they were worthless. No, rather, they were worth a lot of money. I wasn't sure exactly how much, but each gram was worth at least multiple dozen rand. I was in desperate need of money. To become stronger faster, I needed more resources. Money was the key to gaining access to such resources. I had no other choice but to accept. And when my thoughts paused there, I looked up to Leon and nodded. All right, I'll accept. Just briefly, I noticed Leon's lips pull up slightly, but it left as fast as it came, and I had a hard time figuring out whether I had seen it wrongly or not. In the end, I let it be. Get ready. We will be leaving soon. Located deep into the F zone was a certain web of tunnels that one could enter from a few spots above. Somewhat familiar with the area, Leon guided us toward a dark cave that one couldn't see the end of. Is this the place? Lukeson glanced around with a frown. Do we have some light, or do you think there's no need? Leon casually looked back before stepping in. You'll see once we reach deeper inside. His figure disappeared into the cave. I followed right after him. Though confused, Lukeson sighed and followed right after. I was just about to follow when someone turned to face me. He appeared friendly. Make sure you stay behind me. I have no idea why Leon wanted you to come, but he lowered his head to scan my body. I can protect you if you stay behind me. Since you seem to be struggling so much, I thought it'd be best if you stayed with me. I'm a sharpshooter, so I've got great eyesight. What is this guy? If you stay next to me you won't get in the way of others and might even be able to contribute. Every word that he spat was spat with a friendly smile, and yet, All I felt was a strange sense of disgust. I was just about to respond to him when he turned around and entered the cave. "Just make sure you listen to me. It'll do all of us good." I stood in silence for a short moment before lowering my head to stare at my hand. Struggling? Might be able to contribute. This? I almost laughed. What sort of situation was this? I wasn't even mad. I was just baffled. He couldn't even hide his own dislike towards me. I shook my head. I had thought people would finally leave me alone after what I had done, but there were still a few who were not convinced. Most likely, he had some basis behind his confidence. Given that I could somewhat recognize him, he must have had some strength to back up his confidence. Still, what a pain. Just when was it going to be enough? Scratching the side of my head, I entered the cave and embraced the darkness. I had just taken several steps when I stopped. The air was thick with the scent of earth and dampness, and the sound of dripping water echoed softly in the distance. However, off in the distance I took notice of a strange glow. I didn't hesitate to follow the light, and soon enough I was left shocked by the sight that greeted me. Covering the walls and ceiling of the cave was an unusual blue moss, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire cavern. Wow! It looked like a scene straight out of a movie, and I had to take a moment to observe the area. "Julian." I only looked away when I felt someone call my name. Looking up, I saw everyone looking at me. I briefly paused my gaze on the black-haired kid before turning it back to Leon, who pressed his hand against his mouth and nudged me forward. "We're near the nest, so be careful." "If you..." Boom! The cavern shook all of a sudden. Unable to keep it steady, I lost my footing and fell against the ground. I was the only one that fell, as almost everyone was able to keep their footing. Yuck! Someone else did fall on me as my vision was covered by a set of purple hair. The moment she fell on me, I felt her body turn rigid and our eyes met. I hardly reacted, given that I knew that this was an accident, but she didn't think so, as her eyes darted all over the place but me. Then, just as she was about to say something, I caught sight of a massive figure headed in our direction from the distance, and I pushed her off of me. A tremendous pressure that made it hard to breathe emitted from the creature's body as I tried to get my bearings. Just as I was about to move forward, a hand pushed me back. "Don't interfere. Get ready." Leon's voice reached me shortly after. With his glowing sword, he pushed his feet forward and dashed forward. His figure blurred forward as it headed toward the distant creature. Following him right behind was a Oif, who was just a tad bit slower. The others also got into position as they readied themselves to face the creature. I was the only one who did nothing as I met a pair of hazel eyes. "We discussed it before, right? Stay with me so that we don't interfere with them." Just then, I deeply stared into his eyes. He met them back, as if he was trying to challenge me. However, that didn't last for long. He soon started to grow uncomfortable with my gaze, so much that his eyes started to dart away from me. I kept at it until he couldn't bear it anymore and finally looked away. I knew then the reasoning behind his attitude. He was afraid of me. Chapter 57, Hunt 4. He was afraid of me. Was that the case? I thought so at first, but surely that couldn't be the only reason for his hatred and dislike towards me. There had to be something else. Thinking things through, I realized that I hadn't exactly been the friendliest of people. I tended to mind my own business and avoided interacting with others. It was mainly so that my cover wouldn't be blown, but at the same time because I didn't want to get attached to anyone. But still, for him to be afraid of me, there had to be a more concrete reason. Boom! The cave shook as Leon's sword came into contact with Nyxfernal, a large creature with a stout body and thick, fur-covered form. Its sharp claws gleamed under the light from the moss as its small, beady eyes fiercely glared at us. Upon coming into contact with the Nyxfernal, Leon's sword ricocheted back. Just as he was about to lose balance, Oif raised her hand and his body halted midair. Thanks. She followed up with another wave, stopping the beast's claws from slashing at him. Caca. Lightning burst from out of nowhere, landing on the Nyxfernal thick fur. Evelyn, who stood by the side, held both hands forward as her uniform and hair fluttered. But that too seemed like a futile attempt as Evelyn let out a small curse. "Shit, let me." A figure rushed the creature. His speed was fast, and within moments, he appeared right beneath the creature's body. 2 magic circles formed around his fists as he punched out with everything he had. But, clank. Even that seemed like a meaningless attempt as his fists stopped right after making contact with the creature's underbelly. Luxon immediately panicked as he looked behind. Shit, save me. Just as he said those words, the Nyxfernal's body flexed and its tail swung right at Luxon, who crossed his arms to brace for impact. Thankfully, was quick enough to react as she pulled him back just in time to avoid the attack. Bang! The cave shook even more fiercely as Luxon skidded several meters back. Ha! Thanks. Try again. With cold focus, lifted her palm and continued to support from behind. She wasn't the only one supporting. An arrow flew at fast speeds, hitting the tough fur of the Nyxfernal. Sparks flew, but nothing came out of it. I frowned and turned her head slightly. Aim for its eyes. Got it. He pulled the string of the bow back and prepared to attack again. I stood quietly beside him. Until this moment, I remained standing without doing a single thing. I had no business interfering. I knew the extent of my skills. There wasn't much I could do. At least, not yet. I closed my eyes and extended the threads towards the ground, splitting them in 3. I looked around to locate the best area to set them up. Boom! I ignored the chaos around me and guided the threads carefully around the walls of the cave. My head twitched as I felt a sharp pain. However, I ignored the pain and continued to guide the threads around the walls of the cave. I was waiting for the right time to act. I felt a sudden vibration and opened my eyes. What? There was something odd about the vibration. It wasn't coming from the Nyxfernal in the distance. It was coming from somewhere else. Beneath. I looked down. It was then that it happened. Something exploded from beneath me and the ground split. The area it covered was small, and it was right beneath where I stood. The footing I held disappeared, and my body jolted with a weird sensation as gravity started to pull me down from beneath. In that split second, I felt the world around me slow down. I managed to catch a glimpse of everything around me, from the changing expressions of Leon, Evelyn, Luxon, to the look of panic on Wesley's face as he fell alongside me. I caught all of it in my mind before everything turned dark. The last thing I remembered was recalling the threads and creating new ones. Julian, it all happened so fast that nobody was able to react on time. Boom! All Leon felt was a subtle trembling of the ground behind. When he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Julian. As usual, he seemed unperturbed. Even as the ground beneath him quaked, he stood with a frown. As if this had nothing to do with him. Or maybe things had happened too fast for him to react. Even so, his figure, alongside Wesley's, disappeared from their sight. He could hardly make a sound before his ear detected an odd whistling noise heading right in his direction. Instinctively, he moved back and just barely managed to avoid the tail of the Nyxfernal. Bang! Get a grip! A cold voice echoed beside him. When he looked, he saw Oif staring at the monster with a tight frown. I know his knight, but you need to focus on the monster in front of us. We can look for them later. They should be Her words halted and she raised both her hands. Leon looked at the creature, which stopped mid-motion before nodding his head. She was right. There was no point in thinking about Julian. He was going to be fine. There was no way his instincts would lie to him. He was definitely fine. I opened my eyes. Darkness embraced my vision as my head throbbed. I hung suspended in the air as the threads kept me in place. Where am I? I looked up. There was hardly any light. It seemed like I had fallen into a deep hole. I closed my eyes and felt the threads. There were a total of 2 left. The other one had snapped. I focused on creating another one and safely planted it into a crack on the wall. I tried pulling myself up, but that seemed to be impossible given my current abilities. The threads were still fragile. It was already a miracle that I was safe. Looks like I have no choice but to go down. It was the only thing I could do. In the darkness, I slowly and carefully extended the threads, guiding my body toward the bottom of the hole. I thought back on the situation and frowned. There was someone who had fallen with me. What had happened to him? Had he died? Or was he still alive? I pursed my lips and continued to guide myself down until I eventually felt my feet touch a surface. Thud. The air felt damp and a still silence filled my surroundings. A strange tension lingered over my surroundings as I felt my muscles tense and my skin grow cold. I took a quiet breath and took out my bag where I reached for my torch. A pair of eyes immediately greeted my sight. The moment I lit up the torch and my heart almost stopped. Thankfully, I was able to keep myself composed. I was somewhat used to fear. Took you long enough. A familiar voice reached my ears, and when I got a better look, I stood frozen by the sight that bore before me. The only thing I could recognize were his hazel eyes. Everything else was different. The contours of the face were distorted, with areas of puckered flesh. The color was uneven, ranging from red to mottled shades of brown and gray. What had happened to him? You're alive. That was all I managed to utter in the end. He smiled then. What's with your expression, Vector? Are you mad at how I told you to stick close to me? I had to do it. You didn't pick up any of my messages. We're supposed to start soon? Vector? Message? Start soon? I felt my blood grow cold and my fingers twitched. No, all of a sudden, an idea sprouted in my mind. This isn't the first time you've seen my face. But right, yeah? His expression twisted slightly. I guess you were disgusted by the way I looked. You made that pretty clear back then when you beat me up. A lot of things started to click in my mind all of a sudden. The reason for his fear, and his antagonism towards me. Why aren't you speaking? You were rather vocal back at the camp when you killed your way to the top. I'm supposed to be following your orders, but you went and outdid yourself, didn't you? His eerie smile stuck right close to me. His hazel eyes turned, and I felt the back of my neck tingle as my heart started to beat faster. Slowly my head lowered, and my eyes fell on his forearm. His clothes were ripped so I could see it well. However, much to my shock, I saw nothing. As if noticing my actions, he frowned and followed my line of sight. What are you doing? Why are you? He stopped and looked at me. His expression changed all of a sudden, but it was too late. In that split second, my threads were already at his throat. Before he could even react, I clenched my hand as a fountain of red sprayed on me. PFTTT. The scent of iron lingered in the air as I felt my face grow wet. Yuck! I took several steps back. My stomach churned and I hastily closed my eyes. Thud. I had to do it. I repeated such thoughts in my mind. It hardly worked as my stomach continued to churn, but it didn't stop me from repeating it. I had to do it. It was either me or him, that much I knew. My thoughts were further confirmed the moment I opened my eyes again and my gaze once again fell on his forearm. The once clean forearm suddenly changed as a black clover appeared. I knew then that my guesses had been right and I turned to stare at the tattoo on my arm. What is the meaning of this? New pieces of information entered my mind. Vector? Camp? What sort of situation was this? I thought about keeping the conversation going to get more information, but I realized it was a stupid idea. I knew nothing about the organization. A simple sleep up and he would have noticed that I wasn't Julian. What would happen to me then? I didn't care to find out and acted swiftly. His guard was down, and his attention was away from his surroundings. All it took was a simple moment. While I didn't expect him to be helpless against my attack, I was still ready for any counter he might have made. His death seemed surprising. Perhaps he really didn't think I would kill him. Is there some sort of harsh rule that forces members to not kill each other? Is that why his guard was so down? If not for that, I didn't think I would have been able to kill him so easily. Still, his death only brought more questions. There was also the fact that I had to deal with the aftermath of this. Thankfully, I was the only one aware of Etherwave. I could place the blame for his death on the monsters here. Perhaps even hide the traces of the threads. My mind continued to spin in the silence as I forced myself to look at the headless body in front of me. I took a deep breath and looked at my forearm, or more specifically, toward the second leaf. It was once again shining. He may not be alive, but there was a way for me to find more information. I pursed my lips and quietly looked up. I didn't want to do it. I hated the sensation that came with understanding an author's emotions. But I had to do it. To get some clues, I had to do it. I have to. I lowered my hand and placed it over his body. That's when I pressed the leaf and my world darkened. Chapter 58, Hunt. 5. A large mansion. A familiar feeling washed over me. Yet again, I felt present, but at the same time not. I could see and move, but I wasn't here. Will I be able to gain anything? I looked around me. The place was finely decorated with furniture and paintings all over. Clearly, whoever lived here was rather well off. I focused my attention on one of the paintings hanging by the wall. A family of 4. 2 adults, and 2 kids. 2 males and 2 females. Are these the owners of the mansion? Help. It was then that I heard it. A young voice. One that seemed to belong to a child. Crackle. 2 can't breathe. Flames engulfed the surroundings. Brother, I can't breathe. 2 children huddled by the corner of the room. They stared at the raging flames in fear. I felt a familiar sensation as information flooded my mind. A high-class family, one that was highly respected within the empire. The 2 children in the room were the sole heirs of the estate. 1 year older than the girl, the boy was the older brother. In these raging flames, Mom and Dad will come. His instincts took over and he protected the girl. It hurts. It hurts. The sister cowered in his arms. Don't worry, Mom and Dad are coming. Just wait a little. Though he said that, the boy didn't seem sure. I felt every emotion he felt. He was primarily dominated by fear, but he did his best to keep himself from showing it. For the sake of his sister, I'm going to protect you. He was prepared to push away his fears. Crackle. But the flames continued to rage on. It hurts. Brother, stay behind me. He covered her with his arms. The heat of the fire burned him. He was just 8 years old, and yet, he understood his duty all too well. I stared blankly at the scene in front of me. The scene hit harder than I thought it would. It reminded me a lot of myself. No, it was a perfect reflection of what I tried to be. But I ran away from my duty. My chest tumbled as it was pierced by an all too familiar pain. Eli, Emily. A voice broke me out of my thoughts. In the distance, a figure appeared. Her appearance was haggard and she seemed to be in distress. Crackle. The flames continued to burn. But amidst the flames, the faces of the 2 children lit up. She's finally here. Just in time, Mommy. The children hastily stood up to head to where their mother was. But, bang! The ceiling fell apart and the fire spread. Eli, Emily. The mother's scream echoed within the sea of flames as the 2 children ducked down in fear. It hurts. I don't want to die. Mommy. Daddy. Save us. Their voices entered my consciousness as they held their heads. Please save me. Mom, I'm scared. I'm so scared. The fire intensified and the walls burned. The crackling of the fire echoed. The roof collapsed inwards. Embers scattered in all directions, and smoke covered everything. Cough, cough. In the struggle, the pair of siblings held each other, as if they were the only thing left to rely on. Bang, bang. The structure started to collapse. All hope seemed to have been lost when, grab my hand. A hand reached out from behind the flames. The faces of their mother appeared from behind. Grab it, Mom. Mom. Hope ignited within the children's minds as they reached for the outstretched hand. They both reached for it at the same time, but only one hand grasped the outstretched hand. The boy stared at his mother who was looking at him with open eyes. The arm pulled back and he felt his sister disappear. Crackle. Shortly after, the flames fully engulfed his vision, flooding his body with intense pain. But the only thing that the boy could think about was his mother. It hurts, Mom. Where are you? He waited for her. I'm here. Are you coming back? Mom. For her hand to reach out for him again. But it never did. Even as he felt his entire body burn, the hope, it still lingered, and I felt it. But it never came. Level 2. Anger, EXP plus 3%. Darkness took over from then, only for it to be shattered shortly after as the heat that had been invading every part of the child's body disappeared and he felt Sumion's presence. Mommy? Had she finally come? A sense of relief washed over the child's body as the darkness embraced his consciousness. That sense of relief was short-lived. however. Wake up. A voice brought the young boy back. It was a rough and detached voice. When his eyes opened again, the boy found himself inside a large cave. He wasn't alone. There were several other children around him, all of them huddled together, scared. Mum. He called for his mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. Forget about all you've known. Your identity no longer matters. If you want freedom, then you've got to earn it. The man smiled. It was a smile that seemed warm to those looking, but it was also the same smile that forced the children to starvation. Work harder. He was a total bastard. You didn't work enough. You won't be eating today. No. I'm hungry. I will work harder. Please, just a little bit. Shut up. Even as the children's cheeks sunk in due to the hunger, he didn't care. For the inverted sky. Pray. A fanatic. Not enough. A lunatic who enjoyed torturing the little children. You useless things. You won't be of use at this rate. Starving them. I am useless, brainwashing them. It hurts. It hurts, but it's for the inverted sky. I'm hungry. That was who he was. All is for the inverted sky. The children gradually forgot about the pain and hunger. Even as they passed out due to starvation and pain, the only thing they muttered was, for the inverted sky. It was as if their lives were no longer important. I watched this happen over and over again. Thousands of children came and went. By the end, all that was left were mindless puppets who only believed in one thing. Long live the inverted sky. Their identity had been stripped. So had their humanity. The only thing left was their voice. Hungry. Hurts. But even that was starting to fade. Only one child hadn't lost his voice. In the silence, I approached him. Hurts. Hungry. Mom. Even now. He clung to the past. To his mother who had left him in the flames. Gradually my steps stopped and he turned his head. A familiar burned visage. His eyes, though innocent, carried a certain clarity to them as they looked at me. Not Julian. I closed my eyes before nodding. I am not. The child nodded his head as if understanding the situation. He looked around him. These were memories I had long forgotten. I listened in silence. My memories of my family are rather fuzzy. How are they doing right now? Are they healthy? Is my sister okay? Do they still think about me? His face suddenly changed and I felt my jaw clench. You saw my memories, right? How I got my face. The way he was looking at me, it made my skin crawl. That hand. His head tilted and I felt my breath stop. A variety of emotions flooded my chest all of a sudden. But primarily, was it for me or my sister? All I felt was anger. A strange suffocating feeling overtook me as my chest grew heavy. You've seen her face. Who was the one she was trying to save? His face remained stoic and unchanging, but his anger didn't. It boiled even more ferociously. Was it because she reached faster than me? Was that it? What would have happened had I reached for the hand first? My chest felt like it was ripping apart as his eyes remained glued to me. Would she have taken my place? Or would I still have been discarded? He disappeared right then as the world turned dark. But even then, his face didn't. It remained stuck in my mind. His voice whispering at the back of my mind. Who was she trying to save? Me? Or her? In the end, level 1. Anger, EXP plus 13%. I was never able to answer his question. But I had no time to dwell on the question. The moment I regained my vision, I was met with a dozen different eyes staring in my direction from the distance. I knew then that my path was blocked, but I didn't care. I brought my hand forward where 5 threads slowly came out. A purple magic circle floated above as the threads changed color. Then, staring at the incoming creatures, I clenched my hand. Swoosh. Do you think they are waiting for us down there? Evelyn's voice echoed through the empty tunnels, mingling with the sound of their footsteps as they rushed towards the hole up ahead. She was the furthest one back as Leon led the group from the front. His expression was hard to read. However, it was clear that he was concerned. I don't know. Leon shook his head. It had been just a minute since they had managed to defeat the junior rank Knights Fernal. They held off on collecting the fungi and directly headed down the hole to search for Julian and Wesley. Thud, thud. The moment they touched the ground, all they were met with was darkness. The air was moist, and a putrid smell lingered in the air. Ugh. What is this smell? The smell was so horrid that Evelyn had to cover her nose to prevent herself from gagging. Though she didn't show it directly, Oif also appeared to dislike it as her nose wrinkled. Drip, drip. There was a faint rippling sound in the distance that caught everyone's attention. It shattered the silence that gripped the surroundings. Without hesitation, Leon reached out for his bag to take out his torch. He wanted to get a better look at his surroundings. And when the light finally shined, he froze. So did everybody else. Looking at the corpses that were littered on the floor, Leon's head slowly raised to stare at the person sitting on top of them. Drenched from head to toe with blood, his figure twitched the moment light shined upon him. Then, his head slowly raised to stare at them and his hoarse voice echoed. Here, Chapter 59, Hunt, 6. Hey, why did you stow? Evelyn almost bumped into Leon's body as she swiftly stepped to the left in time. She was just about to complain when she found herself stopping at the sight that greeted her eyes. This, Oif, Luxon, and the others followed shortly after. They too wore similar expressions. You did this? The one who seemed to be in the most shock was Luxon, who looked at the corpses littered on the ground in shock. While they weren't exactly strong monsters, judging from the aura they gave off, there were still a lot of them. Even he felt that it would be difficult for all of them to handle these many of them at once. So for him to be able to do it all by himself, how? He found that hard to believe. But such was the reality of the situation as Julian calmly stood up from his spot to brush his clothes which were covered in blood. A strange silence gripped the surroundings as all eyes fell on him. That was until, Evelyn's shout brought everyone back. What's going on? The first to react was Luxon, who looked at her with a frown. She was looking toward the distance with wide open eyes as she pointed toward a certain area. From there, everyone could see what she was pointing at, and their expressions shifted once more. Wesley, a headless corpse. One that wore a distinctive uniform that could only belong to those who belonged to the Haven Institute. Almost immediately, all eyes fell on the figure that stood in the middle. He seemed completely nonchalant about the situation. His eyes weren't even on the corpse or them. It was his behavior that made all of them grow wary as a sudden thought crossed their minds. What if Julian? Leon was the first to call him out. Of everyone present, he was the only one who didn't jump to conclusions. What happened? Finally, Julian's head turned and their gazes met. As if he understood what he was talking about, he slowly answered. He died. I can see that. Leon slowly blinked. How did he die? Did you? No. Shaking his head, Julian pointed toward a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Leon's eyes jumped up. It was there that he managed to catch a glimpse of a severed head. One that was badly burned. I wasn't the one who killed him. I'm not capable of doing that. No, that makes no sense. I've cut the conversation short as she moved towards the severed head. She closely examined it before turning to look at Julian with a frown. These scars, they are obviously healed. Julian calmly stared at her for a short moment before turning to look at the severed head. For the briefest of moments, Leon saw Julian's face contort. However, he was quick to hide it. Possibly. I didn't have the time to check. Right. I've glanced at the surroundings briefly before nodding. She didn't seem too convinced but accepted the explanation, especially when considering how differently the monsters had been slain compared to the corpse. He could have perhaps done that on purpose, but there was no denying the burned-up face before them. Julian, he wasn't capable of doing such a thing. And with such thoughts, I've looked at Leon, who looked back at her. For now, let's head back. Well, report this to the Institute. They'll do the investigating. Okay. Leon readily agreed and turned his attention away from Julian. The same was true for the others who looked anywhere but his direction. There was something about his current demeanor that threw them all off. His eyes especially, they were cold, almost detached. But within them, they could feel a certain rage that they didn't want to address. They felt maddening. Please come with us. We will need to detain you until we manage to get a clear understanding of the situation. I understand. The moment we returned from the cave and the situation was reported, I was immediately brought away by the Academy security. I didn't complain and obliged. Please place your hand over the orb. Understood. Test results, 1.897. Mana density, tainted. As I continued to undergo testing, a familiar set of results appeared in front of me. This pattern persisted for several hours until I was finally led to a small room furnished with a wooden desk and chair. "Someone will come in shortly. Make yourself comfortable in the meantime." I sat down and closed my eyes. The lingering traces of the anger I had perceived from the vision began to fade, and I started to feel normal again. I was confident in my chances of making it out without any problems. I didn't use curse magic when dealing with Wesley. Had I used it, there would have been a strong chance his death would have been linked to me. But there wasn't. I made sure that to be the case. It was likely that the Academy would attribute his death to one of the monsters. But that wasn't the only thing they'd be worried about. The fact that his true face had been revealed probably was what the Academy was investigating. They probably didn't care about his death as much as his real identity. I couldn't blame them. After all, he had managed to sneak in right under their noses. It made me think deeply about the organization I was dealing with and their strength. Surely, an organization that could sneak in spies in such a prestigious institute had to be extremely powerful. Several times more than the institute itself. The Inverted Sky was what they called themselves. At least, from what I had managed to glimpse from the memories, they appeared to be a group of fanatics who kidnapped young children to brainwash them. Even now, thinking about what I had seen, my stomach churned in disgust. Evil bastards. The memories of the vision remained glued to my mind, constantly reminded of what I had seen, and just what atrocities they had committed. There were a lot of things that I had managed to learn from the vision. However, what bothered me the most was the fact that Julian was part of this very organization. And he wasn't simply a small member. Fector, such was the name I was referred to back in the cave. What did it mean? And what did it signify? I wasn't exactly sure, but I knew that it meant a rather important position. I sat in silence staring at the empty desk before me as I felt my back tense. They were probably going to come for me soon. Wesley and I were supposed to carry a mission. The fact that he had died and I was present was rather suspicious. However, I knew the moment that I was part of this organization that there was no point in trying too hard to make it seem as though it was an accident and that I wasn't involved. They weren't stupid. I was sure they knew I was in some way involved in his death. Tap, tap, tap. I drummed my fingers over the wooden desk. But it's not exactly a bad position. This situation, I could make use of it. Within this area where the Institute's discipline was upheld, several school board members tasked with administering disciplinary measures for the cadets were present. The accused sat on the other side of the invisible glass, awaiting his judgment. He sat quietly behind a desk with a calm face. Julian Darker Revenues, the Black Star. The accused name and title were read out to the members of the room. How deeply is he involved in this matter? The disciplinary elder, a rough man with a thick frame and bald head, stood at the center of the formation. Besides him, a young man who appeared to still be a cadet held up a piece of paper as he spoke. The results have come back negative. The likelihood of him being the culprit is unlikely. There are no traces of curse magic, and given how cleanly the head had been severed, it is also unlikely to be done by a magician. The biopsy suggests that it's more likely a monster who did it. Right? The elder had also read the biopsy, and after having observed the corpse, he also believed that to be the case. However, there was something off about the situation. Something simply didn't add up. He eventually turned his head toward his right where a woman sat. She had been silent the entire time, and her attention had been on Julian from the start. "Chancellor," he called out to her. Only then did she turn her head to meet his gaze. The elder felt his breath leave his body the moment their gazes met, as an intense pressure bore down on him. Thankfully, as a high wizard, he was able to remain composed. Forcing those feelings down, he managed to ask, "What do you think about the situation?" A strange silence filled the room shortly after he asked that question. With her gaze lingering over him for the briefest of moments, she turned her attention back to Julian, who seemed to have felt their gazes as he lifted his head. Then, with a slight tug of her lips, she leaned her cheek on her propped-up fist. I wonder. Chapter 60, A Little Closure. 1. Did you kill him? A familiar woman sat on the opposite end of where I sat. Her presence felt suffocating, and her deep eyes seemed to lure me in the more I looked into them. Even so, I kept calm. While pressuring, My mind was firm. The vision had messed up with my mind, and the resentment I felt from Wesley was still present. The current me couldn't be fazed by this much. I didn't. My voice came out rather dry. Delilah's blank face suddenly cracked as her lips gently pulled up. Then, amidst the silence, her finger pressed against the silence. Tap. A subtle whistle sounded as the space between the two of us froze. All right, free to go. I thought nothing could faze the current me, but this was an unexpected development. Are you surprised? I wouldn't say I'm not. Surely, while I had hidden my traces quite well, there was still a reason to suspect me as the culprit. At the very least, there was reason to believe I knew something about Wesley's death. She had even more reason to think so, especially when I knew she had seen the tattoo on his arm and that his true face had been revealed. I thought she was going to mention it during our talk, but she didn't. Rather, she didn't even bring the topic up once and just let me go. Why? There's not enough evidence to assume you did anything. All of our tests suggest that it's unlikely for you to have done it. Then, we're not unreasonable. Since it seems like it was an accident, we don't have any right to detain you for any longer. Free to go. Just like that, I stayed rooted in my seat for a few moments, attempting to comprehend the situation. I gazed intently at her expression, which resembled that of a blank piece of paper, before gradually rising from my seat. Okay, there were a lot of things that I wanted to ask, but decided otherwise. I knew she had some answers to some of the questions I had, but I chose to remain silent. It was still too risky. I didn't have enough leverage for myself, and how would I even explain to her my situation? For what reason would she even believe me? It was with such thoughts that I stood up from my seat and bid her farewell. For now, I needed to tread carefully. It wasn't the right time yet. I knew it was going to come soon. In the ensuing silence following Julien's departure, Delilah continued to fix her gaze on the door of the room. She could see the surprise etched on the faces of the school board members from the other side of the door as they closely stared at the leaving Julien. She didn't blame them. The choice to release him rested solely on her shoulders. But it wasn't without any reason. Primarily, she knew that it would have been a wasted effort. If he did do it, there was no chance he was going to come clean. There was also not enough evidence to pin the blame on him. Since that was the case, why hold him in for longer? Delilah cared a lot for her time. Since it was just going to be a massive waste of time, she let him go, as if she was going to let those old bastards take her weekend again. Delilah kept those thoughts to herself. But outside of that, there was something else that intrigued her. An internal conflict. While she couldn't prove Julien's role in the cadet's death, she was more or less certain that he had played a part in it. And, if that was the case, then did that mean that there was some sort of internal conflict within the organization? Or maybe, he was someone who had betrayed the organization. Delilah couldn't fathom why Julien had never bothered to conceal the tattoo on his arm. Despite the organization being known to only a select few important figures within the empire, she was certain that if anyone discovered the tattoo on his arm, he would have hell for it. The fact that he never intended to hide it was what aroused Delilah's curiosity the most. She felt like there were a lot of possibilities for such a situation. Perhaps there was an internal conflict between the groups within the inverted sky. Or perhaps he was a traitor. Maybe it was just a random tattoo he got and he had no part in all of this at all. Delilah wasn't exactly sure the exact reason, but, he'll know soon. Of that she was sure. Regardless of what he did, his actions were sure to bring those from the inverted sky over to the Institute. All would become clear then, whether he was with them or not, or a traitor. It would all become clear the moment they came. It was for this reason that she let go of him. Whether he was an enemy, she wasn't so sure anymore. However, that didn't matter anymore. She had to get ready now. They were coming, and while she didn't know when or how, she knew it was only a matter of time. Finally, Delilah's eyes flashed coldly. I've got something. In light of the events that happened, I was given a day off. I took that chance to leave the academy. I had a certain destination in mind. Taking the train from the academy to Lens, I took a change and headed for Rossi. Located 2 hours from Lens, Rossi was a much smaller town located near a sizable mountain range. The air was fresh and greenery covered the surroundings. I retraced my memories and walked along a small path. It was a place I had never been before, but I knew exactly where I was and the path I was following. Soon enough, The remains of a large mansion appeared within my sight. Here. I could still picture the mansion in my mind. It stood tall and grand, capturing the attention of all that passed. Such was how it was before the vision. Right before the flames came, the silence that gripped the surroundings felt stifling, but I paid no attention to it. I just felt like I had to be here. It brought me a strange peace of mind, especially towards the anger and rage that was gripping my chest. Even now, I was still under the effects of the vision. The anger that had been transmitted to me refused to leave. Scrunch, scrunch. I stepped around the mansion and looked around. The entire structure lay in ruins with charred spots all over the place. Vegetation had already started to reclaim the remnants of what was once a grand and imposing mansion. Eventually, my steps halted. I stood before a headstone. In loving memory of William Kenneth. I gripped my chest. The anger that resided in my chest threatened to boil all over. All of a sudden, a voice echoed within the depths of my mind. Which one was she trying to save? Me? Or her? Who? The voice continued to whisper within my mind as I had the sudden urge to break the headstone apart in front of me. Unknowingly, my jaw clenched tightly and so did my fists. Who? Even I was starting to question this. But it all stopped by a sudden voice. Who are you? I turned my head to see a young girl with long black hair standing not so far from where I was. Her appearance seemed vaguely familiar. What are you doing in front of my brother's tomb? Brother? I closed my eyes for a brief moment. Right, it's her. Eleanora Kenneth. William Kenneth's sister and the little girl in the vision. I lowered my hat to hide my face. I was just passing by when I saw this place. It seems like an unfortunate event has happened here. Yes, it's been over a decade since. She walked up to the tombstone and sat down. Then, under my watch, she placed a rug over the stone and started cleaning it. The way she cleaned the stone seemed to be extremely thorough, as though she was treating an extremely precious object. I broke the silence between us. You must really care about your brother. Her movements stopped and she turned to look at me. I didn't mind and continued. How old was he? She was hesitant at first, but glancing at the headstone in front of her, her eyes lowered and she answered, my brother was just 8 then. I was 6. You must have forgotten about the incident then. So long has happened. I could hardly remember anything from back when I was 6. No, unexpectedly, Eleanora did. I remember everything. I've never forgotten. Perhaps because the topic was brought up, she recalled the events in her mind. Her lips pursed, and her arms trembled slightly. I can never forget that day. It haunts me every day. She blinked rapidly to hide her tears, but I could see them from where I was. It's my fault. If I hadn't started to fire, if Mother had taken his hand instead of mine. Tears welled up in her eyes as she started to choke on her words. I see you. He never resented you. I cut her off dryly. Ah? Her eyes widened. Why? Not once. I stared at the headstone in front of me. He had never once resented his sister for taking the hand. He was happy you were safe. He resented the idea of her going through something he had taken the hand. Not that she had taken the hand instead of him. And he's also happy that you still think about him. His mother may have abandoned him, but she hadn't. The feelings that boiled within my chest started to ease. It no longer felt as suffocating. Why are you saying this? Eleanora choked on her words. Her eyes were red, and her hands were trembling. I could see that the events of the past had been eating at her every day as well. He wasn't the only one. I smiled then. I didn't need to pretend to be Julian. I could smile now. I know because I felt what he felt. It's part of my ability. I felt it in his soul right now. I didn't mind lying a little, because it was partly true. Ha! The rug fell and she began to cover her eyes with both hands as tears finally streamed down her face. Brother. Ah. Her sobs echoed quietly in the surroundings. I felt my lips quiver slightly and I looked up at the sky. Neither one resents each other for what happened. They truly were siblings. I had no obligation to do this. I didn't feel responsible for his death. I had done what needed to be done to survive. But I was also human. I needed to do this for myself. Thank you. Suddenly, I heard a soft whisper. For some reason, it hit my feelings. I had a hard time grasping the meaning behind her words of gratitude. But I soon understood. For over a decade, She blamed herself for his death, thinking that his death was because of her, that he resented her for it. And for someone to tell her the opposite, even if it was a lie. Staring at the sky, the weight that pressed down on my chest disappeared. What replaced it was a lighter feeling, a warm and embracing one. I didn't understand it well, but I let myself sink into the feeling. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 4%. Chapter 61. A little closure. 2. It was a quiet journey back to the academy. I allowed myself to sink into my thoughts, gazing blankly at the shifting scenery outside the window of the moving train. Before I knew it, the sun had started to set and I was finally back at the academy. I took in my surroundings before finally heading for the dorms. The walk wasn't very long, about a 5-minute walk. The surroundings were quiet, and I basked in the silence that surrounded me. It felt oddly peaceful. That was until I passed a certain figure and I found my steps pausing. I turned around and our eyes met. Long platinum hair, red eyes, and a face that one wouldn't forget even if they tried. What? Kira Milne. She looked at me with her usual scowl. TSK. Then, with a click of her tongue, she tapped the cigarette in her hand against the ground. TZZZZ. Happy now? I didn't say anything. I was starting to learn to not let such things bother me. While the smell that lingered in the air still made me feel nauseous, I was starting to learn to take it. I had no right to force someone to do something against their will. PFTT. But Kira didn't seem to think the same way as me. Your fucking expression says it all, does it? And here I thought I had kept my expression firm. TSK. She clicked her tongue again and flicked the cigarette away. Whatever. I don't feel like smoking anymore. You've ruined the mood for that. I didn't say anything to that. All I did was pause for a second and suddenly she lost all interest in smoking. That was on her, not me. Oh, right. Kira paused all of a sudden as she recalled something. Rummaging through the pocket of her skirt, she took out something and tossed it to me. Here. I think this is yours. I caught it with one hand and looked at it. What is this? It appeared to be a torn shoulder pad. Was this? It's yours. It sounded like she was quite certain of it. I saw you when you were coming back from the expedition. You were missing a shoulder pad. I found it in an area where a lot of monsters were killed. Gruesome shit. I remained quiet and took my gaze away from the shoulder pad and back to her. You know what's crazy? The injuries of the monsters I found coincide with that guy's death. You know, that Weasel guy. Weasel guy? Wesley? Ah, right. Yeah. That guy. She traced her thumb across her neck. Clean as shit. Never seen anything quite like it. Well, I did. The wound looked eerily similar to the ones from the monsters I found the shoulder pad in. I knew then what she was trying to imply and I felt my muscles grow tense. Though I didn't show it outwardly, Kira still smiled. It was as if she could read my inner thoughts. I thought she was going to push things further from there, but surprisingly, she didn't. Whatever though. None of my business. Yawning, she stretched her body. None of my fucking business. Was just saying. Then, as if the conversation had never happened, she left. I stood in silence for a brief moment before staring at the shoulder pad in my hand. I thought this before, but she really was a crazy bitch. Clank. Darkness engulfed the room as the door closed. Kira blinked twice before reaching for the switch and turning the light on. The dark. She didn't like the dark. The moment the light came on she felt her chest lighten. She looked at her room. It was extremely clean. Contrary to her messy appearance, Kira liked to keep things organized. If even the slightest thing was disorganized, she'd lose focus over everything and would think about it all day. It was something she was born with. She had just taken a step into her room when she noticed something. Fiddling with her pockets, she smacked her head. Fuck. Without hesitation, she rushed towards one of the drawers in the room and opened it. Clank. But there was nothing inside. Clank. The same was true for the drawers beneath. Clank. They were completely empty. Fuck. She had run out of cigarettes, and it was too late for her to get any because it wasn't the weekend yet. Kira slumped down on her bed and blankly stared at the ceiling. She was fucked. Royally fucked. Cigarettes were like medicine to her. They were what kept her panic attacks from occurring. Without them, she was, fuck. It's all that bastard's fault. No, it wasn't. But she wanted to blame someone. At the very least, it would make her feel better. Julian darker revenues. He was like a piece of wood. His expression was hard to read. She had been sure about her accusations, that it was not an accident. He was the one who had killed Weasel. On the outside, he appeared to be a victim just like him. But Kira was confident of her conjecture. But who am I to care? It was none of her business to begin with. All nobles were like that, rotten on the inside. She wasn't one to rat out people like that, especially since the evidence she gathered wasn't going to hold up well. It was just interesting. He's stronger than he lets out, right? He was the Black Star. The number was on within the first years, but it was a general consensus within the first years that he was the weakest. His results proved that to be the case, and a reason why there was doubt about his involvement in Weasel's death. Kira thought so too. But, as she recalled the images she'd witnessed back in the mirror dimension, she found herself smirking. What a load of bullshit. The guy was a snake. There was more to what he let on than people thought. For what reason was he hiding his strength? She wasn't sure. Nor did she particularly care. So long as he didn't involve her in his bullshit, she was going to not care. Still, it was an interesting thought. Julian. Mumbling his name, Kira closed her eyes. You owe me one. The next day, while Leon was waiting for the professor to come, how many fungi did we manage to collect? About 7. Evelyn and Oif were busy discussing the splits of their finds. 7? That would mean that Thea's one in excess. We would have been even if he... Evelyn paused there, but the meaning behind her words was clear. Had Wesley still been alive, then all shares would have been equal. The only problem was that he wasn't. Oif, while staring at the mushrooms displayed on the table, suddenly turned to her head and asked, "What do you think?" "I don't know. He'll think about it later." Class was about to start soon, right? I frowned before nodding her head. Then, recalling something, she quietly asked, "Thea's work experience next week. Have you selected which place you want to go to?" "Ammonite," Leon answered flatly. Of all the people present, he was the only one who didn't need to attend the mandatory work experience that everyone had to attend. Why? Because he was already working. Ah, right. Oif turned her head to briefly stare at the front where a lonesome figure sat. As always, he was by himself. He was staring at the front with no particular expression. Is it tough to be his knight? The question attracted the attention of those around. They all seemed somewhat curious. Leon thought about the answer. Had it been before, he would have answered yes without a doubt, but the current Julian, yes, right, the current Julian was different. However, the two of them still needed to keep their act. Doesn't surprise me. Oif deliberately sighed. Oh, looks like the class is full. A middle-aged lady entered the classroom all of a sudden. She was tall, and despite her aging features, she still was quite beautiful. Professor Brett, in charge of today's class, understanding of spells. The students favored her due to her bubbly personality. Arriving by the podium at the front, she set her files down and cleared her throat. "Before we start the lecture, I have an announcement that I want to make. Please pay attention." Her words seemed to have had an effect as the class quieted down. She smiled as a result and continued. "As you may know, in a month the Guild Lantern Festival will begin." Leon's eyes narrowed upon hearing the name of the event. His body slightly tensed as his gaze wandered to Oif, who was staring at the front with a straight face. "Looks like there isn't much time left." Something big was going to happen on that day, and it was something that directly involved Oif. He was sure of it. A lot of important figures will be coming, and we must set a good impression on them. The Guild Lantern Festival was an academy-wide event that was hosted by the Academy each year and invited all the top officials from the 15 major guilds. They weren't the only people that were set to come, as celebrities and important figures were also set to attend. It was a must-attend event that couldn't be missed. Outside of the combat analysis that will take place, I've discussed it with the other departments and we've got several events that you can take part in for extra credits. The classroom immediately became rowdy at that. In order to pass the first year, one had to accumulate a total of 110 credits. Each class held different weights. For example, this class held about 8 credits, and they could only be accumulated through passing the examinations. It was tough to collect credits. It was also for this reason that the eyes of the many people in the class lit up at the mention of possible credits. Even Leon felt his back straighten. The events are as follows. Unfurling a piece of paper, Professor Brett began to read. Food preparation. Your job will be to host a stand and sell food that you produced. Leon shook his head, wasn't very interested. Thump. He turned his head to see I've sweating. She seemed to be glaring in a particular direction. Following her line of sight, he was surprised to see her looking at Julian. Why? Next up is play. The language department is looking for suitable people to carry out a play in English. He didn't pay further attention as the professor continued to list the events. That too didn't sound very interesting. Leon felt that his English was decent at best. Next up is parade. You can help out the seniors who are planning on cultural exchange. Create or bring some products of your hometown to share with children's activities. There will be a lot of younger. The list went on, and the more Leon listened, the more he shook his head. Parade? Didn't care. Cultural exchange? The Avenues barony hardly had any cultural products. Children activities? He already had a hard time dealing with Julian. There wasn't anything that was suitable for him. He frowned. Should I just choose something easy? At this rate, it would be his only option, or so he thought. Talent activity. Display your talent at the theater. From special talent, to even a stand-up routine. From the corner of his eyes, Leon caught a glimpse of Julian's figure. He had been rather calm the entire time while listening to the events. However, the moment the stand-up routine was mentioned, his body twitched. It was as if he was planning something. It can't be. Leon unconsciously muttered those words out loud. Leon, enough to warrant the attention of Evelyn, who was close to him. But he didn't care. No. He couldn't care. It's an event that's hosted by the comedy club, but they didn't specify who can participate. So long as you want to participate, you can sign up. And Julian's head raised again. Oh, no. Leon felt his body grow cold and the hair at the back of his neck stood. If anybody is in, bang. Leon found himself standing abruptly. He could feel the gazes of everyone in the classroom directed his way. But he didn't care. He stared straight at the professor, who tilted her head at him. The comedian part, Leon slowly started to say as his gaze lowered to meet Julian's. Julian wore an expression that seemed to say, "You, a comedian? What joke is this?" Leon felt even more reassured about his decision as he firmly gripped the side of the desk and muttered through his clenched teeth, "I'll do it, for the sake of everyone present." The stand-up. I'll do it. Chapter 62, Spells. 1. Has this guy lost it? Such were the thoughts of everyone in the classroom as they stared at Leon, who had abruptly stood up at the opportunity of becoming the stand-up for the talent show. I shared similar thoughts with the others. This guy is biting more than he can chew. What comedian? He hardly even changed his expression. Furthermore, he always seemed to be against my jokes. With someone who had no sense of humor, how could he even be a comedian? Are there any objections? The class was quiet from that point. Nobody seemed to have any objections, mainly because it was Leon who had volunteered. One could argue his voice held more weight than mine. On the other side of the classroom, Professor Brett seemed shocked by Leon's sudden decision to take part in the role. But she was quickly delighted. If it's you, then it would be amazing. With your reputation and look, the seats will be filled in no time. Yes. Leon nodded. Was it just me, or did it seem somewhat awkward? Wait. A sudden thought crossed me and I felt my brows furrow. I turned to look at the professor, who was mumbling to herself. Yeah, this is great. I'll let the organizers know so that they can put it on the list. Professor. I interrupted her thoughts. All of a sudden I felt the eyes of all present directed towards me. Julian, is there something you'd like to add? Yes. I nodded and turned to look at Leon, whose eyes started to widen slightly. I'm just a little skeptical. Is he capable of making jokes? I would like to hear something. Snap. I was interrupted by a small snapping sound. When I turned to look, I noticed that the pen in Leon's hand had snapped in half. His expression remained the same. Leon. When Professor Brett addressed him, his expression changed a little as he looked at his pen. It snapped. I can see that. A mystery. The fuck is this guy on about? He was about to say something else when she cut him off. But Julian has a point. Do you have anything to share? A small sample? I added fuel to the fire. He'd be willing to take his place if he doesn't snap. The pen snapped into smaller pieces. I'll do it. I held onto my stomach. It was cramping for some reason. That's great. The professor seemed even more excited. Clap. Clap. She clapped twice to gather the attention of everyone in the class. If everyone would quiet down for a second, he'd like us to hear a sample. The classroom fell silent then. With all eyes on Leon, he stood rigidly on his spot. I too looked at him. I was curious. He seemed to always trash my jokes. How much better were his jokes to think that He silently swallowed before looking around. Then, clenching his fists, he lowered his head to mumble something. Call, fish, eyes. Given how low his voice was, it was hard to understand what he was trying to say. I couldn't quite catch that. What did you say? I watched as Leon's jaw tensed under the professor's words. Then, as if he has resigned himself to his fate, he spoke. What do you call a fish with no eyes? I felt my eyes widen all of a sudden. It couldn't be. FSH. The entire class was engulfed in a strange silence as the eyes of all those present widened. The way some people looked at Leon changed, especially Professor Brett, who seemed taken aback. Leon, on the other hand, tried his best to keep his expression straight. In the silence that ensued after he said his joke, I found myself frowning intensely. I felt a sudden sense of crisis. This guy, he stole my joke. What bullshit. It was one of my favorites too. This. Following the awkward silence that plunged the classroom, Professor Brett forced a smile. Well, it was a great attempt. Her words also seemed rather forced. So, I'll talk to the comedy club. Well, see how things will go from there. I'll let you know then. Okay. Yes. Leon quietly nodded his head before sitting down. I took a moment to look around me. Everyone was staring at Leon with complicated expressions. It was as though they couldn't believe he had actually done what he did. I was taken aback. Was the joke not good? And then I understood. Delivery. He messed up his delivery. Snap. The class proceeded from there. For now, Professor Brett left the festival selection list by the podium saying something along the lines of, well, figure this out later. I'll talk with the other departments. You can come fill it up whenever you want, even after class. Nobody brought up the situation since the class began. Spells. What do we know about spells? A hand raised immediately the moment the professor asked the question. I didn't need to turn to know who it was. Who else would it be but her? With stellar grades in almost everything, she would have been the black star if not for me and Leon. As we know, there are 5 stages to a spell: beginner, intermediate, advanced, superior, and perfected. Yes, and what else? The difference among spell categories lies in the number of runes each possesses. Beginner spells comprise 12 runes, while intermediate spells include 18. Advanced spells entail 24 runes. Superior spells contain 30 runes. And finally, perfected spells consist of precisely 40 runes. I paid close attention to the words that were being said. Although I knew it was still important. Correct. Professor Brett clapped enthusiastically. As expected of you, Well done. Just then, when I turned around, faintly, I saw the corner of Oif's lips pull up. She tried to hide it, but it was obvious that she was happy with the praise. It was kind of cute. Now then, the lecture continued. Since everyone already knows the basics, I'll ask a different question. Professor Brett looked around the classroom. Who here can tell me the requirements for learning an intermediate spell and up? A hand raised up again. It was Oif again. Oif. The requirement corresponds to your tier. She went on to give a detailed explanation. An apprentice is restricted to learning beginner-type spells due to their low mana capacity. A master mage can advance to learning intermediate ranked spells. High wizards are eligible for advanced ranked spells. Archwizards have access to superior ranked spells, while only a monarch can harness a perfected ranked spell. I frowned all of a sudden. There was something about her explanation that didn't quite make sense to me. Her next words served to prove that it's crucial not to waste too much time learning too many spells. After all, mastering even one spell requires a significant investment of time, and as you progress, the number of spells you will need to learn only increases. What sort of I felt my brows furrow further. A lot of the information that was being said I knew. However, it wasn't as though I knew everything. I had been learning a lot of stuff, but not everything. That was why I suddenly raised my hand. There was something that was bugging me. Julian, do you have a question? I do. Sorting out my thoughts, I suddenly asked, can spells be upgraded? The thing was, I actually was already capable of using an intermediate ranked spell. Sadness. At tier 1, I was still an apprentice ranked mage. To become a master mage I needed to reach tier 3. Was it just because the emotive field was different? But then, Hands of Malady, level 1, 18%, Chains of Lycanthria, level 1, 0%. Why was there a level 1 written beside the 2 spells? No, all my spells? Could it be upgrade a spell? My thoughts were broken by the professor, who tilted her head and looked at me strangely. She wasn't the only one who looked at me like that. Half of the class was. Some were frowning, while others were looking at me weirdly. I knew the answer then, but the professor continued. It's not possible. You can't upgrade a spell from beginner to intermediate. As you know, spells have different sets of runes. All runes are connected and form a perfect balance. Adding more would simply destroy the spell. I unknowingly let out a strange sound. It suddenly struck me then, my spells. I see, thank you. I could upgrade them. I felt my heart race at the thought, and all noise from my surroundings drowned out. I didn't pay much attention to it because of everything else that I was learning, but my spells, they can be upgraded, and I'm the only one that can do it. What did that mean? Why me? And what would happen if the spells upgraded? Would they change to a fundamental level, or would they remain the same but stronger? The sadness spell went from only working when touching to working with just my voice. What would happen if it were upgraded further? The thought suddenly made my breath feel heavier. I quietly called up the status window to look, and another thought suddenly crossed me. Would it be possible for me to learn intermediate ranked spells as an apprentice? If so, I silently gulped. Clap, clap. It was the sudden sound of hands being clapped that broke me out of my thoughts, and I looked up. Professor Brett was smiling, looking at the clock on the right side of the classroom. We've got 30 minutes left to class. I think that's enough for me today. I'll give you the remaining 30 minutes to practice your spells for yourself. I'll be observing from here, and if you have any questions feel free to ask me. She went on to sort out several documents at the podium. I stared at her figure for a few seconds before lowering my head. There was still a spell I hadn't unlocked. Chains of Lycanthria. I had been at it for the past month and failed each time. I could practice Hands of Malady to push it to intermediate, but after thinking about it, I discarded the thought. That process was going to take time. On the other hand, I was almost able to unlock my last spell. I could feel it. Taking a look at the time and professor, I decided to immerse myself in my spell. It was time I finally learned this spell. Chapter 63, Spells. 2. The 30 minutes we had at our disposal flew by faster than I had anticipated. TZZZZ. Immersed in my practice, I barely heard the professor's words. Would you look at that? The class has ended. You may leave if you wish to. If there are any questions you can ask me. I'll be here for a few more minutes. She went on to press her hand against the podium. If you haven't by now, please put your name on the list. I'll leave it here for today. I'll be here to collect it tomorrow morning. The class became rowdy then, and it was only once I heard the noise that I fully realized it was the end of the class. I'm so tired. Tell me about it. Good thing I don't have anything after this. I think he'll go eat something at the canteen. Oh, I'll join you. Right. Before we leave, let's sign up for the event. Alright. I frowned and looked up. The conversations were disrupting my concentration. I sighed then and leaned back on the chair. I thought back on what I managed to accomplish in class, and not much progress. I was still stuck at 11 runes. I hardly accomplished anything in the 30 minutes that were given to me. The last rune simply just refused to connect. Unlike last time though, I was able to learn to manage my frustration. The more well-earned I was about an emotion, the more I could control it. For this reason, I wasn't disheartened. Having already experienced the intense frustration that came with failure, It took a lot more than this to get me frustrated. I looked at my timetable. There was no other class that I needed to attend. Should I? I looked around me. The noise in the classroom was starting to quiet down. The place was big, and I felt more refreshed staying here. Since I didn't feel like going back, I decided to stay behind and practice more. As the class started to empty, I felt the gazes of the other cadets on me as they left, probably wondering why I was still there. It felt a little disturbing, so I waited for all of them to leave before resuming my practice. Only then did I feel at peace and once again started to practice. Rune 1, Rune 2, Rune 3. This time, I'm going to succeed. In life, there were highs and lows that one experienced. It was something that came with age. The older one got, the higher the chances of them experiencing a low. Leon today experienced a low. What the hell was that? Feeling Evelyn's gaze, he found himself turning his head away from her. She was the only one who even bothered to stay back to talk to him. Everyone else just left. Did you seriously think that was funny? Leon pursed his lips. How could he tell her that he had no jokes prepared and panicked? The only reason he had volunteered in the first place was to stop Julian from joining. He hadn't expected Julian to retaliate like that. Leon frowned and found himself clenching his fists. If only he had been ready. He wouldn't have used Julian's joke had he been ready. Though, hey, he felt his stomach cramp a little recalling the face Julian made when he stood up to volunteer. The look of hurt and betrayal on his face. It made him chuckle unknowingly. All until he felt a certain gaze. It bore through his face and stung quite a lot. As expected, a horrified Evelyn met his gaze. Her face was pale, and she took several steps back. Don't tell. No. Leon cut her off and tried to explain himself. I was laughing at the face Julian made. But stopped himself from speaking. How exactly could he say that? Misunderstanding his inner struggle, Evelyn took another step back as realization dawned on her. So you really did laugh at Julian's joke back then? Evelyn's face scrunched up. She seemed to want to say something but stopped and sighed. Promise me something, Leon. Just don't sign up for the stand-up. I don't know why you want to do it, but just not fit for it. Before he even had the chance to say anything, Evelyn left. The only thing he could remember as she left was the disappointment in her face as she looked at him. At that moment, Leon raised his head to stare at the tall ceiling. There was only one thought that ran through his mind then. I saved them. Yeah, he was a hero. Late into the evening, it was already dark outside and the training grounds were empty. Mostly. Clank. A large metallic noise resounded throughout the expansive grounds as a large black box dropped on the ground with a loud sound. The surroundings shook slightly as it bounced on the hard ground. Drip. Drip. The sound was accompanied by the patter of sweat dropping and the sound of heavy breaths. I've stared at the box in front of her with a pale face. 50 kilograms. That was her current limit. It was the heaviest her telekinesis powers could go up to. However, it was meaningless. While it was indeed the heaviest she could go, her control was not there. 35 kilograms was her comfort weight. The weight where she could freely control the box. It wasn't much. But as a borderline master mage, this was her limit. Any more and she would lose all control. That would mean she'd only be able to lift the item, but not move it. Drip, drip. Sweat continued to drip down her face as she brushed her hair away from her face. It was sticky from all the sweat. I think it's time. I've checked the time. It was 10 p.m., almost curfew time. Right, I need to fill in the form. The one for the festival. Her original plan was to do it after dinner, but she had been so immersed in her training that she forgot. Hopefully, the list is still there. It should be. She was just about to clean up when her pocket vibrated. Frowning, she reached into it and took out a small orb. Her brows immediately jumped up and she hastily tapped onto the orb. An illusionary face appeared. A handsome man with short red hair and distinctive yellow eyes appeared. Brother? He was none other than her brother, Gale K. Megrail. Immediately, I've cleared her throat and fixed her hair. It was something she did unconsciously. Is there a reason for why you've called me? Is there a reason for me to call my little sister? An unfamiliar smile greeted her. Oif attempted to smile back but found herself unable to. Especially when she noticed how pale his expression was. Her fists clenched. How are you doing? Haha, I'm fine. What are you so worried about? He raised his right arm and flexed. My mana may be sealed, but my body isn't. Look at this. All Oif saw was a skinny arm. There was hardly any muscle. She forced a smile again. Looks good. Oh, come on. I can tell you're lying. I'm not. He cocked his head. It's obvious. It's not. Oif insisted while trying to keep her face straight. What am I going to do with you? In the end, he resigned himself and sighed. Fine, you win. You weren't lying. Yes. I finally found a small smile. However, it didn't last for very long, especially when she took note of his cheeks which had started to sunken. Brother. She secretly bit her lips. He hadn't always been like this. There had been a time when he was the center of attention, the crown prince and the next in line for the throne. If only. Her fists clenched tightly and an image appeared in her mind. With an arrogance that was fitting of someone of her talent, she stood before her father. Seal his mana. He, the emperor of the empire, could do nothing but helplessly stare at her. Her talent was too dazzling. The stronghold her family had was starting to shatter. A new power started to emerge and they could do nothing about it. Remember, I know my worth. If you want to keep me in this empire then better off meeting my demands. You can try eliminating me now, but I doubt you'll be able to. When the time comes, he'll join another empire. Even now she could recall her arrogant voice as it echoed throughout the halls of the royal palace. I'm not being unreasonable. I just want to see how committed you are in wanting to keep me. Suppress his mana just as you did to the commoners. Do it for 5 years and you'll have my loyalty. A figure stepped up. I'll do it, father. Please let me do it. I've clenched her fists. She had only been 15 then. 3 years had passed since. And every day those memories haunted her. She remembered everything, from the helpless expression of her father to the resigned look of her brother who, despite being more talented than her, had no choice but to stop practicing mana for the next 5 years. 5 years didn't sound like much. However, for someone like her brother who had a large mana pool, sealing his mana was equivalent to crippling him. His body, which was accustomed to the high mana, started to fail him, resulting in his current condition. Cough, cough. Brother Oif's face changed. Cough. I'm fine. Don't worry. It's just the usual. However, seeing how adamant her brother was, she could only bite her lips and watch as he held a tissue next to his mouth. Anyways, cough. I just wanted to see how you were doing at the institute. Seeing your current state, you must have been training. I guess I won't take any more of your time. No, it's fine. Just do your thing. Call me whenever you need something. And, he paused to look at her. I've met his gaze back. Don't resent your father for the decision. It's something I agreed to do as well. I frowned. Just focus on yourself and don't think about revenge. She isn't someone you are capable of catching up to. I've clenched her teeth tightly. She was just about to rebuke him when his face disappeared. Remember my words. Make sure you eat well and don't resent father too much. The last thing I saw was his smiling face. Silence plunged her surroundings as she stood in the training grounds without saying a word. In the end, all she could do was out a long sigh. As if I can forgive him. Her father. He was just as guilty as she was. That much was clear to her. Chapter 64. Work Experience. 1. Cleaning up after herself. Oif headed straight for the Dorset Hall. There were several activities that she had in mind for the festival, but in the end, she settled for the guide position. Her job was rather simple. All she had to do was guide people around the academy campuses. It was an important position, one that many coveted. With many important figures attending, the guide was the role that enabled cadets to interact with them. Of course, Oif didn't need such a position given her background. However, it was also because of her background that she felt compelled to do this job. She was, after all, acquainted with most of the attending people. It wouldn't hurt to choose it. It should be this classroom. Her feet stopped in front of a familiar door. The corridors were empty, and it was pretty dark. Reaching for the door, she opened it and prepared to enter when she stopped. Drip, drip. A certain dripping sound caught her attention, and when she looked inside to see where it was coming from, her eyes shot open. Almost, off by the far end of the classroom, a familiar figure sat. His back was straight, and his facial features could only be described as flawless. He was a man I've struggled to understand, as he rarely displayed any expressions. And yet, again, here he was, sitting in the middle of the classroom, wearing a different expression than his usually stoic one. His focus was on his hand where a set of runes were floating in the air. They were slowly interconnecting with each other to form a circle. Is he trying to unlock a spell? That was what it seemed. But why is he bleeding? Unlocking a spell wasn't that difficult. At the very least, it wouldn't need someone to force themselves to the point of bleeding. As she counted the number of runes, she was also sure that it wasn't an intermediate ranked spell. He's struggling with unlocking a beginner rank spell? Was that even possible? I frowned after witnessing the circle shatter. Drip. More blood dripped down from his nose. Is this the limit to his talent? It wasn't as though she didn't expect this, but it was somewhat disappointing given the many surprises he had given her. She thought he was going to stop there, but again, he continued. Is he crazy? I felt her eyes widen, staring at his arms which were trembling, his pale face, and bleeding nose. I forgot all about her goal and stood rooted behind the door. She started to grow curious all of a sudden. For how long was he going to keep this up? Again, another circle shattered. Drip, drip, more blood dripped down from his nose. His usually stoic expression was replaced by one of pure focus and determination. It was as if he was a completely different person than how he normally showed himself. Again, regardless of how many times he failed, wipe his nose and continue. It was as if he didn't care at all about himself. Even as his entire body trembled, and his eyes turned bloodshot, he continued. The only thing he could mutter seemed to be, again, crazy, lunatic. It was all I could think about when staring at him. She couldn't understand why he was putting himself through such trouble. And yet, even though she thought all of that, she found herself unable to tear her gaze off of him. There was something about his current appearance that struck her deeply. Time continued to pass. Again, failure became the norm, and blood continued to drip down his nose. Even so, I've continued to watch in silence as he tried each time. Even as he failed, he continued to try. Again, nothing changed. He still failed. And just as she thought he was going to fail again, something happened. Bang! Julian abruptly stood up. He stared at his hand where a magic circle formed. An expression she had never seen him make before. A smile she had never thought was possible. Ha ha ha. And laugh that she never thought he was capable of making. I've stood dumbfounded in her spot. Taking in his expression, she unknowingly found herself mumbling something under her breath. So he can make a face like that too? I did it. I stared at the completed circle resting on my hand. I couldn't believe it. I had actually done it. Ha ha ha. I laughed. I didn't know why I laughed, but I just did. Drip. Feeling my nose run again, I wiped the blood away and finally started to pack up. I looked around and saw that it was completely dark outside. How long? Shit. I checked my watch and realized it was almost past curfew. I hastily packed up my stuff and dashed to the dorms. Even as I returned back to the dorm, I was still shaken by the sudden development. I hadn't expected myself to succeed. I had grown so used to failure that when success did come, all I felt was bafflement. I looked at my hand and the purple magic circle was slowly starting to form. The mana inside of my body started to drain at a rapid pace, but I didn't mind it as something was starting to form in my hand. Clank, clank, clank. A peculiar metallic rattle resounded as purple chains began to materialize within the grasp of my hand. Clank. The process took no longer than several seconds, and by the time all was said and done, I found myself holding a long chain. I stared at the chains with a frown. How does this work? I closed my eyes for a moment and followed the link that connected my mind to the chain. In the darkness of my vision, all I saw was a long purple line. It was bent in a shape. Finding the connection, My brows twitched and my hand shook slightly. Clank, clank. The chains started to move. At my will, they followed everything my mind told them to do. They could both lengthen and shorten at my command. However, the mana consumption for such a move was rather high. Frowning, I settled for just the right length, about the size of my arm. I opened my eyes and stared at my arm where the chains were coiling. I clenched my hand into a fist. The chains glowed a strange purple hue. I knew from the description of the spell that it had a similar effect to Hands of Malady, in the sense that it weakened an opponent upon contact. However, unlike Hands of Malady, it wasn't a long-range skill. Not that it matters. I slowly clenched my fist and stared at the chains coiling my arm. I started to think about all the possibilities that came with the skill when I suddenly felt lightheaded. Right. The chain shattered and I sat down on my bed. The mana expansion was no joke. Just a few minutes and I was already low on mana. I guess I'll put it off for now. My mind was not in the right state of mind to figure the skill out. I planned on leaving it for tomorrow. There was something else that I needed to pay particular attention to at the moment. I reached out to grab a paper from the desk and stared at it. Work experience. Who would have thought I'd be looking for a job again? Work experience. It was a mandatory event that we needed to take part in according to the professors. It was an event that was supposed to last for a week, and depending on our performance, credits would be awarded to us. Looks like I have to do it. I needed as many credits as possible. My knowledge was rather primitive compared to the other cadets. Coupled with the amount of time I spent each day training, I hardly had enough time to study. I tried my best, but it's not enough. I was desperate for credits. What should I choose? The list wasn't very long, about a single page with over 30 listings. I was just about to go through the list when the world around me froze. I lost my voice and a familiar feeling gripped me. A vision. All of a sudden? No. When did they ever have a good time? They always came randomly and when I least expected them to. I sighed and embraced the incoming vision. It was a disaster. An unfamiliar voice echoed, and my surroundings started to change. It was dark, and the air felt damp. A room? No, it felt more like a cell. A prison cell. Why would? How many have managed to escape? 5 in total. 2 extreme risk, 1 high risk, and 2 low risk. Escaped? 5, extreme risk, high risk, low risk. The information, while scattered, did make sense in some way. My surroundings started to become clearer as I found myself inside an empty prison cell. It was just as I expected it. This was a prison. 2 people stood by the cell looking around, wearing similar uniforms. They were probably rather high up in the prison system. This is a fucking mess. Central has been calling non-stop demanding some answers. The same is true for Haven. Haven? Why would Haven? 10 cadets died in the escape. They were demanding answers. I don't blame them. They were here for work experience, and nothing should have happened considering our reputation. But the individual side again. What an embarrassment. Not only were we able to keep our prisoners in check, but we also got students involved in this mess. Students? Oh God. Realization dawned on me and I felt my tighten. A quest was coming, wasn't it? Not only did we fail at our jobs, but we also got children involved in our incompetence. He was clearly distressed by the situation, but it wasn't what I wanted to hear at the moment. I wanted to hear more information about the situation. I had a few leads at the moment. The event was set to happen in a week. During the work exchange, it was in a prison, and 5 inmates escaped. I knew the danger level of the inmates but didn't know their identity. It wasn't enough. I strained my ears to listen more. Oh, right. With a sudden halt of his steps, one of the guards suddenly looked up. He seemed to have something to say. I strained to listen even more carefully. One of the prisoners that escaped. My heart dropped when I noticed a change in my surroundings. No, not yet. The surroundings began to darken, and the guard's voice started to fade. In that moment, I knew the vision was about to end. But I hadn't heard enough. Not yet. I used every little bit of willpower to strain my ears to listen. Just a little more. A little. Wasn't he a professor from Haven? The vision ended there and I found myself back in my room. Ha. My breath was heavy, and my head felt light. However, thinking back upon the vision, I found the corner of my lips gently pulled up. I heard it. The last few words. I had managed to hear them. My vision flickered moments after and a notification appeared. Side quest activated, prison escape, character progression plus 21%, game progression plus 3%, failure calamity 2 plus 7%. Chapter 65, work experience, 2. I stared at the quest window in silence. 7%, it's higher than last time. Not by much, but there was an increase. What did that mean? Why did the percentage increase? Did it signify that the event affected the second calamity more than the first event would have? I frowned and continued to stare at the quest window. Prison escape. The goal seemed pretty simple. Stop the prison escape. At least, that was what I thought. However, thinking about my previous quest, I knew that there was probably more to it. The quests, they revolved around the 3 calamities. There might be more to it. For now, that was all I knew. It was for this reason that I didn't do anything rash like tipping the prison about a possible prison break. Even if I did send it anonymously, I doubted they would truly believe my words. And even if they did believe me, who was to say that it was the end goal of the mission? I can't act rashly. At least, not yet. As I continued to stare at the quest window, a sudden thought broke my attention and I felt my brows jump. Character progression 23%. I hastily looked at my current experience and felt my heart pause. Level, 19, Tier 1 Magician, Exp, 0%-18%, 100%. This, with the blue ranked book and my increasing mastery over it, my rate of progress was about 5% a day. If I focus my entire attention on it, I might be able to push it to 8 to 9%, but that would require I drop everything else and reduce the amount of time I sleep. With the 23% character progression upon completing the quest, then, I'd be able to move to the next tier. The idea caused my heart to beat a little faster. It brought a strange sense of excitement. According to what I had been told, leaping to the next tier was a monumental stride. My strength would undergo a large change. Not only would my mana capacity increase, but so would my control and speed at which I could create the spells. Thinking about the pains I would go through in the coming week, I let out a long breath. I knew it was going to be a painful and boring week for me, but I have to do this. It was about time that I progressed to the next tier. I was tired of being stuck at tier 1. Puff reflected between Kira's ruby-eyed pupils was the orange tip of her cigarette as she sat by the window to stare at the night sky. The moon shined bright, casting a white land over the land beneath. It felt oddly peaceful. Puff Kira basked in the sight, her red pupils flickering slightly as they fell on the piece of paper by her desk. Work experience selection program. There was a long list of possible jobs one could select for the program. Some were easy, and some were hard. It didn't particularly matter to Kira though. Since the start, she already had one in mind. Redknapp Penitentiary. 2 words escaped her lips as she took another drag of the cigarette. As the bitter taste lingered on her tongue and the burn coursed down her throat, she exhaled slowly. She chewed on those words. There was someone waiting for her there. Someone who she hated with every fiber of her being. Even Oife didn't stand a chance against her. Just the thought of her made her chest burn with intense hatred. I'll kill her. That much she promised to herself. Puff with one last drag, Kira flicked the cigarette away and exhaled, the smoke covering the view in front of her. Her ruby-eyed eyes gleamed brightly beneath the veil of smoke that covered her face. A frigid cold lay hidden beneath those beautiful eyes as she went on to mutter, "If it's the last thing you'll do." A week passed without any trouble. Wham! Yawning to myself, I stared at the experience bar in front of me. Level, 19, Tier 1 Magician, Exp. 0%, 79%, 100%. I felt proud staring at the experience bar in front of me. Having dedicated every little hour that I had to achieve this, I cut down on my sleep and spell training. Though work experience was set to last a whole week, I didn't think that I would be able to get much time to practice for myself. It was for this reason that I tried my best to get to this point. I didn't want to take any risks. Looks like everyone is here. The professor in charge was someone I was unfamiliar with. He stood tall, with long brown hair framing a chiseled face, and a muscular physique. His hair was somewhat disheveled and he wore a lazy expression. He looked like someone who didn't want to be here. No, maybe he really didn't want to be here. Wearing the same uniform all professors wore, he scanned the group, which consisted of about 50 cadets. There's quite a lot. I looked around me to scan the faces of all those present. I was looking for either Kira or Oif. Whoever was set to be here had to be the second Calamity. So who? I paused to look ahead. Two figures stood out from the rest, and I felt my face stiffen slightly. Right, as if my life was supposed to be easy. Massaging my forehead, I sighed. They are both here. Oif and Kira. Leon too. He had been avoiding me for the entire week for some strange reason. I tried to talk to him several times, but just silently stare at me before leaving. His attitude was confusing. So was his appearance here. No, not really. As the main character, it made sense for him to be present. But why were both Kira and Oif present? There were so many other jobs that they could select, yet almost everyone chose to work at the prison. Was there something that I was missing, or was this just the power that Leon held? I guess I just have to be patient. I was bound to find the answer sooner or later. With such thought, I looked up at the professor who had started to speak. We will now be departing for the penitentiary. We've already discussed matters with them, and your role will involve assisting the guards in patrolling the perimeter. Due to safety concerns, you will only be assigned to guard the low-risk areas. Please ensure that you do not provoke any trouble during your time there. The professor's gaze turned stern. Don't be swayed by their words, and do your utmost to avoid interaction with the prisoners. Not dealing with ordinary individuals. Dealing with scum. People who have forsaken their humanity. There was an obvious disgust in his tone as he spoke about the prisoners. A bad experience maybe? Or was it that he had been there so many times and seen many things to speak like that? I wasn't quite sure. But I didn't pay further attention to his words. My gaze continued to linger between Kira and Oif. Between the two of them, who was the second Calamity? Womb. The gentle humming sound snapped me out of my thoughts, and I turned to see the professor extending his hand to his right. The space in front of him folded, and a gate the same size as him appeared. Wait, could that be? I've set up a portal. You can enter from here and you will find yourself in front of the penitentiary. Please enter one at a time. I found my mouth parting slightly at the sight that bore before me. A portal? Such a thing was possible? No, it made sense for it to exist, but still, can I do that in the future? It was a thought that stuck with me even as I lined up behind the other cadets and waited for my turn in line. In the meantime, I overheard the conversation between a few cadets ahead of me. What do you think? I'm kind of scared. I won't lie. Do you think we'll get to see the high security prisoners? There's quite a few big names in there. Who? I'm getting shivers thinking about them. Haha, what can happen? This is a maximum security prison. There's no way they can escape. The more I listened, the more I felt the urge to smack my forehead. What the hell was this conversation? Was it just some dialogue written in the script of the game to foreshadow what was set to happen? If so, I wasn't sure how to feel. Surely, there were better ways, right? Next. Before I knew it, it was almost my turn. I was just about to step forward when I noticed a figure standing beside the portal. She was staring at it with incredible focus. I stepped near her and asked, "Are you not going in?" She looked at me before frowning. "I am." "Oh." I extended my hand. "You can go first." Suddenly, her frown deepened and she made a disgusted expression. "What? I don't need your pity. I can go when I want to." The hell was her problem? Similarly frowning, I was just about to ignore her when I suddenly realized something. It can't be that too scare. No. She cut me off before I could finish my sentence. I looked at her in surprise. "Really?" I said. "No." Oif appeared adamant. I nodded. "Then you can go first." "Why should I?" "Because you were ahead of me in line." At that, a vein popped on Oif's temple. She stepped back to look at me. Like I said, I'll go when I want to. I don't need the likes of you to tell me what to do. Her eyes briefly glanced at the portal where they shook. It was only slightly, but I caught it. Oh, she really was scared. But how? Wasn't she a princess? Wasn't something like this normal for her? Go, stop wasting everyone's time. All right, good. She appeared satisfied then. It wasn't so hard, was it? I was just about to step in when I stopped and frowned. What? I continued to stare at the portal with a frown. There's something. Something? It was enough to warrant Oif's curiosity as she too looked at the portal. What? Where? As soon as she turned to gaze at the portal, I pushed her. Heek! She let out a shriek as her body lurched forward and vanished into the swirling vortex. Looking at the professor, who pretended to not have seen a thing, I nodded at him and stepped in. For some reason, that felt satisfying. Chapter 66, Work Experience. 3. There wasn't much that I knew about the penitentiary. The location was undisclosed, and only a select few knew the exact coordinates of the place. Some speculated that it was located in the middle of an island, while others speculated it was located inside a mountain range. There were a lot of rumors about the place, but nobody knew the real location. Womb. I came out of the portal feeling a little wobbly. It felt as though my organs had flipped over. Thankfully, nothing came out of that and I was able to recover rather quickly. I looked up to stare ahead. Before us a large wall loomed, stretching across several kilometers. At its forefront, imposing gates greeted our sight, flanked by stationed guards. So this is the entrance of the penitentiary. It was rather imposing. Follow along, follow along. I never had the chance to properly admire them before the professor's lethargic voice brought me back. Scratching his head, his eyes drooped slightly. Let's get you all registered. Scratching his hair, he just seemed tired of life. I couldn't blame him. I was feeling the same way, especially when I felt a pair of eyes burning holes at the back of my head. I paused and looked back. Get over it. It was an accident. An accident? Oif, who was glaring at me, clenched her teeth and finally spoke. Do you really expect me to believe that? Sure you can. You tripped over your feet. At that, Oif's usual blank look showed signs of cracking. She appeared to be on the verge of losing it, but, taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and left. I stared at her for a brief moment before tilting my head. She's definitely mad. But, it was worth it. By the way, her steps continued even as I spoke. If you're scared, I can help you out. Tagayut. She ended up tripping on her feet and losing balance. Just barely. She managed to keep herself from falling face flat and recovered rather quickly. Her head flicked back as she glared at me. I wasn't scared. Oh, sure she wasn't. Okay. I nodded, ready to leave things be, when suddenly, I felt the back of my blazer get pulled, and her face appeared inches away from mine. Like a wild animal, she bared her teeth at me. I was not scared. Her teeth didn't open once as she spat those words out. Not. Just then, almost faintly, I felt the corners of my lips pull. If you say so, I say so. Her face inched closer. I nodded. Sure. I wasn't. Okay. Good. Perfect. Excellent. Where was this conversation going? Perhaps realizing this too, I finally let go and stepped back. Good that you know. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, she proceeded to head into the penitentiary. Of course, she didn't forget to add a few words before leaving. Remember, I wasn't scared. I stared at her back for a short moment before shaking my head and following from behind. Sure you weren't. That small incident aside, as soon as we passed through the gates, our bodies were subjected to a comprehensive check. I was stripped down to my underwear and thoroughly searched by the guards, who used a device that scanned my entire body. For obvious reasons, males and females were separated. The process was rather quick and lasted less than several minutes. However, those short minutes felt like forever as I felt uncomfortable the entire time. Has everyone been checked? Another door greeted us the moment we stepped out of the checking room. After doing a head check, the professor began to give a final speech. Behind me are the doors that lead to the lower security hall of the prison. It's where you all will be staying and guarding the place. Like I said before, try your best to minimize your contact with the inmates. They are not good people. Don't fall for their sweet temptations. As he spoke, a guard stepped up and took out a large set of keys which he quickly inserted into the door. Click. It was sealed shut so I couldn't see what was behind it, but seeing the tense expressions the guards were making, I knew it was going to be something I wouldn't forget. For your first day, You won't need to do much. As the door was getting unlocked, the professor continued to give us instructions. All you have to do is get familiar with the place. The current area is called the Manticore Residential Area. It's where the low-risk prisoners will be held. You are to not step outside of this zone. Click, click. While you won't be in danger if you step out of the zone, there is still a risk that something might happen. We will not be held responsible for your safety if you wander around in areas you aren't supposed to be. Of course, we'll try to stop you from leaving, but if you somehow can go out undetected, if anything happens to you, then it's on you. The professor's eyes fell on each and every one of us before turning back to face the door, which slowly started to open to reveal what was behind. Welcome to Redknapp Penitentiary. As the door to the inmates' residential area swung open, a torrent of shouts and jeers engulfed us like a tidal wave. The rats are back. Ha 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 ha, you fuckers aren't tired of seeing my face already? Look, there's a bunch of kids behind them. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the jeers and shouts, a palpable sense of intimidation settled in as the prisoners regarded us with eyes brimming with malice. It felt rather discomforting, especially when I started to become the subject of a few jeers. Ha ha ha, look at that pretty boy. His face is stiff as a rock. Ha ha ha, he must be pissing his pants from fear. Been a while since I've seen such beautiful girls. Come to me. I'll let you have a great time. Kakaka. The ones who seemed the most uncomfortable were the girls who showed looks of disgust. Well, most of them. There was one exception. Keek. Look at these fuckers. They know a looker when they see one. Era. She was enjoying this. Ha ha, little miss. Why don't you come to my cell? PFTT. Please take a look at yourself, dickhead. You look like an oversized ball sack. What did you call me? Kakaka. Smacking her thigh, she started to laugh. Holy shit, I didn't think you could make yourself look ever worse than that. But here you are. Kakaka. Clank. You bitch. I tried my best to ignore her, but she really was a crazy bitch. Thankfully, the professor intervened. Don't rattle them. Your job is to keep them in line, not anger them. Just then, she was about to click her tongue but stopped herself when realizing who she was talking to. I couldn't help but find her expression amusing as her face scrunched up as a result. It looked like she had just eaten shit. Snap, snap, snapping his fingers to gather our attention. The professor spoke. You may disperse and start to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. For now, your role won't be anything big. If you see any of the inmates starting a fight, it's your job to break it up. All of them have their mana sealed, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with them, or so he said. However, knowing what I knew, I didn't let my guard down and made sure to be on full alert the entire time. Alright, off you go. Wander around and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. If you have any problems, come find me. I'll be at the guard station. With a lazy wave of his hand, the professor finally left. He's finally gone. Hey, do you want to team up with me? Let's go. From there, all the cadets went their own separate way. Most of them went in groups of 4 that they formed after the professor's absence. I was one of the only few who remained alone. Well, it was something that I had expected and desired. I looked around me. For now, I need to get a better idea of my surroundings. I planned to meticulously learn all the details of my surroundings. While I didn't know exactly where the escape was going to happen, every little bit of information helped. In fact, there was something that I needed to prioritize before that. There was a certain person that I wanted to meet, that I had to meet. Hey, I wonder if he still remembers me. I wasn't sure. Back then, all of it happened due to the skill. I was still not sure whether the time I spent with him was something that he remembered. Was the person I met his subconscious or just a manifestation of it? Something that the skill had created to mimic how he'd react? I wasn't sure, but I was about to find out. However, if he truly did remember, then, it'll turn everything around. After separating from the other cadets, Era walked around to monitor the area. It had been several hours since, and she was somewhat starting to get accustomed to the surroundings. As she scanned the surroundings, a voice echoed. Look at you. A whistle followed. Come here and have some fun with me. I promise I don't bite. It belonged to a skinny man with a buzz cut and sunken features. Is that so? Era smiled as she neared one of the prison cells where the inmate appeared. Holding onto the bars, He brought his face closer. What do you say? Not bad, right? I wonder. Brushing her hair behind her ear, she leaned forward a little. I'm curious about something though. Oh? The inmate looked down slightly. Ask away. I'll tell you anything. He. How sweet of you. The current Kira seemed like a stark contrast to how she usually was. Normally, she would have insulted them back or thrown a middle finger, but such wasn't the case at the moment. So, I was just curious. You are like the small dogs here, aren't you? Small dogs? Yeah, you know. The low-risk guys. The prisoners were separated into 3 ranks. They were ranked depending on the severity of the crimes committed, and their general strength: extreme risk, high risk, and low risk. Where are the really scary guys locked up? The face of the prisoner changed at the inquiry. No longer did he seem as keen to talk to her as he was before. Why are you asking about them? He almost seemed wary. Kira could even sense some lingering fear in his tone. As expected, he might know something. She hadn't selected him for no reason. Having talked with the other inmates, she more or less came to learn about the general hierarchy within the prison. The inmate before her was an informant. He was someone who knew a lot, and the exact person that Kira was looking for. Dunno, I'm just curious. Heard a lot of stories about them before coming here. I see. He seemed to have bought that, but, sorry, can't talk. You can't? Well. He glanced at her, the meaning of his gaze clear. Kira smiled and looked around her. Then, making sure nobody was looking, her hand flashed forward and reached for the inmate's shirt before she thrust it back and pulled him along. Hey, what? Bang! A loud banging sound echoed. Several gazes fell on her the moment the sound echoed, and she returned them with a glare. What are you looking at? Only then did they look away and she returned her gaze to the inmate. She discussed it with the other guards, and so long as she had a proper reason, she could use some force against the inmates. So long as it wasn't excessive. You? What are you? Her head reached into the cell again and she once again pulled. Bang! Drip, drip. Blood started to drip down from the inmate's nose as he looked up to Kira. Bang! He was never able to get a word out as each time Shed thrust his head towards the bars. Bang! It went on for several times before his expression contained nothing else but fear. You. Her cold gaze bore down on him as she looked at him from above. Looking at me doesn't come cheap, you know. Time for me to collect my payment. Chapter 67, Work Experience, 4. Nothing here. Leon glanced around a few times before nodding and directing his gaze elsewhere. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He was taking his job seriously. Although he technically didn't have to be here considering that he already had a job, he chose to participate mainly because his instincts told him that something was going to happen here. What exactly? He wasn't sure. That was why he was looking around and taking note of everything. It was so that he could detect the abnormality and stop it before it was too late. What are you doing? As he walked, a figure suddenly walked up to him. The inmates jeered and whistled at her appearance. Leon couldn't blame them. Her aura alone made her unique, and her appearance was hard to rival. Here, unaffected by all of this, I've handed him a small notebook. The professor asked me to hand this to you. If you find anything that you think the prison needs to work on, then you can write it on here. Surprised, Leon raised his brows. I've raised her other hand to show a similar notebook. I've got one too. I see. Leon took the book and casually flipped over its contents. It was empty. Is it going to be anonymous or do I have to write my name? Whatever you want. The professor said that it doesn't really matter. Oh, if that was the case. He took out a pen and started to scribble a few things. A dumbfounded I've looked at him with wider eyes. You've already got complaints? Several. The prison was generally well run, but there were still things that it could improve on. Having observed for over the past few hours, he had already made a short list in his mind. Overcrowded. The place has far too many inmates. There are over 5 inmates per cell. A situation like this is bound to create problems in the future. The nutrition is also not up to par with the meal composition, missing a lot of fiber and protein. Ideally, it would be best if he didn't shy away and started to write all the complaints he had. Bang! He was suddenly distracted by a loud banging sound. When he raised his head, he saw a wife looking in the same direction as where the noise came from. He followed her gaze. There, in the far distance, they spotted Kira glaring around at everyone who was looking in her direction. The two of them weren't spared from her glare, as she had a gaze that seemed to say, "What? Mind your fucking business. Crazy bitch." I've muttered in a voice audible enough for Leon to hear. Leon was taken aback. "Did I hear right? The usually quiet and refined I've swore you don't like her?" For quite a while, Leon noticed a strange tension between the I've and Kira. Sparks flew whenever the two interacted with each other. "I don't." I've's words served to confirm this. Leon was curious but decided to keep his curiosity to himself. It was none of this business, and he wasn't sure if his inquiry would annoy her. But much to his surprise, it was her who elaborated. "Do you know what the first thing she did to me when we met?" "No. How would he know?" I've massaged her temples. From the frown on her face, it appeared that the memory was a rather unpleasant one. "She told me to fuck off and threw a middle finger at me." "Oh, that sounded oddly a lot like something Kira would do. So if you ask me whether I like her, the answer is number. I don't like her. She's crazy." Bang! Leon found himself unable to refute her words. Staring into the distance, and seeing her beat up one of the inmates into a bloody pulp, he could only shake his head and ignore the commotion. It wasn't his job to stop her. He was about to go back to his job when his chest suddenly tightened. A familiar sensation washed over him, prompting his gaze to drift slowly towards the distance where a solitary cell came into view. His eyes settled on an inmate seated calmly in a chair, absorbed in reading a newspaper. With his legs crossed, and his calm poise, there seemed to be nothing strange about him, and yet, why were his instincts telling him that something was wrong? All of a sudden, as if sensing the gaze, the inmate put the newspaper down and looked up. Their gazes met, and Leon felt the hair at the back of his neck stand. Who was this guy? The residential hall was rather large. It took me several hours to walk the place, and even then, I couldn't find who I was looking for. Is he not here? I was told that he had been imprisoned here. Furthermore, the vision also said something along the lines of a former Haven professor being one of the few people to have escaped. Was it perhaps not him and some other professor? Or is he locked up somewhere else? I found myself frowning at the situation. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Just where? I stopped mid-sentence and turned to look back. It was there that I finally spotted him. I peered beyond the large window at the end of the hallway, toward the outdoor area. A figure sat with their back turned, their hands moving in a familiar manner. Tack, tack, tack. Even though I couldn't hear from my vantage point, observing his movements and posture sparked my imagination as I heard the sound of the pieces falling against the board, and I found myself involuntarily smiling. Even now, he hadn't changed. I stepped out of the residential area and onto the outdoor area. Tack, tack. The nearer I got, the more pronounced the sound became. It was a sound that I hadn't heard in quite a while and felt rather nostalgic. I eventually stopped a few meters away from him and asked, "Can I play?" Surprised, Professor Bucklam turned his head and our eyes met. It was at that moment that I finally found the answer to one of the questions I had been dying to know. "You remember, don't you?" He sat there, his face frozen in what seemed to be shock and surprise. I sat down on the opposite end, and started to fix the board. "I haven't played since then, but I'm still confident in my ability to beat you." Even as I said those words, he didn't react, at least not immediately. Eventually, he let out a soft smile and mumbled in a quiet tone, "So it wasn't a dream." What was? I already knew what he was referring to, but I still chose to pretend like I didn't know. Let's get started. I'll make this a quick one. With a soft sigh, he shook his head and reached his hand forward. "You've gotten very bold after beating me once. Things won't be as easy as last time." He went on to move his piece. "Your habits are the same." "So are yours." "What makes you think I'm not doing it on purpose?" "Same goes for me." We went on to bicker like that for the next few minutes. Eventually, the area around us became quiet. Strangely, The silence didn't feel at all uncomfortable as we both focused on the game. Tack, tack. Though it had been a while, I still remembered how to play, and was able to keep up with his moves. Just barely. This went on for the next few minutes until I eventually broke the silence. "Are you planning on escaping?" His hand froze halfway and his head flicked up. He looked at me with a look of genuine confusion. I didn't lift my head and continued to stare at the board. Judging from his reaction, it was clear that he knew something. "I won't stop you." That was the decision I had come up with for myself. "You can escape. I won't do anything." I couldn't quite tell what reaction he was making since I wasn't paying attention to him, but I was sure it was filled with surprise. For the past week, I had been debating over the situation in my mind. I was still uncertain of the goal of the mission, however. From what I knew, it was something related to the second calamity. Things would surely become clearer to me with time. However, if possible, I wanted to let him go. Of course, it wasn't because I felt pity for the professor. I did to some extent, but not to the point where it'd help him escape the place. I just needed someone on my side. "I can more or less tell why you did the things that you did. You were either promised a cure for your memory problems or threatened with your family. Which one it was, I wasn't sure." However, when I lifted my gaze to observe his reaction and saw his eyes quivering, I knew that I was right. I continued, "It would be unfair for me to stop you. I know exactly how it feels to lose someone important to you." Just slightly, my voice layered. The professor's expression cracked and his arms started to tremble. I reached to hold it. "You must resent the people who did this to you, right?" The mana inside of my body started to drain. I kept my face composed and continued to make contact with him. I felt a little disgusted with myself, using my powers to manipulate his weakness, but it had to be done. For the sake of my goal, I had to do it. His expression started to distort and his fists started to clench. A fit of visible anger. I continued, "That's why I won't stop you. If possible, I want to help you." What was my end goal in all of this? I realized quite a while ago that the organization that I was dealing with was a lot more dangerous than I thought. Even now, I was clueless about the extent of their powers, and given how they had managed to manipulate a professor and succeed in getting 5 inmates out of one of the top prisons in this world, I knew they were powerful. For this reason, I needed allies, people who could help me from the inside. Having seen all his memories, I knew exactly what type of person he was, what he cared about the most, and how desperate his situation was. It was for this reason that I believed he would make for the right person to use. I squeezed his hand and my mana drained further. I instilled even more anger within him. "I'm sure you have some resentment against the people that did this to you. That forced you to do things that went against your morals. I fully understand where you're coming from, and that's why I want to help you." Finally, I let go of his hand and he lifted his gaze to meet my eyes. I smiled. "Let's help each other. Please, tell me everything that you know about the situation. In return, I'll offer you my help in taking revenge. Join me." Chapter 68, Work Experience. 5. Get away from me. "That's enough. Stop struggling." Kira was eventually stopped by the stationed guards who held her back from both sides. "I'm not done yet. Let go of me. I still haven't beaten him enough." However, she didn't seem satisfied enough as her body continued to trash. "Hold her back." Let go. Despite her protests, the guards didn't let go of her and eventually pulled her back from the inmate. Only then did Kira finally calm down as she looked around with heavy breaths. Ha. Fine. I'm calm. Ha. The guards looked at each other for a brief moment before finally letting go of her. "Cadet, I understand you aren't very pleased with their words, but please hold some restraint. There's a limit to how much you can retaliate." Ha. Yes. At a glance, it didn't seem as though she had gotten the message and the two guards looked at each other with bitter looks. In the end, warning her several more times, they finally left. Kira waited until they were completely gone before going on patrol again. This time, she could feel more eyes on her, all on high alert. They were clearly worried about the idea of her going on another rampage. However, much to their surprise, she remained tame. Perhaps it was because the jeers had gotten quieter due to her sudden outburst, or that she had taken the warnings to heart. she didn't lash out and diligently did her job. This went on for several hours. It's time. It was only when she could no longer feel the gazes on her that she made her move. Glancing around, she left her post. The residential area was split into 4 different areas: north, south, west, and east. Her current objective was the northern area. According to what she'd heard, that was where she needed to be. She silently pretended to patrol while moving toward the direction she wanted to be. Her steps eventually stopped in front of a small door. There was no one guarding the place, and for a very good reason at that. Clank. It needed a certain key to unlock, one that Kira managed to get from one of the guards who had reprimanded her just a few hours ago. Although a small part of her did indeed want to beat the inmate up for the way he looked at her, her true objective had been the key from the very start. Kira took a deep breath. Finally, she was about to meet her. She hasn't come to this place just for credits. There was someone, that she really needed to visit. A person whom she held quite dearly, but at the same time despised. Griak. The door opened and she stepped in. Kira was immediately greeted by a deafening silence and a long corridor, a stark contrast to the chaos that engulfed the main residential area. There were hardly any guards around. She could see why. The cells were fully enclosed, leaving little room for observation except for small holes at the bottom and top. But even that wasn't where she wanted to be. She needed to go further, deeper into the corridor, at the far end where she'd see what she came in for. And so she did. Tack. Her steps quietly resounded throughout the long corridor, their gentle rhythm quietly echoing in her mind as she continued forward. She had to be careful. There were guards stationed somewhere around. She didn't know exactly where they were, and how powerful they were, but they were here, hiding somewhere and fully alert for any possible intrusion. But that didn't matter to Kira. Her eyes flashed and her figure started to blend with the darkness. Gradually, her figure disappeared. There were sensors set up around the perimeter. However, they were all meaningless. With the key on her body, the sensors had a hard time keeping track of her. On the other hand, the guards that were present hardly felt her presence. It wasn't because they were weak. Most of them were stronger than her, but her mastery over their darkness attribute was not something that they could detect. Only the truly strong guards would be able to detect her presence, but she was sure they weren't present at the moment. At least, not to where she was headed. Her steps eventually stopped. A large cell appeared in front of her. She peered through the gap where she saw a figure slumped by the side of the wall. With her head lowered, her long blonde hair covered her face. Clenching her teeth, Kira called out, "Must know, Rose." The head raised to reveal 2 gleaming red eyes. They blinked slowly, trying to make sense of where the voice came from before finally catching a glimpse of Kira, who stood on the other side. Immediately, a smile flashed across her features. "Oh my, if it isn't little Kira." Her head tilted to the side as she peered through the gap to meet Kira's gaze. There were hints of amusement in her expression as she looked at her. "You've grown into quite the splendid woman since the last time I saw you." All Kira felt was disgust upon hearing the woman's voice. It wasn't just her voice that disgusted her. Her appearance, her poise, her hair, everything about her disgusted her. "You know why I'm here. Spit it out. Tell me why you did it." "Did it?" She pretended to fall into thought before eventually knocking the side of her head. "Sorry, I really don't know what you're talking about. Can you clarify a little?" Kira's fist clenched tightly. She was the same as she had been in the past. Easygoing and bubbly, never taking anything seriously. There was a time when Kira used to like her for her personality. However, now, "You disgust me." All she could feel was disgust and loathing. "You think this is some sort of joke? Is everything to you a joke? Was the death of my mother, your sister, a joke?" Kira venomously spat every word as she glared at the figure ahead. Indeed, the woman before her was her aunt, her master, and someone whom she had once regarded as the closest person in her life. She was also the very same person that killed her mother, her very own blood sister. Why? It was all Kira could ask. Why did you do it? She wanted answers. She was desperate for answers. But, who knows, all she received was the same nonchalant attitude of hers. It pissed her off. Right then and there, she almost banged on the door ahead. If not for the fact that she was worried she'd attract the attention of the guards behind her, she would have smashed it with everything she had. Rose's mana was currently sealed. She was weaker than she was. All it would take would be a simple spell to end her, and yet, the only thing Kira could do was glare at her from where she was. What a cute expression. Rose licked her lips and finally moved her body, nearing the narrow gap that enabled the two of them to see each other. Kira stood still and watched as she approached. Eventually, Rose stopped and Kira got a good look at her face. It was no longer as pretty as it once was. With sunken cheeks and hollow eyes, it was clear that her time here hadn't been good. It made her feel a little better. If only her face wasn't so detestable. Kira could hardly stand the sight of her. "You've grown up so much." Frowning, Kira was about to rebuke when she continued, "You've gotten prettier and stronger than the last time that I've seen you. I'm proud of what you've managed to achieve." But, with a look of disappointment, she suddenly smiled. Still as naive as ever. "What non? Did you truly think you could have made it here with the level of your skill?" Kira found herself losing her breath and her expression stiffened. "You've always been quite talented with the darkness attributed. But that wouldn't be enough to get here. Most of the guards here are about your strength, if not a little stronger, but..." Rose suddenly brought her face closer. "Do you really think they wouldn't be able to have means to detect you?" He. With a sudden laugh, Rose's gaze shifted away from Kira, who stood petrified as she felt the presence of a figure behind her. Tuck. A single footstep reverberated through the silent hall. Kira felt her heartbeat quicken all of a sudden. A sense of crisis gripped her heart. Tuck. Another one followed shortly after. It seemed to be approaching their direction. Her gaze naturally fell on her master, who stared ahead with a smile. Her stomach dropped and she got into a stance. Whatever was coming, she was ready to put up a fight. But... Kira's eyes widened at the sight of the figure that appeared. Tall frame, curly black hair, deep hazel eyes, and a face that one wouldn't forget even if they wanted to. He appeared right before her, his cold gaze bearing down on her as his steps came to a halt. Dazed, Kira looked at him. "You." She was stunned. "What are you doing here?" And alarmed. How could he be here? She had made sure to close the door the moment she had entered. It was therefore impossible for her to think he had followed her. There must have been another reason for his appearance. Kira's head turned and the expression her aunt wore deeply etched itself in her mind. And just before she could say anything, she caught a glimpse of a thin thread heading for the narrow gap of the cell. As Kira's eyes traced over the thread that headed for the cell, her eyes widened all of a sudden as she hastily turned her head to stare at her aunt, whose face suddenly changed. Wait, what are... The last thing Kira caught was the frozen expression of her aunt as her neck severed off cleanly from her body. PFTTT. Blood splurted all over, some of it making its way toward Kira, who stood frozen on the spot. Thud. The head fell and silence gripped the surroundings, only for it to be broken by a sudden blaring sound. Woo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. The prison alarm. It had rang. Chapter 69. Work Experience. 6. A few minutes earlier, Leon stared at the inmate in the distance. Every part of his instincts warned him against the man as he felt his back grow cold. Nonetheless, he remained calm. If something was really up, then he couldn't make any rash movements like warning the other guards. "I should take a look." Gradually, he moved towards the man. His steps eventually halted a few meters away from the inmate, who raised his head to meet his gaze. "Is there something that I can help you with?" The inmate smiled at Leon. The look on his face, it was as if he was seeing something interesting. Leon didn't reply and looked around the cell. It was spotless. Everything was in order, and there didn't seem to be anything strange about the place. And yet, something's wrong. His instincts warned him of something. He paced around the room, lifting the pillows, the mattress, and the furniture as he searched. However, regardless of what he did, he found nothing. Even after he used his mana to check the place, he found nothing. "Just what?" "You seem to be looking for something." A voice quietly reached him from behind. "You can ask me, and I'll see if I can help you." Leon turned his head to gaze at the inmate, who remained calm throughout. In that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he thrust his fist forward. Bang! The surroundings shook as he felt his fist collide with another. At that moment Leon finally understood what was wrong. and his expression cracked. Your mana isn't restrained. His words were met with a smirk. It's too late. Thump, thump. Muffled sounds echoed in the distance all of a sudden, and before Leon could react, the alarms blared to life. Woo-oo-oo-oo. Clank, clank, clank. What followed after was a loud metallic sound and the sound of the inmates' voices. Ha ha ha. What's this? Why are my cuffs suddenly off? I can feel my body again. My restraints are gone. Leon's eyes widened all of a sudden and his head lowered to stare at the inmate. The inmate smirked. It's too late. You can't stop the inevitable. Woo-oo-oo. The blaring sound of the alarm echoed throughout as I stared at the cell in front of me. Ira stood a few feet from me, frozen in shock. You. Her words seemed lodged in her throat as she grappled to understand the reality of what was unfolding. I was also similarly surprised by her appearance here. I hadn't expected her to be here, but considering a little obstruction on the way, I understood how she had made it here. The guards around the place had their senses restrained, making it extremely easy to move around. Even if I were to shout right now, the guards wouldn't notice. It was a chilling thought. Just what sort of organization was capable of such a feat? However, I didn't dwell on this for long as my gaze fell on Ira. She's the second calamity. It became clear to me at this moment. Then, that would mean Oif was the first calamity. Two pieces of the long puzzle finally stuck into place. This. Fuck. What have you? A certain stutter broke my thoughts. I looked down to see Ira looking at me with open eyes. She's a clone. Ira's eyes snapped open, and a voice echoed right behind me. Oh, so you knew. I turned back and immediately raised my left hand. Clank. Sparks flew as I felt the tip of a long blade touch the tip of my nose. Chains. With a look of surprise, her red eyes widened slightly as she voiced her surprise. Is that your weapon, or a spell? I didn't say anything and distanced myself a little. Crack crack. A subtle cracking sound emanated from the chains wrapped around my arm. The mana within my body drained, and they slowly began to repair themselves. Indeed, this was the method I had come up with to use my new spell. Chains of Alakantria. My greatest weakness was my defense. I pondered long and hard on how to compensate for it, and this was the result. Clank, clank. The chains moved, wrapping over my left fist as I slowly clenched it. I turned my head to look at Ira, who was still in a daze. Get your act together. She's currently weakened. Having had her mana sealed for so long, her current strength was a far cry from what it usually was. There was no better time than to deal with her now, especially for someone who had been locked here. I didn't know the extent of her strength, but she was certainly powerful. A lot more powerful than the two of us combined. The more time we waste, the more things are advantageous for her. Shit. Fuck. Only then did Ira snap out of her daze. She went on to ruffle her hair. Fuck. Her face was filled with doubt, but considering the situation, she put those thoughts aside and raised her hand where a red magic circle appeared. Try to buy me time. She fell silent thereafter, but I sensed a tremendous surge of mana emanating from her. It became clear to me that she was preparing for a large spell. Oh my, the woman massaged her bruised wrist. That's quite a powerful spell that preparing. How about you go easier on me? I'm not in the best of shapes. Even now she didn't seem to take the situation seriously. It wasn't as though I didn't understand. To her, we probably looked like amateurs. Still, her talk was meaningless. Her trait is body, and she specializes in the sword. Be careful in short-range combat. Keep a certain distance. Ira's voice reached me from behind. The mana around her surged further. I can try. There was no guarantee. I could see that with each second that passed, her strength was increasing. I didn't have much time. I quickly channeled my mana and pointed forward. Hands of Malady. Hands sprouted from the area beneath her. Swoosh. I somewhat anticipated her to dodge and had strategically placed several threads around to impede her movement. However, it proved futile as she deftly maneuvered around the threads. Fuck. She appeared in front of me, her fist already near my face. I once again raised my left hand to block the incoming attack, but boom! She altered the course of the fist mid-motion and directly hit me in the stomach. I almost had the urge to puke as I took several steps back and glanced at Kira, who looked at me with a look that seemed to say, "The fuck are you doing?" This, swoosh. Ducking down to evade an incoming sword, I thrust my hand forward. A magic circle formed, and 5 purple threads burst out, hurtling directly toward her. The distance between us was very close, and I was confident that it'd at least graze her, but swoosh, swoosh. As if she had eyes at the back of her head, she moved around and dodged everything. This is bullshit. Her instincts and reaction time were no joke. And to add insult to injury, she was getting stronger and faster with each second. "You idiot. She can sense the mana trace from whatever that shit is." Hearing Kira's scolding, I felt my brows twitch. I wanted to tell her to switch roles with me, but considering that I didn't have a final move like she did, I could only grunt at her. Swoosh. The distance between us shrank. I stared ahead and forced myself to remain calm. This was clearly not working. I needed a new way. Swoosh. Her blade thrust my way. The speed at which it was moving was extremely fast. Since she can sense my mana trace, I gritted my teeth and recalled everything. The chains, and the threads. It all occurred in less than a second, and at that moment, I sidestepped and brought both my hands diagonally. Sweat dripped down the side of my face as the blade neared. It was only a few inches away. I could see it near my eyes. Almost. Now, a translucent purple chain materialized on both my hands and I pushed to my left. Clank. Sparks flew and something grazed my cheek. I was pushed back several meters. Yuck. Feeling a sweet sensation at the back of my throat, I let out a groan. It was obvious that she had come out on top in the exchange and that I had clearly lost. However, I did it. I looked at the chains in my hand. Squeezing my hand, they shattered and I stared ahead where the woman was. She seemed surprised by the fact that I had managed to block her attack. I didn't let her talk. The more she talked and wasted time, the stronger she became. I was quick to move and swung my hand in her direction. Clank, clank. Simultaneously, chains materialized in the midst of the motion, prompting her to dodge backward. The chains shattered before they could hit the ground. In the meantime, I twisted my torso and swung horizontally using my left hand. Swoosh. Once again, the chains materialized mid-motion, further complicating her ability to gauge the distance and sense the mana trace. Once again, she was able to dodge the attack. I wasn't disheartened. In fact, I felt nothing but excitement. It was working. I had found something new. As the mana rapidly drained and my breath grew heavy, I found myself becoming more accustomed to this new fighting style. Despite the strain, I grew more adept at manipulating the chains, shattering and reappearing around my hands. Call, recall, call, recall. There was a lag between each set of actions, but it was becoming smoother by the second. Finally, the distance was starting to create between us. Unlike before, it was starting to become harder for her to dodge. Even as her strength increased, so did my proficiency. Swoosh. I swung my hand again. She reacted before the chains appeared, ducking down. But, hey, I smiled and swung my other hand. It was a fake. Clank. Yuck. Finally, I made contact with her, and sparks flew through the air as the chains connected with her sword. I wanted to celebrate but found myself unable to. I was heavily out of breath, and my mind was starting to become blurry. It was clear to me that I was running out of juice. I looked behind to stare at Kira. How long? She didn't respond, instead staring at her hands where an impressive magic circle appeared. Even from where I stood, I could feel the formidable power emanating from it. That, however, proved to be a mistake as something flashed next to me. It was headed straight for Kira. Shit. Reacting purely on instinct, I extended my right hand, conjuring 5 threads that swiftly enveloped the entire surrounding area. A low grunt sounded as the threads snapped and I was pushed back. However, I just barely managed to halt whatever was attempting to pass me. Move. I didn't even have time to catch my breath before I heard Kyra's shout. Instinctively, I leapt to the side. I was glad I did. Woom. A powerful flame surged forward, engulfing the entire corridor. A bright light covered everything as I felt the intense heat pressing against my back. The pain was tolerable. It burned my entire back and legs, but it was manageable. I had been through worse. The flames continued to surge forward, persisting for several more seconds before finally dissipating. I raised my head after a few seconds. It was powerful. Really powerful. Would I have survived if I hadn't dodged in time? I was doubting my chances. The corridor was empty and a strange silence gripped our surroundings. Did we do it? I heard Kira's voice from behind. It sounded tired and haggard. I pursed my lips. I don't know. I released a long breath and sat up, resting my arm over my knee. Calmly, I surveyed the corridor before muttering once more. I don't know. Chapter 70, Work Experience. 7, Woo. The sirens continued to blare, and footsteps echoed in the distance. I remained seated and stared in the distance. I'm tired. I could hardly move my body. Out there, on the opposite side, the guards were probably fighting against the inmates who had escaped. I knew the plan from Professor Bucklam, who had told me everything. At least, everything that he knew. 5 other people were aware of the plan. They all seemed to belong to the same organization. The one that I also seemed to be a part of. I snapped out of my thoughts after hearing a certain voice. However, I didn't turn my head and continued to stare in the same direction. How come here? In the end, that was all she managed to say. I almost laughed then. I'd like to ask you the same question. No, really? I was actually curious. That's none of your. She stopped upon realizing her own hypocrisy. Her expression crumbled, and she eventually clicked her tongue. My aunt. That was my aunt. I see. It finally made more sense to me. So, what? I turned to look at Kira, who had her mouth open. As if realizing something, she ended up muttering something along the lines of, "Would you believe this fucker?" I could only hear because she wasn't trying to hide her voice. I only said, "I'd like to ask you the same question." Didn't mean that I was planning on sharing after you shared. She raised her fist and leaned her body slightly. It looked like she wanted to hit me. However, I didn't flinch and just stared at her. "What are you doing?" Her red eyes sparkled in the dark as she clenched her teeth. That fist never reached me. With a long breath, she leaned back and cursed. "Fuck." I silently shook my head and similarly leaned back. My body still ached, and my mana was recovering very slowly. In the distance, I could still hear the muffled banging sounds. It seemed pretty intense out there. Pretty strong. My thoughts were once again broken by Kira's voice. Strong? I looked at her and almost doubted her words. Did she really just call me strong? I wanted to laugh. Strong? As if I was currently still weak. The only reason I was even able to keep up with her aunt was because her mana had been sealed for so long that her body was still getting accustomed to life without restraints. I would have been killed with a flick of her finger had that not been the case. Still. Thanks. I received her words and didn't deny them. Such was my persona. Not a trace of humility, huh? Well, I get it. Annoying as you are pretty strong. Kira ended up shrugging her shoulders. So yeah, she proceeded to scratch the side of her face. Yeah, scratch, yup, scratch, right, repeating the same words. She struggled to get the words out of her mouth. Confused, I continued to stare at her when she ended up clicking her tongue. Whatever. Fuck. I just wanted to say thanks. Thanks? I was taken aback. This was the last thing I had expected her to say. Scratch. Killing that bit me aunt. Thanks for helping me. Even as she clarified, I had a hard time getting the words out of me. I thought I had gotten an understanding of her character, but just what sort of situation was this? Suddenly thanking me out of nowhere. I honestly never expected it. Maybe she's the type that's really upfront about her feelings. The type that said what they thought. It made sense when I thought about it. However, I hardly knew her well enough to be sure. I was just about to say something when Kira's face scrunched up and she rubbed both sides of her arms. Shit, making me cringe at my own comments. Fuck. Goosebumps. All I feel are goosebumps. With the help of the wall, she proceeded to stand up. Whatever. I'm fucking leaving. Without looking back, her steps echoed throughout the entire way. She continued to run her arms while muttering goosebumps over and over again. As her back gradually shrank from my view, I managed to hear a few more words from her. "Where's my cigarette when I need it?" Shit. I saw her smack her own head. That was so fucking cringe. This. I stared at the scene and unknowingly found myself smirking. It was funny. And in a way, it was cute as well. She was certainly a unique character. But I shifted my gaze to look up at the ceiling and gradually, I lost my smile. Would she really be thanking me if she knew the truth? I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Her aunt, the person that she wanted to kill. She was still alive and kicking. I knew this because I was the one who helped her escape. What a sick twist. The fact that she was her aunt was a sick twist I hadn't expected. Had I known, then, hey. I suddenly laughed as realization hit me. Did probably have done the same thing. Of that, I was sure. In the end, this was a necessary step that I needed to take. I wanted to only let the professor escape, but that would indeed be a little too suspicious. After hearing what he had to say, I knew that if he had been the only one to escape, then my chances of getting what I wanted would decrease drastically. Furthermore, given that he was no longer a professor at Haven, his value to the organization wasn't very high. It was for this reason that I went along with his idea and saved Kira's aunt, or more like, allowed him to save her. The figure that I had stopped with the threads was none other than the professor. It was merely an act. A way to make her think he was on their side. I wasn't sure about the price my action would have in the future, whether it would make Kira turn against me, or whether the professor would end up backstabbing me, but it's necessary. I was alone. I needed allies. People I could use to help me uncover the secrets of this organization. Exploiting the professor's weakness, I managed to get him to my side. However, how much trust could I really put in him? The only thing I could rely on was his character. Was he the same person that I had seen in the vision? If so, it's worth the risk. They were coming for me. From the moment I had killed Wesley back in the mirror dimension, their appearance was inevitable. I knew that, and for that reason, I had to get ready, even if it meant deliberately failing. Rose Colline, Kira's master and enemy, has survived and managed 2 other convicts. The future is following the same trajectory. An expected notification flashed in my vision. It was followed up by another. Main quest activated. Prevent the calamities from awakening or dying. IFK Megrail 1. Slumber progress 0% Kira Milne 2. Slumber progress 2% plus 7% greater than 9% Evelyn J. Villice. Slumber progress 0%. I wordlessly stared at the window that appeared before me. Failure. My first failure. I felt my chest tighten staring at the plus 7%. It was a necessary loss that I was willing to take. I still knew nothing about what the situation entailed, and what would happen once the bars reached 100%. Most likely, it was going to be something bad for me. However, I was willing to take the risk and allow it to build up a little. In the end, I gained something more valuable with my decision. To build a solid foundation, I was willing to sacrifice short-term gains. In a remote forest, womb, the air twisted and 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Stumbling forward, they managed to stop after a few steps. They were none other than Rose Colline and Robert Bucklam. They could still feel the lingering heat from Kira's spell as they immediately channeled their mana to cool themselves down. Rose looked around in confusion. Then, as if realizing that they were no longer in the prison, she turned to look at Robert, where she smiled. "It looks like you've saved me." Catching his breath, he managed to say, "I was only following the plan." He glanced at the shattered glass in his hand. It was a one-time use relic that enabled him to teleport outside of the prison. The organization had paid a massive price to get it into his hands. There was also another inmate who had received the same relic. Their job was similar to his, which was to help the Greater Risk members to teleport out. It was already hard for the organization to get them to have access to the relics. The difficulty of giving it to the higher grade inmates was almost impossible. It was for this reason that the 2 of them had been given the relics. Their job was to escape with them. Well, I should still thank you. Rose broke the silence that had suddenly gripped their area. Rubbing her wrists, which were still bruised, her brows wrinkled slightly. I won't lie, I was having a rather tough time dealing with the 2 of them, especially that boy. His fighting style, It was rather unique, recalling the way the boy from before fought, and the emotionless expression he wore as he attacked her. Rose chuckled. An interesting one. Such was her evaluation of him, a very interesting one. He definitely was. But, Rose looked around and tilted her head. Are we the only ones here? Where are the others? I'm not certain. Robert looked around. Their relics were set to similar coordinates and therefore, theoretically, they should have already teleported here. From what he had been told, their job was supposedly easier than his. It was for this reason that Robert felt confused by the situation. Could something have gone wrong? He hoped that was the case, but responded differently. They might have been held back by something. I went straight to you the moment I could, so I wasn't able to see. The smile on Rose's face widened. She seemed very pleased. Indeed, your reputation precedes you as a distinguished professor. Your sense of priority is commendable. I consider myself lucky to have gotten you as my helper. I'll make sure to tell the directorate about your contributions. I'm sure they'll reward you. Thank you. Robert lowered his head to express his gratitude. I'm grateful for your words. Don't be too excited. I'm only putting in my word. Whether you get anything out of this will depend on him. Who? Robert tilted his head in confusion. Rose's smile suddenly faded. Then, as if two hands were squeezing at her throat, she managed to force out a few words. The one who walks among us. Chapter 71, Era of the Shattered World, 1. The main force within the Empire was the royal family. With power over the Knights' Council and the Magic Tower, there was no other force that could rival their might. At least, individually. There was another organization within the Empire which was made up of the collective between all the noble houses. Entrusted with the Empire's administrative matters, the Megrail family not only tolerated their presence but also extended their support to them. Central adopted a democratic approach, allowing the population to determine the allocation of seats among the houses within the organization. Additionally, every 4 years, a new chairperson would be elected to assume control over the affairs. Central. A meeting was taking place. What's the situation? A tall man with sharp eyes and long black hair glanced around the oval table where several important figures sat. His husky voice seemed unfitting for his small frame. He was a representative member of the Joltis house. A Viscount family. Everything is contained. All inmates have been locked up. However, we've received reports of several losses within the penitentiary. Over a dozen guards have been killed, and several cadets from Haven have died. It also appears as if several inmates have escaped the facility. We've already sent the hounds to look for them. Responding to him was a middle-aged woman with sharp features and short hair. Representing the Verlice family, she was Joanna Verlice. The conversation continued from there. Do you know who is responsible for all of this? I'm not aware. Massaging his chin, another member present within the room interjected. From the reports I've received, the organization is called the Inverted Sky. We don't know much about them, but it's only recently that they've started to become active. Does the royal family know? They know. If so, why haven't they done anything? It's strange. They're usually rather overbearing with stuff like this. Why are they suddenly so quiet? It's because they can't do anything about them. A crisp voice suddenly interjected and all members quiet down. Sitting at the end of the table was an enchanting woman with long black hair and deep black eyes. She was none other than Delilah, the one closest to the zenith. The Inverted Sky is an organization that even the royal family has trouble dealing with. Her words brought a certain shock to the room. While she wasn't exactly a member of Central, her family was. She took advantage of the sudden situation to make an appearance. Even the royal family? How come we've only heard about them now? How does that even make sense? Delilah stared at the members and held back her smirk. Witnessing such esteemed figures at the helm of the Empire appear so clueless, Delilah couldn't help but feel a certain sense of amusement about the situation. We don't know much about the Inverted Sky. However, if there's one thing that I do know is that they are an organization that is much older than the Empire. They date back to the era of the Shattered World. The looks of shock on the faces of the members were something that Delilah took in with gusto. It had to be noted that the era of the Shattered World occurred several thousand years ago. To put that into perspective, the Empire wasn't even half a millennium old. You ask why the Megrail family hasn't done a thing yet. With cracks appearing on her usually stoic face, Delilah suddenly smiled. What other reason than fear is there? The McGrail family fears the inverted sky, and so should you. The temperature of the room dropped at her words. Despite the esteemed status of everyone in the room, a palpable sense of unease descended as Delilah's words reverberated, casting a shadow of oppression over the gathering. This was exactly what Delilah wanted to achieve with her words. It was about time that the world was made aware of the organization that they were dealing with. They had been in the shadows for far too long. Now that they had started to show their fangs to the world, Delilah planned on dragging them out completely. Only then would she be able to completely get rid of them. They are that's enough. A deep voice cut Delilah off. Frowning, Delilah turned her head to stare at the man seated beside her. Meeting his eyes, her words remained stuck in her mouth and she turned her head away. While my daughter's words are indeed true, there's no need to worry too much. Despite being in the late 60s, his appearance was flawless. With two deep eyes that seemed to be able to suck in anything that looked into them, Orson Rosenberg, the current chair of Central, and Delilah's father spoke. They may be strong, but the depth of their strength isn't as deep as Delilah is making them out to be. The one we should really be worried about is their leader. His voice contained a certain magnetism that attracted the attention of all those who were listening. Their gender remains unknown, and among the members of the organization, they are referred to as the one who walks among us, Orson Rosenberg explained solemnly. However, hardly anyone in the organization has ever seen how they look like or made contact with them. He paused then and looked up to take in the expressions of all members in the room. There's not much that we know about them. There are records dating back to the era of the Shattered World. However, the records are inconsistent. I've yet to find anything concrete. Narrowing his eyes, he interlocked his hands. However, if there's one thing that I'm certain of is that, he paused and took a small breath. A human can't possibly have survived for so long. His hands gradually tensed. It's impossible. Haven. In the end, the event proceeded as it did in the vision. There was no difference whatsoever. Clundis Brow, Jordan Watson, Emil Black. Names began to flow forth, accompanied by a somber atmosphere that enveloped the surroundings. Subtle cries echoed in the otherwise silent air as Herman Chambers solemnly recited the names of the fallen cadets. This is a sad day for all of us. They were bright cadets with a bright future ahead. I looked around me and took in the sight. A part of me felt responsible for this. Could I have saved them? Possibly. However, that was a hard if. There were certain things that I could have done to ensure that at least one person could have been saved. I knew that. However, I also knew that such action would bring risk and danger to me. I didn't want people to die. However, I also knew that I wasn't someone capable of helping everyone. It wasn't my job to help everyone. That job belonged to someone else. I turned to look in the distance where a figure stood. Even now, his appearance attracted the attention of all those around him. His face remained stoic and emotionless. However, seeing how tightly his fists were clenched, I knew he was probably blaming himself for the situation. Right, it's your job to feel guilty for their deaths. I wasn't allowed to have such feelings. I couldn't allow myself to have such feelings. The world was ready to eat me at any mistake. I couldn't be the hero. That was something that I couldn't afford to be. I was just a drifting pebble that was trying to stay afloat in this unfamiliar world. I should get ready. Late into the night. It had been a few hours since the ceremony, and people were slowly starting to head back into their dorms to mourn the losses of their friends. I spent the time focusing on increasing my experience. Having failed the mission, I didn't gain the required experience to rank up. The loss felt rather painful since it was going to set me back a week. However, it was a loss that I was willing to take. Failure is already something I'm used to. Failing wasn't important. Gaining something from the failure was the most important thing. EXP plus 0.03%, EXP plus 0.01%, EXP plus 0.02%, EXP plus 0.01%. I took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from my forehead. The progress was steady. 15 left. I looked at the experience bar and sighed. I was currently at 85%. 15 didn't sound like much. but when taking into account that I needed to reduce my sleep and drop everything else to even get a chance to get there, it wasn't something that I was keen on doing. It's just not enough. The mana synthesis book was too slow. Well, at least for what I currently desired. I knew from the lectures that the effects of the book would diminish the higher the tier I was. This meant that the moment I stepped into the next tier, things would progress even more slowly. It was already rather slow for me. The idea of my progress slowing down didn't sit well with me. I need to get my hands on a better book. That much became clear to me. However, how could I do that? I had little to no money, and I had never played the game before. I didn't know where the cheats were, or where to find the good books. The only thing I had were unreliable visions which I never knew when they would appear. The more I thought about the situation, the greater the headache I felt. I was just about to sigh again when all of a sudden, I felt a presence behind me and flicked my head. Immediately, I stood up and stepped back. What's the sudden occasion? It was none other than Delilah, who nonchalantly looked around. I stood while holding my breath. My heart rocketed out of my chest, and I struggled to keep myself composed. Several questions flooded my mind as I forced myself to remain calm. Why is she here? Did she find something out? Is she here because of what happened at the prison? As sweat dripped down from the side of my face and my muscles tensed, Delilah continued to look around. Eventually, having seen enough, she stopped and looked back at me. I held my breath and waited for her to speak. Gradually, her voice reached me and she asked, "Do you have any chocolate?" Chocolate? Why in the world would I have chocolate? I stared at Delilah and shook my head. I don't. I see. Delilah nodded her head with her usual impassive expression. However, for some reason, I could tell she was disappointed. Call it intuition. How may I help you? I kept my cool and addressed her recently. Surely she didn't come here in the middle of the night to visit me for the sake of it. Looking around the room, Delilah sat down on one of my sofas and made herself comfortable. I remained where I stood and quietly waited for her to say something. She eventually did speak, but the words that came out of her mouth stumped me. "It's 4 times now." Yes, 4 times? What was that supposed to mean? She elaborated. "It's 4 times now that you've found yourself in some sort of incident." Holding up her fingers, she started to recount. Survival training, auction, mirror dimension, and now this. Delilah raised her head to look at me. Is it a coincidence? At that, I found the words that I had prepared in advance remain stuck in my mouth. It was true. Now that I thought about it, I had indeed been in all of the incidents. For the most part, it was because of the quests. But it was indeed rather suspicious. I am a very unlucky person. Even I was surprised by the bullshit that was coming out of my mouth. Well, to some extent, there was some truth to those words. I certainly wasn't a very lucky person. At the very least, I didn't think I was. Delilah just stared at me with her deep eyes. I knew she didn't believe me. Eventually, her gaze lowered to stare at my right arm. "Show me your tattoo again." I inwardly swallowed before obliging and rolling up my sleeve. Oh, it was to Delilah's surprise to see a cloth over the area around my forearm. Looking up, she meaningfully looked at me. I don't know how to hide it, and I truthfully answered. It started to become clear to me that the tattoo on my hand wasn't something that I could randomly show off on a whim. The organization that I was dealing with was slowly starting to reveal its fangs, and more people were becoming aware of them. I didn't know much about them, and regardless of how much I tried to find anything about them, all I'd see was a blank road with no end in sight. Nothing. There was simply nothing. It was for this reason that I chose to hide the tattoo. I believe this is the best course of action, considering that it might get misunderstood for something that it isn't. I carefully looked at Delilah when saying those words. I wanted to gauge her reaction or lack thereof. She simply sat where she was with her legs crossed. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. She was just staring at me. Her deep eyes peered deeply into me, trying to suck me in. The longer this went, the more uncomfortable I grew. Why isn't she speaking? What is she trying to do? In the silence that took over the room, Her lips finally parted open. I've asked you before, but does the words inverted sky mean anything to you? Inverted sky? I thought about it long and hard before shaking my head. No. Delilah silently nodded before standing up. I can't feel any lies coming from you. Lies? She can detect lies? Right. Even last time she was like this. Tack. Delilah placed a book on the table. I immediately felt my eyebrows raise at the sight of the book. Could it be? Read this book. I'm not sure how much, but it'll help you out in the future. Help me? I looked at the cover of the book. It was completely blank and devoid of any illustration or font. Don't think too much. It's a common book that you can find in the library. Then, you'll find it useful. I didn't say anything from there. She seemed to want to help me, but at the same time, I wasn't sure what her real intentions were. For now, I could only take her at face value and agree. Either way, it wasn't going to hurt me. Whatever it was, it must have had some meaning to it. I planned on taking my time to closely examine the book. I thought she'd leave things there, but all of a sudden, she said something else. As you've already probably guessed, I'm keeping you close to me to observe you. Her words stunned me, although I had already managed to guess. For her to be so upfront about it, she really was someone I had a hard time figuring out. If that wasn't shocking enough, all of a sudden, cracks formed on her face as her lips gently pulled up. I think I made the right decision. What? Before I even had a chance to say anything, her form scattered and she disappeared. Like the wind, she simply scattered away. In the newfound silence that took over the room, I stood in a daze for a few seconds before eventually turning my gaze over to the book. I picked it up and ran my hand over the hardcover. It felt cold to the touch. Even now, I was still confused about her intentions. The more I thought about it, the more my head hurt. Is she helping me, or using me? I more or less knew the answer to that question, and I didn't mind it. So long as it benefited me in some way, then I didn't mind getting used. In the end, I had to just stop thinking about it and I flipped to the first page. I was bound to find something from this book. Flip. Laying my eyes on the first page, I read out loud. Era of the Shattered World. It was an interesting title, and it immediately gained my interest. I was just about to flip to the next page when all of a sudden something flashed before my eyes. It was a simple notification, one that I knew was bound to happen. But even as it happened, I felt my shoulders grow heavy. I guess it's starting. Synchronizing. Era mile. 2% greater than 9%, the penalty of my decision. A few minutes prior. Fuck. I forgot to buy them again. Smack. Era smacked her forehead and let out a curse. Rummaging through her pockets and finding nothing, she clicked her tongue and kicked one of the pebbles along her path. Despite the darkness outside, the presence of lamps lining the path served to ward away her fear. The thought made Era chuckle. It's funny. Her traits were purely elemental, with her skills rooted in fire and darkness. Despite her aversion to the darkness, her power was inexorably linked to it. It was for this reason that she never used her other element. She simply had a hard time using it. But of course, that didn't apply to the events of the day prior when she went to visit her aunt. Her anger had taken away the fear that she had towards the darkness. Era suddenly felt her mood lift at the thought of her aunt. Thinking about the death of that woman, Era felt like she was flying. Finally, she's dead. It sounded too good to be true. The woman who had haunted her for so long was finally dead. And to think, she was the one who ended up killing her. Era felt an odd sense of relief. Even though she had sworn to be the one to do it, she didn't think she'd have the opportunity to. I can't believe it. It still felt like a dream to her. A very nice dream. In any case, Era's thoughts couldn't help but drift towards a certain figure. Had it not been for him, then she would have most likely died, or even worse, been kidnapped. She hated to admit it, but I guess I owe him one. Tilting her head, she mumbled to herself. Number. Technically speaking, he owes me one too, right? Era felt her face scrunch up and she ended up rubbing her head. Fuck. This shit's so complicated. Clearly, the values between their debts were quite different. He had saved her life, while she had minded her own business. There was an obvious mismatch in the level of their debts. But still, what was he doing here? Setting the fact that he had helped her aside, Why was he there? She had sneaked in because she wanted to meet her aunt. But what was the reason for his appearance? He was also very strong. While it was indeed true that her aunt had Hermione sealed and was just waiting to recover her strength, he had managed to keep up with her. He was a far cry from how he was in class. He was definitely hiding his real abilities and intentions, of that she was sure. The question was why he was doing all of this. What was his motive behind his appearance back at the lockdown cells, and why had he helped her? Surely he Kira's words stopped all of a sudden. Her vision blurred and her surroundings started to change. What the? A scorched smell lingered in the air, the ruins of a familiar city and the lightning that crackled in the air. An air of oppression gripped the surroundings. What's going on? Where is this place? Kira found that she had also lost her voice. However, she didn't need her voice to see what was going on. In particular, in the distance, she could see a figure. They stood at the center of it all, their figure blurred. Everything gravitated their way, as if the world revolved around them. What? Why? There was something else that shocked Kira outside of the blurred figure. It was, why am I feeling this way? The intense feelings that were invading every part of her body. All she could remember was feeling an intense hatred. A hatred that seemed to devour her entire body, and all of it was directed toward the blurred figure in the distance. For what reason, Kira didn't know. However, all she could think about at the moment was the hatred she felt towards the figure. It was intense, and Kira had a hard time containing it. Suddenly, Kira felt her mouth part open as a voice familiar with her own rang out. You are the one who let her go. I trusted you. And yet, Kira felt her teeth clench as her body moved on its own. Darkness started to spread over every inch of the land. It covered everything in its path, devouring all light from the world. I'll kill you for it. The voice ended there as the world froze. Not long after, the world started to collapse and Kira found herself back in the park. Kira found that her voice was back. But that wasn't enough to shake off her confusion. With heavy breaths, she looked around her. What? The hell was? That? Chapter 73, Era of the Shattered World, 3. There were three major known eras: the Era of Sovereign Ascendance, the Age of Umbral Dominion, and the Era of the Shattered World. The Age of the Sovereign Ascendance dictates the age of the emergence of the four empires: the Etheria Empire, Verdant Empire, Aurora Empire, and the Nurzane Sifu Empire. I read the contents of the book out loud. It marks a relatively recent epoch, spanning only around 700 years. So far, it was stuff that I was already somewhat aware of. The Age of Umbral dictates the age of the mirror dimension expansion. Taking place approximately 2 millennia ago, this era signified the commencement of the struggle. I skimmed through the pages and immersed myself in reading. The more I read, the more confused I became. In the end, this was a history book. It detailed everything about the past. Let me guess. The Era of the Shattered World is when the mirror dimension appeared. Right? The oldest known era, where the earliest records recount the shattering of the world and the emergence of a new dimension. This realm came to be known as the Mirror Dimension, where unimaginable creatures roamed its depths. I was indeed right. I continued to flip through the contents. The information was rather interesting. However, there was something that continued to bother me the more I read the book. It went to the point where I had to stop myself from reading. Is there nothing before the Age of the Shattered World? The more I read, the more obvious it became that the oldest recording known was the Age of the Shattered World. The book hinted at it with words such as, the last known record, and so on. But, what about before that? Why wasn't there anything about the age before the Age of the Shattered World? Maybe there was nothing important. Even so, surely there should have been records of the civilization before. I mean, ancient Egypt was about 5,000 years old. Maybe the people of this world weren't capable enough. I doubted that to be the case. But thinking about the technological level of this world, they were indeed a little lacking compared to Earth. That said, they did have magic. It might just be this book. It was worth checking out in the library later. I eventually closed the book and sighed. It was certainly interesting information, but I still struggled to comprehend Delilah's intent behind showing me this. What sort of connection is there between the organization and this book? There didn't seem to be any connection with it. In fact, it only left me with even more questions. Still, it wasn't as if she had given the book to me for nothing. There had to be something important in the book. There was no way Delilah would give it to me for no reason at all. It was for this exact reason that I opened the book again and immersed myself in reading. This time, I didn't skim through the contents and made sure to memorize everything. As much as I hated learning history, for some reason, I found the information to be extremely interesting. Flip. The next day, the sound of scribbling rang out in the classroom. The preparations for the festival that was set to take place in 3 weeks were already in full swing. Everyone was busy, especially the cadets who not only had to get performance ready for the festival but at the same time prepare for the upcoming examinations. Kill me. Some of the cadets were already having a mental breakdown. Era to be precise. I want to die. Just stab me with a long sharp sword. Whatever it takes. From the way she was talking, it was obvious that she wasn't very excited about the upcoming exams. I didn't know exactly how good her grades were, but judging from her expression and words, they were probably not very good. Slow, quick, I don't care. Anything is better than this. It's not that hard. Just memorize the book. So dumb. Next to her, Josephine shook her head with a laugh. Surprisingly, she was one of the more studious cadets. Not that I knew much about her. What did you say? It's not that hard. No, the part before that. Memo, you ack. Josephine let out a strange sound as Kira's fist smacked against her head. Bitch, don't pretend like you didn't say it. My head. Fuck, I think I'm starting to understand how it feels to be like you. Can the two of you stop? It was Evelyn who put a stop between the two. Leon, who sat a few rows back, also interjected. The professor is about to come. TSK. Only then did Kira finally stop complaining and focus her attention back on the paper in front of her. I watched them interact from my seat before turning my attention away from them. Talking about the festival, I hadn't signed up for anything. I thought about the stand-up, but I still needed to work on my delivery. It wasn't quite the yet. There were so many activities to choose from that I struggled to pick any. In the end, I just left it blank. In case someone left their selection empty, then they would be directly assigned a role by the academy. The same was true for cadets that didn't make the cut in certain roles like guiders. There could only be so many people that could be selected for such roles. Actually, now that I think about it, I should be assigned a role today. I was curious about what it was going to be. It seems everyone is here. As per last time, a cheerful voice echoed across the class as Professor Brett entered the classroom. Sporting her trademark smile, she glanced around the classroom before taking out a small stack of papers. I've received everyone's files, and have sorted through them. I will now be reading the names of the activities you have been approved for. Taking one of the papers, she started to read. Anders, you have applied for the guide role. After careful review, the board decided to approve your request. Raising her head, her gaze fell on two people. Josephine, the same goes with you. You will work alongside Anders to ensure that all the guests will be guided around the campus during the start. Unable to contain her shock, I've raised her head and let out a strange sound. She must have applied for the role, I guess. Seeing the shock in her eyes, it was clear that she had also applied for the guide role. There were only 2 spots for it, and therefore, it was clear that she hadn't been selected. The professor went on to list the other approvals without offering her an explanation. I took in I've's shocked expression and made sure to stamp it in my mind. It felt oddly satisfying. Shit, this feeling again. I looked away from her. Was there something wrong with me? Next up, Kyle. One name after another started to be recounted as more and more cadets started to get assigned roles. Some were happy to get their selected roles, while others were left disappointed. Strangely though, there was someone who seemed to be happy for no reason. Fuck yeah. I felt her gaze burn the back of my head when the list for the cooking activity was listed. Her reaction came out of nowhere. Is she happy that she didn't get selected or something? If so, why did I've also look relieved? For the stand-up. Unfortunately, none of the members of the class made it. Bang! I was taken aback again. Turning around, I saw Leon hold his fist close to his face. Though his expression appeared blank, He seemed strangely happy. Was he that embarrassed last time? I was starting to feel sorry for him. I think that's all for those that made it. Putting the papers down, Professor Brett looked up again as her eyes scanned the classroom. For those that made the cut, congratulations. For those that haven't, please don't worry. We've already assigned you all roles in the theater club. Theater club? Think of it as an honor. Haha, who knows? If you're lucky, you might even get a chance to participate in the upcoming play. Everyone will be watching. While I was still confused by her words, she continued, but don't get your hopes up. The group that will be performing are all renowned actors. Your main job will be to tend to their needs and set up the stage for them. That being said, the director has agreed to let the more outstanding cadets participate as extras. If you end up doing well, you might receive bonus credits. Clap, clap. Professor Brett clapped her hands twice and directed everyone's attention towards the blackboard. With that settled, let's continue with the lecture. The class went on for an hour. Once it was done, all cadets dispersed and headed toward their designated activity. I looked at the slip in front of me and headed towards the Leone Hall. That was where the play was going to be held. A play? Huh. I didn't know how to feel about the situation. From what I heard, the chances of us cadets getting selected for the play were almost slim to none. Not that I minded, since I wasn't interested in acting. I wasn't a very good actor, so it was only going to end up with me embarrassing myself. That meant that my job was just setting up the stage and props. That sounded easy enough. I'll take it. All I cared for were the credits. The academy campus was large. It took me about 10 minutes to finally arrive at the destination, and when I entered the hall, I was surprised by the chaos that caught my sight. Over here. Yup. Place that here. No, not that one. The lights are centered. Set it up properly. If there was one word I could use to describe the current situation, it'd be chaotic. With people talking over each other, and props being moved around everywhere, there was no semblance of order. Cadet. The moment I came in, someone tugged my arm and I turned my head to meet the eyes of a young woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Judging from the clothes she was wearing, she didn't seem to be a cadet. Perhaps an organizer? Yes. Are you here for the theater activities? I thought about it before nodding. I am. Okay. Good. The woman seemed delighted and I was suddenly dragged away by her. I wanted to ask her where she was bringing me, but just let her be. I soon came to regret that decision. What am I? Standing at the center of the stage, I directed my gaze toward the four figures seated at the far end, below the stage. Holding onto a paper, I glanced at it for a brief moment before looking up again. You may begin. The fuck. Chapter 74, Act 1. The Curtain Call Collective was a renowned association within the Empire, continuously filling theaters with their performances. No one was unaware of them. They were celebrities amongst celebrities. Every year, they'd host a performance at the Haven Academy Festival, with many important figures showing up. There was no greater place to perform. It was for this reason that everything needed to be set up properly. No, that's not right. Put it to the right. Yes, like that. No, a little to the left. Yup. Shit, you went too much to the left again. The organizer of the event was a middle-aged woman known as Olga. Not only was she the organizer of the event, but she was also the scriptwriter of the play. Her fame was about the same, if not greater, than the lead actors of the play. Throughout the Empire, there were only 7 plays that were rated 5 stars, which was the greatest and most honorable a play could receive. The criteria to receive such a rating was extremely difficult, making it a very prestigious and coveted rating. Olga had yet to receive her first 5-star, however, with several 4-star plays under her name, she was set to be the next one to receive such a reward. Her latest play, The Wounds of the Moon, was something she had been working on for the past several years. It was her masterpiece. For this reason, everything had to be perfect. No, that's not the right place. From the major details to the little details, everything had to be perfect. Madame Olga. Yes, right there. Madame Olga. No, Madame Olga. Startled, Olga turned to her left where a young woman with glasses stood. Sporting an annoyed look, she glanced around and sighed. Madam, we're about to audition for the extra roles in the play. Several cadets are waiting to audition. Right. I have to select one of them. Olga's expression crumbled. As a perfectionist, Olga hated nothing more than having to taint her play by granting permission to amateur actors and cadets into her play. Regardless of how small their role was, Olga hated the idea of having them in her play. If not for the fact that she was forced to do it, she would have completely rejected the idea. Fuck. Her distaste towards the situation reached a point where she ended up swearing. I can't believe I have to allow this. The performance was extremely important to her. It was because it was so important to her that she had trouble controlling herself. Bring me to them. Clenching her teeth, she headed for the main theater, which was currently almost completely empty. Waiting for her near the stage were 3 other people. Ah, Madam Olga. Here, madam. They were key members of the Curtain Call Collective, and judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they too felt the same way as her. Wearing a helpless smile, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly and thinning hair, handed her a paper. We will hold an audition for the minor role of Azarias. Azarias? Olga frowned and almost swore again. A serial killer from an exiled noble who enjoyed killing people. With his bloodthirsty tendencies and hard-to decipher intentions, he was the first antagonist of the play. A minor villain, one could say. But I can't agree to this. He was a key character. While he was indeed a minor villain, he was someone who propelled the main character towards the path that he embarked on. How could they let anyone take on such a role? I can't allow it. It was for this reason that Olga slapped the paper on the table and shook her head. You should all know the importance of this character. I won't allow it even if you force me to. Madam, but no. Buts. I won't allow it. Even you have no choice but to allow it. A deep voice suddenly interjected, forcing Olga's mouth shut. When she turned her head, she almost cursed. Standing a few meters from her was a tall and lanky man with thick squared glasses, wearing an undervest without his blazer. His deep dark eyes scanned the surroundings. The rules are the rules. Since you have signed up for this, you have to go through it to the end. But Azarias is, what other character then? That, when Olga was unable to answer, the man coldly cut her down. Since you can't decide, be quiet and start the audition. You don't have a lot of time. There's a chance you might get lucky and find someone worth consideration. Find someone worth consideration? Olga almost scoffed at the statement. However, she didn't let it show and merely clenched her teeth. Fine. In the end, she relented. How could she even disagree? His name was Adonis, and he was the primary investor in the collective. None of the plays would come to fruition without him. From the actors to the props, all was paid by him. His commands were absolute, leaving her with no choice but to quietly accept the situation. Damn bastards. Suppressing her fury, she sat down on her seat and looked up toward the stage where one of the attendees was waiting. Olga waved her hand to signal the start. Send the first cadet in. Yes. Immediately, a cadet appeared on the stage. Sporting short blonde hair, and blue eyes, he appeared quite handsome. Oh, he's quite good looking. The audience might like him. He can make up his lack of skills with his looks. While the other judges were praising his looks, Olga wasn't interested. The only thing she cared about was his acting skills. Olga cut the cadet off before he could say anything. You have 5 minutes to get ready and study the script in your hands. Tell us when ready to start. Flustered. The cadet immediately looked down at the paper and started to memorize his lines. Olga sat quietly and watched his practice. From the way he tried to change his expressions, to the tone of his voice. In the end, by the time it was time for him to perform, a minute into the performance, she waved her hand. Stop. You may leave. Uncaring for the cadet's expression, she looked towards the assistant. Send the next one. Yes. A vicious cycle started from there. A cadet would appear, only for them to be shut down a minute after their performance started. Stop. Next. Send another one. Is this a joke? Olga didn't care for the cadets' feelings. Even as they tried their hardest, she rejected them the moment they made a mistake, or acted in a way that didn't fit her image of the Azarias in her mind. Her actions didn't go unnoticed by the other judges, who simply shook their heads and let her be. Get out. This persisted for several hours until the sun started showing signs of setting. Glancing at her watch, Olga asked, how many cadets left for the tryouts? 5 left. Rubbing her head, Olga suppressed her urge to swear and took a deep breath. Another 5? Kill me already. Then, With a wave of her hand, she muttered, "Let the next one in." Understood. Tack. His appearance instantly grabbed the attention of all present. Clad in the standard attire worn by all cadets, his garments appeared to contour flawlessly to his physique. Moving with deliberate and measured steps, he maintained a stoic expression, methodically surveying his surroundings with cool indifference. In the moment he appeared, the judges found themselves unable to tear their gaze away from him. All except for Olga, who frowned, staring at his flawless appearance. Olga only felt disappointment. His face, expressions, it was as if she was looking at a blank piece of paper. There was simply nothing. Another pretty face? The more she looked, the more disappointed she became. In the end, she leaned back on her seat and closed her eyes. Having seen her fair share of performances, a judgment had subconsciously formulated in her mind. Another bust. With a wave of her hand, she recited the usual rules. You have 5 minutes to look through the script. Once you're done, please start acting. Don't feel too pressured. It's just a minor role. It all happened so quickly that I had a hard time understanding what was going on. I was standing in the middle of the stage with a script. You have 5 minutes to look through the script. Once you're done, please start acting. Don't feel too pressured. It's just a minor role. I thought of refusing. But when I thought back at Professor Brigitte's words, all thoughts of refusal disappeared. Even if I do end up embarrassing myself, it's worth a shot. Those extra credits, I certainly needed them. I wasn't confident I'd be able to do well in the written and combat exams. Maybe I could, but there was nothing wrong with getting a safety net. The character you will be auditioning for is a minor villain for the novel, one of the judges said in a monotonous tone. From the moment I entered, her eyes never let me. However, there was a certain indifference in her gaze that felt uncomfortable. His name is Azarias. Another judge started to speak. From the start, he seemed friendlier as he started to recount the scenario to me. I quietly listened without saying a word. A once noble, now fallen, banished from his family for his psychotic nature. From youth, he relished in killing, finding increasing thrill with each life taken. I want you to encapsulate the rage and madness that he feels when killing his first human. I stood still for a moment and took in the information. Encapsulate the rage and madness that he feels when killing his first human. Ah, this scenario, it's familiar. To the point. It felt creepy. It reminded me an awful lot of the first time I had killed someone. I could still vividly remember the emotions I had felt back then. The state of madness I was in. The various expressions I had made. The smells, the sounds of everything around me, and the desperation that led me to that point. I could still remember everything as if it had been yesterday. To the point where I felt confident I could call forth those emotions again. Do you understand the role? The voice of the judge once again rang in my ears, prompting me to raise my head. In a softer tone, he continued, remember, this is just a minor role. You don't have to feel too burdened. I understand you aren't an actor. We won't judge you too harshly. He smiled slightly. You have 5 minutes. Please take that time to learn your lines and adapt to the emotions the character feels. Glancing at the script, I shook my head. There's no need. No need. The judges' expressions changed as they looked at each other. The same was true for the woman who appeared indifferent from the start. In fact, the moment those words came out of my mouth, her sense of indifference appeared even more prominent. Are you sure? Yes. I silently nodded. There were only a few lines in the script. There wasn't much that I needed to memorize. The only thing that one would need time for was probably for the emotional adjustment, but I already know it. I had experienced it before. For this reason, I didn't need the 5 minutes provided by the judges. I can start now. I was ready to begin even now. Looking at each other, the judges signaled for me to start. All right, you may begin. Taking in the expressions of all the judges, from indifference to slight interest, my mind sank into my memories as I closed my eyes. Gradually, I lost myself in those memories of the past. And when I opened my eyes again, the world was red. My face twitched, and my expression changed. So did the faces of the judges ahead as they witnessed me fall into madness. A madness I barely managed to retain as my mouth gradually opened and I recited the first line of the script. The foundation of all masterpieces is a great start. Chapter 75. Act 2. His stoic expression showed cracks and his lips gently pulled up. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. It was as if an entirely different person had appeared. Julien's once cold and serious demeanor had vanished, replaced by a deranged and mad persona. "What are you doing?" A random line was thrown by one of the judges. It was to signify the start of the scenario. Julien lowered his head and gazed beneath. The image of a woman appeared in his mind. One that lay on the floor panicking. He soon replaced her image with that of the man in the past. His first kill. The foundation of all masterpieces is a great start. The words came smoothly out of his mouth. They came out evenly, and calmly. However, mixed with the calmness was a certain hint of madness. It was subtly hidden, only discernible by the subtle trembling of his voice towards certain words. It was such subtlety that brought Olga out of her indifference. She felt the hairs on her hand bristle upright as goosebumps ran down her body. The subtle textures of his expressions and tone, for the first time in her long career, Olga felt uncomfortable. The more she looked, the more she found herself feeling like she was standing before Azarias, a psychopath who thirsted for the death of his victims. Why am I feeling this way? Olga wasn't the only one who felt like this. It was the same for the other judges who shifted and adjusted their postures continuously. They too were uncomfortable by the man that stood at the center of the stage. And yet, none of them could take their eyes away from him. All artists crave to create their own masterpieces. I'm no different. Julien scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the judges, his shifting expression revealing the growing madness in his eyes. His chest heaved up unevenly, and the sound of his breathing took over the air that was swallowed up by the silence that ensued. I want to make a masterpiece, a piece that will be synonymous with my name. He continued to address the judges. His tone started to change, slowly becoming tenser and more hoarse. Gradually, his smile became more intense. And so, the first brush stroke of this masterpiece shall be none other than your life itself. Tack. The wood creaked under his steps as he moved forward. He appeared to head for the judges, his eyes never leaving them. Under his intense gaze, a cold chill went past their bodies. Their instincts told them to run, that they were currently dealing with a psychopath. However, their bodies refused to listen. They continued to stare as he took another step. Olga sat on her seat frozen. The theater had long disappeared from her vision. An environment had already started to form in her mind. A medium-sized room that belonged to a well-off noble and was decorated neatly with all the right furniture. A figure lay sprawled on the ground. Her expression was one filled with horror. She seemed to want to run, but her body refused to listen. All she could do was stare up towards the man who slowly bent over to grip her throat. The madness in his gaze intensified as his expressions underwent several changes. A fleeting smile of excitement would flicker, only to be swallowed by the engulfing madness that danced in his eyes. Rationality struggled to hold its ground amidst the tumultuous storm within him, as subtle hints of guilt seeped through the wincing of his features. Olga swallowed her saliva. He had flawlessly captured the essence of the Azarias character she had penned. A low scream echoed, one that was quickly suppressed by a hand. The furniture scattered, and legs and arms flayed in the air. But it was all futile. Under the madness, his madness, all she could do was watch with horrified eyes as her life slowly came to an end. A heart-wrenching scene. One that inevitably ended with death. Ha! Ha! Ah! Azarias' heavy breaths echoed as he stared at his hand, feeling the mix of guilt, madness, and excitement after his first kill. It was perfectly embodied in that moment. The scene deeply carved itself into the minds of the four judges who remained silent the entire time. I'm done. A low and cool voice broke them out of their daze. The madness that lingered in his eyes, the sense of joy from the kill, and the guilt had all vanished. Once again, his expression returned to that of a blank piece of paper. The performance ended there. Olga and the other judges remained seated in their seats at a loss for words. The performance had left them all stunned. From the wide range of emotions he displayed to the expressions he made to mirror them, it was a flawless performance. There was no denying it. And Olga found herself licking her parched lips. "What is your name?" She found herself asking for the name of the cadet. Tilting his head, the cadet turned his head to meet her gaze. Just as he entered, his expression hardly showed any changes. Taking her in for a brief moment, He eventually answered, Julian. Julian, the name rolled well on her tongue. Standing up from her seat, she carefully made her way toward him, stopping only when she was a few feet away from him. Getting a closer look at him and liking what she was seeing, she eventually nodded her head. The more she looked at him, the more she felt like she was looking at areas. It's as if he's standing right before me. How can someone portray the essence of what I wanted so well? It's gone beyond just copying the character. It's as if he became the character itself. If there was one problem that she had with the performance, it was that, it's too short. It almost felt like a pity for such a great character to only have a few scenes. The problem was that the script was already perfect as it was in her mind. There was no way she could extend his role, right? Her brows furrowed as she once again turned to look at Julian. Slowly, she extended her hand towards him and said, Congratulations on making the cut. I'll sign your name up for the play. For now, I will take some time to make some adjustments to the script. I will send you the finalized version by tomorrow. Please come this way. There are a lot of things that need moving. Oif, Leon, Evelyn, and several other cadets were brought into the Leone Hall where they were immediately put to work. Because their applications had been rejected, they had make sure you line the lights properly. Cadet, please be careful with that. It's very expensive. You will be held liable for the damage. The situation was chaotic, but Oif didn't bother and followed the instructions diligently. I didn't get the role. Her mind was still thinking about the role she failed to get. How? Realistically speaking, she was the most deserving of the role. Not only was she an extremely well-known figure given her family name, but she was also well acquainted with most of the members attending. She knew their likes and dislikes. There was no one more perfect than her to tend to their needs. So why didn't she get selected? However, Oif wasn't left discouraged for long. Looking around, she realized that this was another opportunity for her. If I can get into the play, then I can get extra credits. Her acting was quite good. Having participated in several plays in the past, she was somewhat confident in her skills. Furthermore, she was quite familiar with the members of the collective. If all went well, then there was a chance of her getting selected. Oif was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't realize someone was standing in front of her. Careful. A voice warned her in the distance, sounded like Evelyn's, and before she knew it, she bumped into something hard. Bang! Despite her fast reflexes, Oif was unable to completely avoid hitting whatever was in front of her and fell on her butt. Thankfully, she was able to keep the items on her from hitting the ground, but that came at the expense of herself. That hurt. Feeling the pain on her butt, Oif tried her best to not show it on her face. She prepared to raise her head to apologize, but when she did, her expression froze. A figure stood before her, sporting the same unchanging expression of his. He looked down on her. Oif half expected him to say something along the lines of, "What were you doing?" or something like "Watch we're going," but contrary to her expectations, he extended her hand towards her. The sight was a shocking one for her. "He's trying to help me?" She almost couldn't believe it. And yet, staring at the hand, the unbelievable sight was unfolding before her eyes. "Still, I can help myself up." Oif rejected the offer and helped herself up. It wasn't as though she didn't appreciate the gesture, but she felt uncomfortable with the idea of touching another man's hand. "I appreciate their number misunderstanding my intentions." Her words were cut by his cool voice. Turning around, she saw him reach down for a piece of paper that had fallen down on the ground. Picking it up, he briefly glanced at her. "I just wanted this." Weird sounds came out of her mouth all of a sudden as her eyes lingered over the paper in his hand. For the first time in her life, I felt her face burn. Chapter 76, Advancing. 1. I tossed the script on my desk and let out a long breath. The situation had spiraled in a direction I hadn't expected it to move towards. In a way, it was a pleasant situation. Not only would it guarantee me extra credits, but it also wasn't dangerous. I think I'm starting to get tired of all the danger. I needed a little bit of a break from that. However, there was a slight problem. I don't know if I'll be able to handle the other parts. The only reason I was able to do so well so far was because I resonated with the character, or to be precise, the scenario, all the emotions he felt in the script scene. I could perfectly resonate with them as I had experienced them before. It was also for that reason that I was able to put on such a performance. But that's the extent of it. What would happen if I were to be put in a scenario I was completely unfamiliar with? How was I going to replicate the scenario? I wasn't very confident in my acting. My head throbbed the more I thought about the situation. In the end, I decided to leave things be. I was going to receive the script soon. When that happened, I'd be able to tell if I was screwed or not. For now, I should focus on training. I checked my experience bar. 10%. That was about 2 days of training. Following that, I'd finally be able to advance to the next tier. I couldn't wait for that to happen, to the point where I immediately sat down on the ground and started to practice the manual. I made a vow then. Tomorrow or the day after, I'm going to advance towards the next tier. Late into the night, Ira stood in her usual spot, staring at the night sky from the window. Her gaze reflected the stars that shone brightly in the sky. What a mess. It had been a day since she had that strange vision, and for some reason, it had never left her mind. It was as if it refused to leave her thoughts. She tried to act like nothing had happened during class today, but the images and emotions continued to haunt her until now. The fuck is wrong with me? It was already 1 a.m. and she was still up. She had tried to sleep, but the images and emotions continued to flash in her mind, preventing her from doing so. Sitting by the window, her gaze continued to wander towards the outside. It was quiet outside. The faint glow emitted by the lamps softly illuminated the pathway below, while the grass and foliage gently swayed in the night breeze. As Ira let herself sink into the sight beneath, her eyes caught a particular image reflected in the window pane. It was a sight that made her brows furrow. How many times has it been? Clean up after yourself. Look at this mess. Why do you never listen to me? Is it so hard to clean? Wait until you grow old and have children in the future. I want to see how you tell them to clean. Fine. Taking her eyes away from the window, her gaze fell on a misplaced sock. Clicking her tongue, Ira got out of her spot and tossed it in one of the baskets for dirty clothes. Her eyes darted across the room, looking for anything that was out of place. Only when she was certain that everything was in place that she let out a sigh of relief. Thank fuck. There was nothing that irritated her more than disorderliness in her room. It had to be perfect. Scanning the room one more time, Ira eventually plopped back on her bed. Her ruby-eyed eyes blankly stared at the ceiling above. Her thoughts once again drifted towards the vision, and her expression couldn't help but crumble. Again, for how long was this going to continue? It was starting to get annoying. No, it was already annoying, to the extent that she contemplated doing something she typically avoided doing. Should I? The memories and feelings resurfaced again. It was memories like these that propelled her to do something she abhorred. Closing her eyes, the world around her began to be engulfed in pitch darkness. It crept out from her body, enveloping the surrounding area. In the darkness that started to take over her surroundings, Ira's eyes shook. So did her body. Despite her best attempts at keeping her breath in check, Ira was having a hard time keeping herself from keeping her breath even. With each passing second in the dark world, Ira found herself increasingly unable to conceal the lingering traces of panic and fear that were slowly starting to grip her mind. Her palms started to feel sweaty, and her vision started to blur. Hold on, I need to hold on. Ira fiercely bit onto her lips. A metallic tang clung to her lips as she bit down with force. A sharp pain invaded her mind, but she kept a firm mind. I have to hold on, longer. With each passing second, the rhythm of her breath grew more strained, laboring against her chest. Her vision blurred as beads of sweat multiplied upon her brow. Drip, drip. Despite that, Ira continued to persist. More. Not now, not yet. The darkness, it was something that Ira feared and despised. It brought terrible memories to her mind, ones that she wanted nothing more than to forget. However, darkness was also a part of her power. Rejecting the dark was the same as rejecting half of her. For the sake of finding more, I need to. Her aunt was merely the start of her hunt. Even now, Ira could vividly remember the past. An image conjured up in her mind. It was an image of a certain room. Her room. The room was destroyed and in chaos. Shattered glass littered the floor as the furniture lay overturned, their contents spilled and scattered across the room. Drawers had hung open, their contents rifled through and discarded on the ground. The unsecozy atmosphere she called her room was completely taken over by chaos and disorder. They were definitely looking for something. Of that, Ira was sure. But that wasn't the only thing she was sure of. She was also sure of the fact her aunt didn't do this by herself. Someone or an organization had helped her achieve this. Ira didn't know anything about the organization. Regardless of how much research she put in and how deep she looked, her efforts brought her nothing. The reason why she visited her aunt was because she wanted answers. Answers to who the organization was and why they had done what they did. Of course, what would come after was their destruction. Ira's mind was firm on that. Her life goal was to take revenge. At any cost, she planned on eradicating all members of such an organization. It was for this reason that she pushed her fear aside and endured the darkness that surrounded her. It felt cold, and lonely. But even when she was under such stress, Ira's mind remained firm. More. At the same time, in an unknown location within the mirror dimension, you're in luck. It looks like the higher-ups are quite happy with your performance. A tall woman with long flowing blonde hair and red eyes, Rose, addressed Robert with a smile. Not half bad for an ex-professor at one of the most prestigious academies in the Empire. She patted him on the shoulder. Anyways, follow me, I've got a present for you. A present? Robert tilted his head in confusion. He was still trying to get accustomed to the new environment. Everything felt new to him, and the scale of the place left him astounded. Looking around, it felt as if he had entered a new world. A large dome that covered the entire space. Buildings that seemed to reach the tip of the dome. Moving boxes of metals and colorful lights. The place appeared like a completely different world. You'll get used to it, Rose reassured him while continuing to walk forward. I too was like that the first time I came. Most probably, everyone was the same. None of us really know the origin of such technology and its place beside our leader. It isn't even a very large space. However, it certainly leaves an impact, doesn't it? Yes, Robert nodded absent-mindedly. Everything felt so new and fresh to him. But at the same time, it also felt rather convoluted. The noise was quite intense. The only one that probably knows the answer to all of this is our leader. He's the one who created this space. Leader? Rose nodded and didn't say anything else. Robert followed her quietly from behind until he was eventually led into one of the tall buildings. The door swooshed open, leaving the poor professor frightened as he moved back. Ha ha ha. Rose laughed upon seeing his reaction. It won't bite you. Coming. Swallowing his saliva, Robert nodded his head and followed along. Swoosh, the doors closed behind him. But unlike last time, he didn't have time to worry about the doors as his attention shifted elsewhere. With polished marble flooring and bright overhead lights, a multitude of people wearing various types of clothing lingered around the floor, engaging in conversation with each other. Once again, Robert was left at a loss for words, but yet again, Rose's voice forced him out of it. Follow along. The elevators are here. Elevator, ding. The wall split open, and Robert's eyes widened. Rose stepped in and dragged him along. Don't ask too many questions, and just follow along. You'll get used to what you're seeing eventually. The doors to the elevator closed, and Robert felt a sinking sensation. The sensation frightened him, but he chose to remain quiet. Oh, right. Recalling something, Rose rummaged through her pocket before taking out a small object and handing it to him. What's this? It's called a phone. Rose started to explain as Robert fiddled with the device. It grants you communication within the headquarters. It won't work outside. I'm not too sure about the details, but it is what it is. You can use the device to call me or anyone that you may be acquainted with. Yes? Blinking, Robert filled with the phone. He had a hard time understanding its functions. He was prepared to ask Rose, but before he could do that, the elevator doors opened to reveal a large room where several people wearing white robes appeared. Oi, Rick. Rose called Sumion's name. Eventually, one of the white-robed individuals appeared. Their features remained obscured by an unfamiliar cloth draped over their face, making it hard to tell what gender they were. Yet, Based on the resonance and timbre of their voice, as well as the name Rose called them, they seemed to be male. Robert felt Rose's gaze as she turned to look at him. "We've got a new one. Pass me a vial." "A vial? Yeah, understood." With a nod, Rick left. He came back shortly after holding onto a small tube that contained a strange red liquid. Robert squinted his eyes to get a better look. "This is for you." Rose handed it to him, leaving Robert in a state of surprise. "For me?" "Yes. It's your reward." "Ah." Looking at the liquid, Robert hesitantly asked, "But what exactly is it?" At this question, Rose flashed a smile. It was an eerie smile that sent shivers down his spine. "Would you believe me if I told you this was the blood of a god?" Chapter 77, Advancing, 2, The Blood of a God. Robert stared at the vial with deep apprehension and a little bit of disgust. Seeing the look on his face, Rose laughed. "Ha ha, I was joking. There's no such thing as gods." Her laugh sounded almost eerie. "Well, at least not that I'm aware of." Robert quietly nodded his head and waited for her to continue. Picking the vial, Rose casually glanced at it. Rather than explaining, she asked a question. "What do you know about the age before the era of the Shattered World?" It was a sudden question that Robert hadn't expected. He stared at her for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not quite well versed in such matters, but from what I've read, our civilization wasn't developed enough to create records of it. The era of the Shattered World occurred approximately 3,000 years ago. It was the era where the first recordings of the mirror dimension occurred." That was as far as Robert knew. Was there perhaps more to it? "I guess you wouldn't know." Stroking her chin, Rose tilted the vial, allowing the liquid to move from one side to the other. The more Robert stared at it, the more uncomfortable he grew. It really did seem like blood. "I also don't know very well. Only the big shots know the full story. The one thing I do know is that..." Rose slowly turned her head away from the vial to meet Robert's gaze. Suddenly, as if two hands had gripped his throat, he found himself struggling to breathe. The mirror dimension is not a natural phenomenon. It was something that was created by what we call an unrecorded, or in a sense, gods. Unrecorded God. The deeper you venture into the mirror dimension, the more things you end up finding. Our organization has existed since the age of the Shattered World until now, and even now we still don't know much about the unrecorded. The only thing we managed to pick up is that there are 7 of them. Tack. Rose gently placed the vial on the table next to her. Some texts suggest that there had been a fallout between the unrecorded, leading up to a massive fight which resulted in the shattering of the known world, and hence the mirror dimension, while other sources say it was the doing of one unrecorded who had gone against the others to seek immortality. Immortality? Oh, yeah, we call them gods, but the unrecorded weren't immortal. Well, all except for one. Frowning, Rose stroked her chin while mumbling, "I believe the first one to die was Heraclius. He died not much after he received his powers." "Heraclius?" She shrugged. "The fragments are scattered, so the information is still not there yet. But we don't really need to dwell too deeply into the ancient history." Rose went on to continue. "Our goal is to collect information and relics." "Relics?" Robert raised his brow. Relics were items that were imbued with mana and had special properties. They could be created by hand, or found in the mirror dimension. Rose nodded her head. 4 in particular: the extractor of containment, the astral mirror, the oracle's eyes, and the chalice of collection. Our mission is to find and collect all 4 relics. Their importance is fundamental. They'll be the key to achieving our goal. Which is? Rose smiled and shook her head. The full expansion of the mirror dimension. Robert's eyes widened at the sudden revelation. Though he had somewhat guessed, it still came to him as a shock. Why? For what reason did they want the mirror dimension to fully expand? Before he had the chance to voice out his questions, Rose started speaking again. "We've yet to find any so far, but we're getting there. We've managed to narrow it down to a certain location." Yet again, Robert was left shocked. A certain location came to his mind as he subconsciously mumbled, "Haven." "That's correct." Rose smiled. "They're sent. They're all there. All 4 artifacts are in Haven, hidden somewhere or in someone's possession." Ah! Robert felt his body grow cold at the sudden revelation. The pieces finally started to piece together in his mind all of a sudden as he swallowed his saliva. "I've seen your files. The one you were assigned to kill. He had the scent of one of the artifacts. It's a pity you weren't able to kill him, but you don't have to worry. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Fiddling with the vial, she handed it to him. Drink this. It's your reward. Hesitant, Robert reached out to grab the vial. Is this really blood? Who knows? With a smirk, Rose's heel clicked against the marble ground as she turned to head for the elevator doors again. It could be or could not be. It doesn't really matter. Just know this. Her steps slowed briefly. The moment you drink that, your life expectancy will increase. The days continued to pass. It was now the weekend, and I was still stuck in my room. Today was an important day for me. Staring at the bar and seeing it at 99%, I knew that it was only a matter of minutes before I finally ranked up to the next tier. It was an exciting day. Taking a deep breath, I felt the mana inside of my body flow smoother and smoother. It was a weird sensation, one that felt rather addicting. Time continued to pass and the flow became smoother with each second that ticked. Not only that, but I could feel my mana core expand gradually as more and more mana started to seep into my body. At some point, I started to frown. I felt weirdly bloated as more mana entered my body. It was as if I had eaten a full-course meal and then immediately headed to a buffet. It felt uncomfortable. But amidst the discomfort, I felt power surge through my body. That feeling, it blew all the discomfort out of the water as I persisted through it. Then, amid my struggle, I felt something crack. Crack. It almost sounded as if a piece of glass had shattered. The sound was subtle and nearly imperceptible. However, I caught it, and it was from that moment that something within me changed. The flow of mana inside of my body became faster and smoother. The core expansion stopped, and my perception of my surroundings changed a little. It was an odd sensation. I extended my hand forward and scooped it. As expected, there was nothing, but it feels like him grabbing something. Was it the mana that lingered in the air? Or was it something else? My mind didn't wander on those thoughts for much longer as I focused my attention on my hand where a magic circle started to form. Clank, clank, clank. Chains formed, wrapping over my arm. It's faster. To my pleasant surprise, the time it took for the chains to appear was faster than before. It wasn't by much, but it was definitely noticeable. Ha ha ha, I laughed then. It was a pleasant situation. Thinking about the fighting style that I had developed, this was certainly a massive boost for me. Would I have been able to win against her in my current state? I thought back on the incident at the prison. Back then, I had been able to contain her with my abilities. Had I been in the same situation in the past? But with my current abilities, would I have been able to achieve more? There's no use thinking about it. I eventually shook my head. There were no what ifs and the goal had always been to let her escape. There was no use dwelling on hypothetical scenarios. Finally, a sense of relief washed over me all of a sudden as I leaned back and stared at the ceiling. I did it. I had ranked up. My chest felt light, and my lips pulled up. It was hard for me to contain my smile. I felt happy and proud of myself. The struggles weren't for nothing. Wham! Yawning, I squinted my eyes repeatedly. Having neglected my sleep to achieve such a result, I was starting to feel tired. I glanced at the time. 1 p.m. It's still quite early. Although I did want to sleep, I had classes tomorrow and I didn't want to mess up my sleeping schedule. For that reason, I decided to go out and take a walk. Oh, right. I suddenly recalled something and a destination appeared in my mind. Without a second thought, I headed there. Since the nearest city to the academy was located about 2 hours away, the academy established a shop where the cadets could purchase basic necessities and food. It was a famous spot with it being always full every weekday. The only times it was empty was the weekend when most cadets left the academy to go to the city. Currently, Ira was facing a problem. What do you mean, you can't sell me any more cigarettes? She smacked her hand against the counter. What sort of bullshit is this? I apologize, but that's academy policy. Policy? What policy? Standing behind the counter was a middle-aged man with squared glasses and black hair. He stood stoically, unbothered by Ira's fit of anger. It was as if he had grown used to it. I've received reports of you littering the buds all over the campus. Not only that, but you've purchased nearly all of the supplies that come each week. For those reasons, the Academy decided to put your rights of purchase on hold. Ah? Kyra almost lunged over towards the other side of the counter. It was taking every bit of her willpower to stop herself from doing so. I swear, this is nonsense. How could she accept this? Sure, yeah, she did throw away the buds everywhere. She did indeed always buy all the packs available, but I can't accept this. Smoking was like medicine to her. Without it, she'd be fuck. The thought of not being able to smoke was starting to get to her. Just as she was about to scream again, a cool and even voice echoed behind her. If you're not buying anything, step aside. Which few Kira's words remained stuck in her throat the moment she turned around. Standing taller than her, Julian glanced at her with his usually detached gaze. She stood still for a moment, staring at him without being able to say anything. Her thoughts continued to wander towards the time back in the prison, the time he had helped her. And, wait. He moved past her before she could realize it. How may I help you? The cashier greeted him with a smile. Fuck this. Whatever. Kira ended up letting it go. I guess I owe him and shit. Julian's gaze wandered around before settling to the right where the sweets were. Tack. He picked up a chocolate bar and placed it on the table. Is that all? Without answering, Julian reached out again and took another one. Tack. And another one. Tack. And another one. Tack. 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 Gradually, chocolate bars started to pile up on the counter as he continued to grab bar after bar. The fuck? Kira stood behind completely dumbfounded. Tack. Sir? Even the cashier was left dumbfounded by his actions. Just then, Kira met Julian's gaze as he placed the last chocolate bar on the counter. As their eyes met, she managed to pick up his low mumble as he went on to say, bribe. Am getting bribes. Chapter 78, For Growth. 1. Tack. 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 Is this enough, or should I add more? It was a situation that left me stumped as I added more and more chocolate bars to the counter. It was slowly starting to pile up into a small mountain. Gauged. My actions seemed to have startled the cashier, who looked at me with a flustered look. I ignored it and placed another chocolate bar on the counter. Tack. This was an investment for the future. Putting another chocolate bar on the counter, I met Kira's gaze. Judging from her widened eyes, she too appeared to be at a loss for what I was doing. I didn't feel like explaining everything, so I just said a few words. Bribe. Am getting bribes. It wasn't exactly a lie. These were indeed bribes. Or perhaps a means to build up favor. Well, whatever, it's not like they're expensive anyways. It was about 0.5 rand per bar. Doable. Tsk. Whatever. I'm leaving. I turned around to see Kira turn around and leave. Wasn't she going to buy something? Is it because she doesn't want to wait for me to buy everything? That did make sense, but, whatever. Tack. Not my problem. I placed another chocolate bar on the counter. The pile became bigger. But is it enough? It was an interesting question. I closely examined the pile before me and shook my head. Not enough. I was just about to place another one when the cashier stopped me. Cadet, that's enough. He appeared quite flustered, even more so than before. I stopped then and looked up. Is there a problem? Yes. The cashier went on to explain. If you end up purchasing so much, we won't have enough for the other cadets. So, how was that my problem? It's academy policy. Like the cadet from before, if you buy too much, we might have to ban you from purchasing goods. Our store was established for the well-being of cadets, not profit. Ban? I thought back to the time when I had just arrived at the store. Kira had indeed been arguing with the cashier over something. I didn't expect it to be because of this. Yes, you will be banned. She's currently banned from buying any more cigarettes. He tried to explain as politely as possible, but his voice came out rather strident, as if he was warning me. I didn't put particular thought into his words. My eyes wandered to the back where the cigarettes were. So she's banned from buying them. It would indeed do good for her to smoke less. Regardless of the world, it was bad for the body. There would definitely be benefits to her restriction. If willing to stop here, it will be 102 rand. The cashier's voice snapped me out of my thoughts and I looked up to him. From his expression, It was clear that I couldn't buy any more bars. I looked at the pile in front of me and decided that it was enough. Worst case, I'll buy more when the time comes. I rummaged through my pocket and took out my wallet. There, I took out a bill and a coin. Just as I was about to hand it over to the cashier, my hand stopped. Cadet. I pursed my lips and looked up slightly. Thinking about it for a good while, I clenched my teeth slightly and sighed. There's something else that I want to buy. Only this time. Sitting outside the store, Kira groaned. It was a shitty day. Fiddling with her pockets, she touched the empty cigarette box. I hate this fucking addiction. Rather than smoking out of pleasure, she smoked out of necessity. For that reason, the thought of not being able to smoke was already starting to trigger her symptoms, and she had smoked just an hour ago. Damn. Bullshit. It's not that big of a deal. What's wrong with me buying everything? Aren't I giving you business? Plus, what about the cigarette butts? Don't I pay the academy enough to clean up after me? Kira's rumblings went on for several minutes. It was good that no other cadets were around to see her. In her current mood, she was certain she'd beat any of those who would try to hit on her. It was a daily occurrence. Also, if we're talking about someone buying too much of the same thing, that fucker got over 100 chocolate bars. Amid her grumbling, Kira thought back to Julian. He came into the store with his usually stoic expression and ended up with all the available chocolate bars. In fact, he was still adding more. It was a sight that left Kira at a loss. Does he have some sort of chocolate addiction? Or was it sugar? Whatever, I don't care. Ruffling her hair, Kira looked up towards the sky and grimaced. There were bigger problems she had to deal with. Glancing at her hand, she could already see that it was starting to shake. Can I last a week? She already knew the answer at heart. The thought made her sigh, and her body limped back. Ding. The chime of the door rang and a figure walked out. Kira briefly glanced at him before shifting her attention back towards the sky. There was nothing that she needed to say to him, or so she thought. Here. Kira raised her hand and caught something. When she looked down, her eyes widened at the sight that greeted her. What the? I'm not getting you anymore. Make do with what you have. He left after parting those words. Kira stared dumbly at his back. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly. There were many things that she wanted to say, but couldn't find the words. Weren't you the same guy who looked at me in disgust the last time I was smoking? Weren't you the same guy who told me to stop? Fiddling with the pack in her hand, Kira gently nestled a cigarette in her mouth. She didn't light it up and just savored the taste. Staring into the distance, her expression changed a little. The more she thought she knew about him, the more layers she started to unravel. It was strange. He was strange. Nibbling on the cigarette, she mumbled, "Why are you? Did I make the right decision?" I was a little conflicted about my actions. On one hand, I thought it was rather hypocritical of me given how I had acted before. But on the other, knowing the struggles that came with the addiction, I caved in and decided to help her out. Smoking was sort of like a therapy for most people. Some smoked for pleasure, while others smoked to forget or numb a certain pain. I didn't know her circumstances. But for her to be smoking so much, rather than addiction, I felt that she was trying to ease something. In a way, I saw my past self in her. It'll be the only time I'll do it. Think of it as a form of apology for how I had acted during the first time. I took a deep breath and stared at the sky. With no clouds in the sky, it was a clear day. A sight I was starting to grow accustomed to. Holding on to the bag that was filled with bars, I put them in my blazer and headed towards a certain destination. Bribes. Indeed. I hadn't gone to buy all these bars for nothing. I had a goal in mind today. Though I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to succeed, I thought that it'd be worth a try. The worst that can happen is her rejection. I could handle being rejected. At the very least, it meant that I tried. Making sure that the bars were safely secured with me, I took another breath and headed towards my destination. For growth. I mumbled quietly to myself. This is all for growth. Delia quietly sat on her seat, ignoring the mess that had accumulated around her. Her focus was on the paper in front of her. It was an invitation. "We would like to extend our invitation to you." The invitation was for the Arcanum Gala, an annual festival that involved all top figures in the Empire. It was a big event that was set to take place in 3 months' time. There was just one problem with the invitation. "I don't want to go." Thinking about all the gazes she'd receive, and all the people that she'd have to entertain, Delilah's mood plummeted. She'd much rather stay here and tend to the cadets. Even that was less of a hassle than the Arcanum Gala. Tuck. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door and Delilah tore her gaze away from the letter. She didn't need to see to tell who it was as her lips gently parted open to say, "Coming." "Excuse me." A figure walked in. Standing tall, and with impeccable features, it was none other than her little assistant, Julian Darker Revenues. "What's with the sudden occasion? I don't remember calling you here." "No, it's not that." Shaking his head, his steps stopped by the end of the desk. As his gaze bore down, Delilah met his gaze and frowned. There was something odd about him today. He reached into his pocket and slowly took something out. Delilah's eyes widened slightly. "Tack, a chocolate bar?" Her eyes fluttered slightly. Then, recalling the conversation she had not too long ago, she understood and reached for it. "You didn't have to." "No." He stopped her before her hand could reach the bar. "This isn't for you." Julian's cool voice made Delilah frown. "Not for me?" "Then, not yet." Tack. He placed another bar on the table and Delilah licked her lips. She looked up to him. Just before she could say something, he cut her off. "I need help with something." Ah, it was then that she understood. Her nose wrinkled. "Are you trying to bribe me?" His eyes shifted away slightly. "This guy, him not someone that can be br. Tack." Delilah swallowed. "It's not going to tack. Just how many? Tack. I tack." Delilah swallowed. There were a total of 5 bars before her. 5 bars? "Do you think I can't buy them for my tack?" Her lips pursed. "This guy." Delilah shifted her gaze away from the bars and back to him. Her face remained plain, with little to no changes. "What do you want?" However, her voice betrayed her upheaval of emotions. "Listen first." Only then did he smile. Delilah stared at his smile for a moment, her mind unable to process it. He looked off the smile. It didn't look very natural. "Why, faster?" he flatly said. "I want a faster way to get stronger." Chapter 79, For Growth. 2. Despite having just ranked up, I wasn't satisfied with my current rate of progression. The moment I reached Tier 2, I noticed that the rate of growth had started to stagnate. If I were to put all of my focus like before on the manual, it'd only be able to gain 34% a day. A vast difference from the 89% I used to receive. It made sense in a way, but the progress was too slow for me. And it was for this reason that I thought about asking Delilah. Out of all the people I knew, she was the one person I thought would have an answer to my problems. She was the strongest. Surely, she knew of a way, right? Tack. It was for this reason that I invested a lot of my money in the chocolate bars. "Come, you are tempted, aren't you? You want a way to get stronger, faster?" Her tone betrayed her confusion as her head tilted. I nodded. "My current rate of progress is too slow." "Slow?" She closed her eyes briefly. I lost control of my body the moment she did. It was as if I was floating in the air. The feeling was only fleeting, disappearing just as fast as it appeared. You've reached Tier 2. Her voice cut through mine as her eyes opened. "Are you not satisfied with your progress?" "It's in line with most of the more talented cadets." "No, it'd be a lie if I said I was." While it was indeed fast, when I compared myself with the top cadets of the academy, I was hardly scraping by. I couldn't sustain the unreasonable training schedule that I was currently putting myself through. The gap between me and the others was getting wider and wider. If things were to progress at this rate, then I was sure I'd soon lose everything that I had. I needed more. Delilah didn't say anything and just stared at me. She seemed to be in deep thought as her brows slightly furrowed. I waited patiently for her to speak. She was the only one I could think of for a solution. The other professors would just tell me to train harder or buy a better manual. They also gave me a list of several exercises that I needed to follow, which I did. but it was still not enough. "You seem rather desperate for growth." The silence that gripped the room was broken by Delilah's words as she addressed me. I took note of her expression before pursing my lips. Desperate. I wanted to laugh. I had long gone past the point of desperation. I didn't answer, but it was as if she could read my expression. Gradually, her eyes shifted towards my right arm. "Does it perhaps have to do with what I told you?" Yet again, I didn't answer. It wasn't as though I didn't want to answer, but I just didn't think it was wise just yet. I didn't want my biggest secret to be revealed, that I wasn't Julian, but someone else who had taken over his body. It was a secret that only one person knew, and I planned on nobody ever finding out. It was a dangerous secret, one that I couldn't risk anyone finding out about. If I were to agree, then there was likely a chance that I might be forced to reveal that I wasn't Julian. It also seems like she can tell if I lie or not. For these reasons, I remained hesitant. "All right." I thought she'd disagree due to my silence. But to my surprise, she ended up nodding her head and agreeing. "You will meet me tomorrow at 10 p.m. near the forest at the entrance of the academy." Delilah provided me with a date and time. But before I had the chance to feel happy, she added, "I won't be doing this for free. I need a favor for you. Free to agree or not. I won't force you." "A favor?" I swallowed to myself before carefully asking, "What's the favor?" "It's nothing big," but before that, Delilah extended her hand. I tilted my head in confusion. "Yes?" What did she want? Following her line of sight, I had a sudden realization and I felt my lips twitch. Reaching out for my pocket, I asked, "How many?" "All of it." Clank. Watching the door to her office close, Delilah stared at the pile of bars in front of her. A weird sound escaped her lips as her mouth trembled. Hastily covering her mouth, she looked around. "Hey!" Her shoulders trembled. This went on for several seconds before she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Trying her best to not look at the goods in front of her, she leaned back on her chair. Her thoughts drifted back to Julian. Greedy, such were her thoughts at first. That he was being greedy. His rate of progression was staggering. She could tell from a quick scan of his body that it hadn't come easy. There were traces of exhaustion all over him, and a lot of his muscle fibers were torn. Were he to continue this way, he was inevitably going to die of exhaustion. It was for this reason that she decided to help him. Perhaps, rather than greed, he's being chased by something that he couldn't run away from. Like the inverted sky. What if he had truly defected from them? Thinking about all the incidents he had been in, it really did seem like something was wrong. In all the incidents that he was involved, the organization appeared to have suffered some sort of loss. All besides one. The prison incident. It was the only incident where the inverted sky managed to succeed. It was for that reason that she ended up visiting him. She wanted to confirm some things, but he was truly a hard man to read. A blank piece of paper. Or at least, that was what she thought until just a few moments ago. For the first time, she saw something from him, the desperation he had for growth. Why was he so desperate? Delilah was curious. There was clearly something that he didn't want to say. She didn't push for an answer. She didn't think be that naive. Her answers would come with time. Of that she was sure. And for that reason, she agreed to help him. I feel like I made a loss. The favor she asked of him wasn't anything big. She had only asked him to make it seem as though she wasn't doing this for free. She had her own selfish agenda to fill by helping him. It's only fair. Delilah leaned back on her chair and blankly stared at the ceiling. Her thoughts were broken by a sudden knocking sound and her body shot up from the chair and she lunged towards her desk where the piles of bars were. Chancellor, a woman walked in shortly after, only for her steps to stop at the sight that greeted her. Blinking twice, Jasmine, the vice-chancellor of the academy, stared at the scene before her with some doubt. She had come here to report on the current situation of the festival. Gazing at Delilah, who was hunched over her desk with a towering stack of bars before her, she questioned the current view before her. An illusion? Jasmine blinked once only for her to see the same scene. Pursing her lips, she quietly asked, "Should I come back?" The next day, at the training fields outside the lecture hall. Today's class will be a bit different than usual. Each of you will be secretly assigned a cadet's name and during class, Your job will be to closely examine their weaknesses and strengths. The professor in charge of today's class was a tall and bulky man with a bald head. If there was one class that I looked forward to the least, then it was probably this one. Physical training and for execution. It was a class that was mainly dedicated to those who were adept in their body classification. However, just because it tended towards those who were more adept in their body classification, it didn't mean that it wouldn't be useful for the others. Everyone was capable of practicing the three paths. Those with talents were just capable of learning it faster. Please pay attention. The professor's loud voice rumbled throughout the training area as he pointed towards a small hat that rested on the ground next to him. If you look over to this hat over here, you'll find the names of all your classmates. I want you to line up in an orderly line to collect the name of the cadet you will be in charge of analyzing. A long and orderly line started to form while the professor continued to speak. I silently moved towards the line and overheard a few cadets speaking, mainly Josephine and the others. I wonder who I will get. Hey, if I get that bitch, I'll make sure to give her a low score. Bitch. Oi, I've tilted her head. Who else? Ira, of course. Oh, she nodded as if she understood. I can hear you. Too bad Ira heard it all. I ignored them and continued to pay attention to the professor. Remember, this is an anonymous task. The other party mustn't find who you are. If I receive any indication that you've disclosed this information or they've discovered your identity, you will fail the task immediately and forfeit a credit. The banter and noise that surrounded the place ceased. All of a sudden, everyone's expression turned grim. To lose a credit over such a task, that's enough of me. Pick a name and we can start with the task. In an orderly manner, one cadet after another moved up to the height near the professor and picked up a card. The moment the cadets looked at the cards, most of them showed a change in expression. Some were happy while others showed looks of despair. I couldn't blame them. Some cadets were simply better than others, and it was therefore hard to understand what they were doing. I quietly lined up from behind and waited for my turn. It didn't take long, and the moment I arrived by the hat, I reached out with my hand and picked up a card. My expression didn't change the moment that I picked the card. However, the same couldn't be said about how I felt internally. Without looking back, I put the card in my pocket and left for the training area. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of a figure. He stood at the center with his sword already drawn. He began to execute a move. His movements appeared fluid, almost as if there was no lag in them. My steps paused as I stared at the distant figure who appeared to have attracted the attention of all the nearby cadets. Leon Ellert. Why did it have to be him of all people? Chapter 80, For Growth. 3. I can never get used to this sight. I stood on my spot in awe of what I was seeing. It was hard to take my eyes off his movements. They were perfect, almost like a work of art. As my knight, I had seen him train before. I had only caught glimpses of it, but each time, I'd be mesmerized by what I was seeing. As expected of the main character, good thing that his actions attracted the gazes of multiple cadets. If not, I would have feared my identity as his analyst would have been exposed. Taking a small breath, I looked around me and settled my gaze on a training dummy off in the distance. I should probably get to work as well. The point of today's training was to display our skills on the training dummies scattered around. Powered by magical circuits, they could move on their own and could dodge and counterattack. They were the perfect puppets to practice on. I was just about to head to one when I stopped again. My gaze once again fell on Leon. Swoosh, swoosh. The air whistled with each of his strikes. Leaning forward, the air tore and the sword cut through the air. It was an instantaneous movement, one that took less than a second. Picturing myself on the opposite end, the only thing that crossed my mind was, I'd die. There was no other outcome. The speed and power of his strike was simply incredible. But that wasn't what prompted me to look at him. For some reason, I couldn't take my eyes away from his feet. Shifting with every movement, they followed a set pattern. Forward, left, right, forward, swoosh, forward, left, right, forward, swoosh. The pattern was subtle, but it was definitely there. Engrossed in his movements, I didn't notice that I was now the only one looking at Leon. I only noticed when Leon stopped and looked at me. Our gazes met and I looked around me. Without changing my expression, I looked back at him for a short movement and asked, "Do you think it's possible for me to be able to do your footwork?" Footwork? He looked surprised by the question. "You want to know if you can do my footwork?" "Yes." I quietly nodded. Then, under his gaze, I started to mimic his movements. Forward, left, right, and forward. My movements were rather awkward, but I didn't bother and continued to do them. I didn't know whether they'd be useful to me, but I felt like I was onto something. Performing the set of movements, I looked up once I was done. Leon stood quietly with his brows slightly furrowed. "How was it?" He didn't answer immediately. Sorting through his thoughts, he quietly said, "It's rough, as expected. I'll show you one more time. Make sure you watch carefully." The situation took me by surprise, but I didn't waste it. I stood silently and stared ahead as Leon got into a stance. He took a step forward. I stared intently at his actions and deeply engraved every little detail, from the pivot of his foot to his breathing and hand movements. While my focus was on his feet, I knew that the little details in the other movements were also of importance. The same was true for the mana flow. However, that part was a lot harder to see and feel, mainly because I couldn't see the flow. The only indication was from his breathing and the faint glow that traced over his sword. Swoosh! His sword flowed forward, carrying on with the momentum. He pivoted slightly and stepped to the left. The transition was extremely smooth. It hardly seemed as though he had moved at all. He continued. His heel shifted, and he once again took another stop forward. His momentum never ceased. During each movement, the sword would seamlessly follow his movements, carrying forward and striking at the air. Left again. I studied everything. I didn't let anything slip from my mind. It felt as though I was close to grasping something. It made no sense. This was something that was specifically for body-type users. And yet, swoosh, the air whistled and my hair scattered. I'm done. Before I knew it, Leon was standing with his sword sheathed. I stood in a daze for a few seconds before closing my eyes and nodding my head. "Thank you." Without saying anything else, I headed towards a more secluded area and closed my eyes. I traced Leon's movements in my mind, from his leg movements to his breathing. I tried to mimic it but found myself having a hard time doing so. It took me a good minute to get the breathing correct. Only then did I open my eyes and step forward. Left. I stopped right on the second step. It was as if my legs had been glued down by massive weights. It simply refused to take that step. Why? I stopped and pondered. Was there something with the movement? No. That was unlikely. I repeated the movement, this time without any mana. It flowed smoothly this time, as expected. The problem is the mana flow. There was a specific mana flow that I needed to follow, one that only Leon was familiar with. This was a bit of a problem. Looks like he'll have to give up trying to copy him. I thought about asking him about the mana flow, but that was probably too much. Furthermore, it wasn't necessary. I only wanted to partially mimic his steps, not his entire movement or whatever that was. He was a sword user, so it would be absurd for me to copy his movements in their entirety. What I needed knowledge of was the principle behind his movements. How would such movements benefit me? Let's settle with 3 steps first. I let the mana flow inside of my body and extended my hand. Clank, 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 chains manifested in my hands, and I took a step forward. I swung my hand at the same time. Swoosh, the air whistled. Yook. I was just about to follow that up with another movement when my arm tensed and I was knocked forward due to the momentum. Clank. I dropped the chains on the ground as a result. Ha! I stuck out my tongue and took a breath. I rushed. The chain on the ground scattered, reappearing on my hand again. Before repeating the movement, I closed my eyes and imagined the path of my feet. The same was true for the mana flow. I didn't know how long had passed, but as I opened my eyes again, I took a step forward. My squads tensed, and I swung down with my right hand. Swoosh. I followed a similar pattern compared to my first try. However, scatter. The moment the chain was eye level with my chest, I scattered it, and directly stepped to the left, following it up with another hand movement where a new chain appeared. Ha! My muscles screamed under the tension. However, I ignored the pain and continued the swing. Clank. A loud clanking sound resounded and I dropped on my ass. Ha! Ha my breath was heavy and sweat trickled down the side of my face. Looking down, I stared at my hands. They were both blistered and bleeding. It felt as though I had just touched fire. However, rather than minding it, I felt like smiling. I did it. It was still extremely raw, but I had found a way to further improve my new technique. Clenching my hands and feeling the pain, I let a few seconds adjust my mind to the newfound pain before standing up and getting into a stance. Again, I planned on getting to at least 3 moves before testing it against one of the puppets. It'll probably take me months to completely master or get the hang of, but it was definitely worth the practice of that, I was sure. Who did you get? Come on, you can tell me. Pretty please. Josephine rested her chin over Evelyn's shoulder as she continuously whispered in her ear, "Hey, I know you can hear me. Does my voice tickle?" Despite her efforts, Evelyn continued to ignore her. Her attention was currently drawn towards the distance where a figure stood. With long flowing platinum hair and red eyes, she stood by herself in the distance. Clank. Her weapon of choice was her fists, or to be precise, her body. Deftly dodging the strikes of the dummy, Ira appeared to be bored. Casually stepping to the side, she slapped the dummy's head. Faintly, Evelyn caught a glimpse of a smile on her face as she did so, but pretended to not have seen it. "So she's the one analyzing?" Josephine's voice once again made it to her ear. It tickled slightly, and Evelyn's brows finally furrowed as she took her gaze away from Ira. "Are you done?" Evelyn pushed Josephine's face away. "What are you even doing here? Why aren't you doing your job?" Josephine's shoulders slumped. "I tried, but she sighed. "He was so busy watching Leon that I ended up wasting 10 minutes for nothing." Evelyn blinked. "Your partner is Julie Hay." Josephine hastily covered Evelyn's mouth. "It's supposed to be a secret. But you just said mine," Evelyn wanted to say, but couldn't because her mouth was covered. Still, she got her message through her gaze. With a long and exaggerated sigh, Josephine waved her hand. "All right, fine, and headed out. It's not like he'll see much." She ended up grumbling throughout the way. It was a known fact that Julian was weak. No, he was strong and weak. He was bipolar. No, that's not how that works. In any case, he wasn't strong. Where is he? Looking around, Josephine squinted her eyes. Her body felt lifeless. She was feeling pretty lazy. It took her a moment to spot his figure in the distance. He seemed to be in the middle of challenging one of the dummies. Oh, her eyes lit up a little. That was going to be interesting. Will he lose? It would be pretty funny to watch. With renowned vigor, Josephine headed towards a better area to get a better look. She had just arrived on her spot when he started. Oh, her eyes immediately focused on Julian. "So handsome, M." Clearing her throat, she put on a straight face. Right, I'm not here to admire his looks. I can do that later." In general, Josephine treated the entire situation lightheartedly. It was how she usually was. She never took anything seriously. Furthermore, with her father being a renowned knight working for the Megrail family, she was well versed in these types of situations. After experiencing movements characteristic of body, type and weapon arts, she perceived everything around her as rather boring, except for Leon, who stood out. His swordsmanship was rather unique. I wonder where he learned it from? It seemed just as advanced as her family's one. Her thoughts continued like this for a few seconds, until, oh, her face changed as her mouth hung open. Clank, clank, clank. It was fast, almost seamless. There were a lot of wasted movements, but it was getting faster and faster. A shiver gradually ran down her spine, one that intensified by a loud metallic sound causing her to flinch. Clank. The dummy was still intact, and the figure appeared to worn out. With blood dripping from his palms, and sweat endlessly pouring out from his face, it looked like a pathetic sight. However, to the only one watching, she found nothing pathetic about the sight, especially after what had just seen. The situation left her stumped. How am I going to judge this? What even was this? Chapter 81, For Growth, 4, Clank. I felt a lump in my throat as I heavily gasped for air. I felt lightheaded and my muscles were screaming from the strain. Even so, I felt satisfied. It's something. I could see myself progressing. There was still a lot of work to do, and I was still far from reaching something concrete, but, in getting there, I wasn't sure when, but I knew it was bound to happen. But the question was, how do I progress from here? I had the concept down in my mind, what I wanted to achieve, and where to begin. However, what I lacked was a fundamental understanding of the concept. How exactly was I supposed to improve this new technique that I had just started learning? I stepped forward and let the mana flow around my body. Unlike last time, I didn't call for the chains and simply moved my feet forward and left. The entire time I simply focused on the mana flow. There was a certain mana flow that I needed to follow for this to work. For what reason was the mana flow necessary? The answer was simple: to reinforce the muscles and build up power. There was a massive difference between doing a regular punch and punching with a mana flow. In this case, the flow was necessary to smoothly transition the power of the action between each movement. Transitioning between each movement without a mana flow typically led to a loss in power and momentum. The mana flow was added to supplement such a flaw. I yet again stopped. Something isn't quite right. Ignoring the pain that was currently gripping my hands, I thought back to the mana flow and movement. I felt like there was something missing from the entire action. The problem was that I couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind the feeling. Is it the movement, or myself? I wasn't sure, but it felt as though something was missing from the entire movement. An extra step. Is it? I tried and frowned. From the left to the right step. It flowed smoothly, but I felt like something was missing. The transition can be better? I ruffled my hair. Am I being paranoid? I tried again, but nothing changed. It was obvious that I wasn't skilled enough to understand. I tried a couple of more times, but the result was the same. In the end, I could only give up. To leave it at that for now. Such little detail was for the more skilled version of me. Right now, I was far from skilled enough to tell. I think the flaw exists, but I'm just too weak to tell. Leave it at this for now. Stretching my arms, I went ahead and started practicing again. Swoosh. I only stopped when I heard the professor's voice echo from the distance. Time's up. Everyone, place your report cards on the table over here. You may collect them after everyone has handed theirs in. I looked at my report card with a frown. Although I tried my best, I wasn't sure if it was enough. The report card comprised 4 categories: observations, prowess, weaknesses, and conclusion. This task wasn't just to help us learn about ourselves, but it was also to help us better understand how others practiced and learned. It was an exercise that benefited all parties involved. I had a hard time filling the weaknesses area considering that it was an area that was outside of my expertise. Even so, thinking back to the movements that he had shown me, I could deduct a few things. Good thing I spent some time observing him. I placed my report card on the table where all the other report cards were placed. There were quite a few. In the end, I was rather grateful for this training session. I was able to learn something due to it. I guess I should start observing others as well. If I could learn something from Leon, then could I also learn something from the others? Quite frankly, I didn't care about my pride. If it meant helping me grow stronger, I was prepared to ask those who disliked me for some advice. Pride was meaningless when one had a goal. You may collect your report card. Once all the report cards were handed over, the professor mixed them up a bit and ordered us to form a line to pick up our own cards. I sort of understood where he was coming from by making this an anonymous observation report. With everyone not knowing who their observer was, they could be as harsh and critical as possible. The harsher one was, the more critical they were of someone's flaw. In a way, if a cadet took the criticism seriously, then there was a chance that they might be able to improve a lot. Such were my thoughts as I headed for the desk and picked up my card. This one, Julian Darker Revenue's observation report. Picking up the card, I moved the side before carefully opening it. As expected, it was harsh. Observation. Julian appears to be practicing a new movement technique. From how rigid his movements are, I believe that this is the first time that he's tried such a move. There are glaring flaws in almost everything he is doing. It went on a long rant about how I was doing a lot of unnecessary movements and that I was overreaching. Nothing I didn't expect. Prowess. Interesting concept. Weaknesses. Unstable control of mana. Poor form and lack of connection between movements. Lacks physical fitness to follow up on the movements. A lot of wasted movements. Conclusion: maybe due to his experimentation with a new technique, his manipulation of mana and physical form fell far below par. His actions lacked fluidity, and the mana seemed disjointed in its flow. My recommendation is for him to prioritize refining his control. Once he hones his ability to concentrate on mana flow and prevents it from dispersing between actions, then, the note ended there. Then what? I flipped the paper over to check if there was more to it, but nothing. What? I flipped the paper again, but regardless of where I looked, the note ended there. I frowned and stared intently at the report card. I thought about reporting it to the professor but chose against it. Are they implying that when I fix this problem it'll be something good? That was perhaps what the pause implied. Either way, I knew what to do now. Practice my mana flow and control. I noticed it too while I was practicing. I wasn't quite able to get a grasp on what it was that was making it hard for me to connect the forms, but the report card made it clearer to me. Taking a deep breath, I put the card away and looked into the distance. There, I caught a glimpse of Leon staring at the report card in his hand. He wore a frown. I almost laughed as I recalled what I had written. Does he think I'm spewing bullshit? He could very well be. I wouldn't blame him. But I thought it was something that I needed to write. Perhaps there was some truth to what I had written. Maybe he'll come to thank me later, or maybe he'll completely ignore it. That was up to him to interpret. Leon looked at the report card in his hands and carefully read it. While he wasn't sure who his analyst was, he had an idea. He was curious as to what say. Leon Nellit Observation Report. Observation. Leon practices a sophisticated technique characterized by a seamless flow and interconnected movements that focus on small movements and low mana exertion. The report was long and detailed. Leon was a little surprised by what he saw. However, it was just the standard talk. There was nothing new to him. Browse. Seamless transition. Well practiced. It's apparent that the cadet has practiced the move thousands of times in the past. Weaknesses, none that I saw or am capable of seeing. Leon paused there. I can't fault him there. The technique that he was practicing was called the Dance of the Whirlwind. Unlike mages who learned spells that were ranked from beginner to perfected, users who practiced their body classification learn techniques or arts. They too had ranks to them, from 1 to 5 stars. And unlike spells, they also didn't require a person to have a certain level of strength to practice them. The Dance of the Whirlwind was a secret art that he had managed to chance upon. The rank was unknown, but Leon was sure that it was high. It'd be odd if Julian saw any flaws with his art. Not impossible, but also very unlikely. He continued to read the report. Conclusion. There isn't much to elaborate on. It appears impeccable in every aspect. It could be my limitations preventing me from identifying any flaws or offering constructive feedback. However, I do notice a concealed issue within the movement. A segment appears to be absent in the progression from the left to the right step. While some attempts have been made to remedy it, there still seems to be some lag. Leon's eyes paused on the last remarks. His entire body shook. Floor. Left to right step. He found a hard time trying to describe the current situation. It wasn't because he was wrong, but because he was right. How did he know? Leon recalled that he had only spent 10 minutes observing him. Had he figured something out in the 10 minutes that he had been observing him? Or was there something else? How does this make sense? Leon wasn't shocked because he didn't know about the flaw. He did in fact know about the flaw. The art was incomplete with a few missing pages. He had already done his best to mend it and cover it. That being said, how did he figure it out? It wasn't something that was supposed to be figured out with just a few moments of observation. An idea suddenly struck Leon all of a sudden. Does he? He stopped there and took a deep breath. He didn't jump to conclusions immediately. However, he couldn't stop himself from breathing more heavily. Perhaps 10 p.m. I reached the entrance of the academy where all that greeted me was the vast forest that loomed around it. A figure stood waiting for me near it. Dressed in all black, she seamlessly blended with the darkness. Do you have it? I've got the goods. I took out a bar and handed it to her. She nodded in satisfaction. No, wait, Why does this feel so wrong? Come with me. I'll lead you to a place. Where before I could finish speaking, she placed her hand over my shoulder and the scenery changed. Swoosh, swoosh. The heavy sound of water falling echoed within my ears as a large waterfall appeared in my vision. Where? This is where you'll be training, Delilah said in a flat voice. I looked up at her, unsure of what she was trying to imply. We were perched atop a modest hill overlooking a basin of water below. A waterfall cascaded into it, its steady rumble echoing all around us. You said you wanted to grow fast, correct? I swallowed before nodding. Cracks displayed on her indifferent face as she pointed toward the waterfall. There's something beyond there. Beyond the waterfall. It'll be what you're looking for. However, she paused and looked at me. A thin smile displayed on her face. It's going to push you to your limit. It might even be quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to do it? I'm not forcing you. The decision is up to you. No, I'll go. I didn't hesitate with my answer. This much was obvious to me. Delilah nodded, okay, and nudged toward the waterfall with her chin. Go. I quietly nodded my head. Without hesitation, I jumped down the small cliff. Splash. For growth. Chapter 82, For Growth. 5, Splash. I felt my body sink deeply into the cold water. At first, the cold took me aback, hitting me like a truck and taking my breath away. However, I slowly started to get accustomed to it. Emerging from the water, I took a deep breath. It was extremely dark outside, and I could hardly see my surroundings. I felt an eerie sense of dread floating in the pond. The water was inky black, and as I circled my hands and legs to keep me afloat, I felt a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. What if I'm not the only living being on this basin? The thought sent chills down my spine. Taking another deep breath, I threw those thoughts away. In hindsight, I was indeed a little hasty with my decision to jump down. How much could I truly trust Delilah? But at the same time, I understood something. If she really wanted to get rid of me, she wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. It was the only reason why I felt like she wasn't lying to me. Go near the waterfall. Beyond it, you'll find a cave. Go there. Delilah's soft voice reached my ear from where I was. I looked around me to determine where her voice came from, but realized it was coming from nowhere. It was in my head. There were so many things that I wanted to ask, but chose to remain silent and just followed her instructions. Waterfall, cave. I repeated the same two words in my mind. While I had never played that many games before, the waterfall cave scenario was still something that I knew about. It was a cliché scenario. Typically, however, one would find treasures beyond the cave. Wasn't sure I'd find a treasure. The roar of the waterfall became more pronounced the closer I got to it, drumming loudly inside of my mind as I tried my best to ignore the sound and move forward. It was loud and I struggled to move forward. The current continued to drag me back. Shit, I found myself expending considerable energy attempting to navigate past the waterfall. My attempt to dive beneath it was short-lived, lasting only a few seconds in the dark and chilling depths below. Coming out of the water, I took a deep breath. How was I supposed to get past this? Go on. What are you waiting for? Delilah's voice once again echoed in my head. I wanted to grumble, but decided against it and just pushed forward with all my might. There was no roundabout way of going about this. I had to get past it through sheer power and stamina. I eventually did manage to cross the waterfall, but it came at a cost. I collapsed onto a small rocky platform, gasping for breath. Movement was difficult, and my body felt utterly drained, limp with exhaustion. My lungs were on fire and my entire body was cold. My soaking wet clothes made the situation even worse as it added to the cold. Probably should stripped beforehand. Shit. The worst part of the situation was that I knew this was merely the start. As expected, Delilah's words reached me shortly after. You don't have much time. Once you've recovered, head into the cave. Blankly staring up, and hearing the roar of the waterfall not so far from me, I forced myself up and staggered into the cave. I was tired and almost out of breath. However, this meant nothing if it meant that I could get stronger. I wonder what type of training this I stopped the moment that I set foot in the cave. I didn't know how to react. Looking ahead, My body shuddered. More than a dozen pairs of eyes glared at me with unmistakable hostility. I felt my skin crawl. And then, two slender, childlike legs wobbled precariously at the edge of a small cliff, while two deep, inky eyes were fixated on the distant cascade of the waterfall. The small childlike figure was none other than Delilah, who savored the taste of the bar in her hands. It was sweet, crunchy, and, slurp, she wiped the corner of her lips. Just the thought was making her salivate. There was a reason why she liked to turn into a child. It was so that she could savor the bar better. With a smaller body, she could take more time eating it and enjoying it. Smart like that. There was a strict restriction on her that prevented her from purchasing any chocolate bars. It was something imposed on her because of an incident in the past. It was for this reason that the bars were extremely precious to her, more than any money in the world. Her legs continued to wobble. Beyond the waterfall, she could see a figure. He was currently struggling by himself, fighting against a dozen or so monsters. The cave he was in was a famous training ground for cadets, with monsters belonging to the mirror dimension. It served to provide the cadets with real-life experience. Strictly speaking, the cadets were only allowed to enter the cave after the first half of the first year. However, considering how much he wanted to improve, she decided to let him be. Of course, she had a goal in mind with this. Observe his skills. Oh, her hands halted as she observed several slender threads extending from his arm. They wrapped around his arm, and scattered around the cave, limiting the space available for the monsters to approach him. Not only that, he's merged the skill with a spell. How intriguing. It wasn't a unique concept or anything like that. However, it was certainly not something that all cadets knew how to do. In this case, it also provided him with breathing space, as the monsters didn't directly pounce him from all sides. Not bad. Such was her current evaluation. Not bad. Another change unfolded as a chain materialized on his opposite hand. With one hand ensnaring the monsters with threads to impede their movements, he wielded the chains on his other hand adeptly, simultaneously defending and launching attacks, shifting between attack and defense. What grabbed Delilah's attention was his footwork. It was raw. However, there was something to them. In a way, it appeared to be the key to his transition between his offense and defense. The more Delilah watched, the more surprised she became. She fell silent, silently observing Julian in the distance. It was obvious that he had just learned this method given how rigid some of his movements were, but what would happen were he to master everything? Just how much stronger would he become? Lost in her own thoughts, Delilah didn't realize that her grip over the bar had faltered. By the time she realized, the bar had dropped from her grasp. No. Delilah reached out for it, but given her small stature, she was unable to grab it. Her little hands were simply useless. While there were advantages to her polymorph skill, there were also disadvantages. One such disadvantage was that her powers were reduced and it would take several seconds for her to change back. In the silence that unfolded around her, Delilah could only watch in despair as the bar dropped to the ground. Plop. The bar sank deeply into the water, blending with the darkness surrounding it. With her ability, Delilah could still see the bar. It was sinking deeper and deeper into the basin. The sweet and savory bar. The rich, smooth texture that melted in her tongue. The satisfying snap that came with each bite. Delilah leaned back and blankly stared at the sky. Gaze, sadness. I've mastered it. In a dark room belonging to the curtain call collective, a lone figure sat before a wooden desk that was dimly lit by a small lamp. The sound of her pen scratching against paper reverberated throughout the room, punctuating the intense seriousness etched onto her face. Almost a dozen different papers were scattered across the room. Olga found herself in a very dangerous situation. The script was ready. She had already handed it to the board of admission. However, no, I have to. It was supposed to have already been perfect. However, as she recalled the performance of the cadet, she found herself unable to sleep. His performance, it was just that impactful. It perfectly captured the essence of Azaria's. In fact, his performance added a depth that she herself hadn't seen. He's only got 3 scenes. It wasn't enough. She craved to see more of his performance. It might ruin everything, but I can't help myself. The script was perfect in every way. She was confident she'd be able to receive her first 5-star grade, but I need more of Azarias. Of the cadet who played Azarias, all writers wanted to create masterpieces. Even if they were confident that what they had was already a masterpiece, if a chance to improve the script further presented itself, they'd jump at the opportunity. Olga was one such writer. Olga, who was obsessed with her script, spent the entire night making adjustments to the script, adding and removing scenes continuously. She was a perfectionist. Unless all scenes seamlessly flowed together, she wasn't going to accept the scenes. Thus, ever since the practice, she spent the entire week holed up in her room trying to improve the script. Exactly 1 week after holding herself up in her room, Olga stood up from her seat. Done. A full script appeared in front of her. It was at least a few pages thicker compared to the normal script. This meant that the play was going to run for longer than intended. That in itself was going to cause a little bit of trouble. It's worth it. The adjustments were perfect. Azarias, who was supposed to be just a minor character, suddenly had a bigger role to play. He was still a minor villain. However, he now had incredible depth. Not only that, but she hadn't just changed his scenes. Olga had made minor changes to make the character more consistent with Julian. Haha, this is, massaging her eyes, Olga pressed on the small oar beside her. Rodney, I need a favor. I want you to call the committee over. He'd like to present a new script, and, she paused for a short moment, tracing the new script over with her eyes. He'd like for the committee to grade the play during the festival. Chapter 83, Preparation for the Festival, 1. The week continued like that. Each night, at the same time, he'd go to the entrance of the academy where I would be brought to the cave where, I suppressed a groan and wrapped my arm. Blood was leaking, staining the cloth in red. How long do I have to do this for? I looked around me. It was dark, but I could see the dozen or so corpses littered on the ground. A putrid smell lingered in the air, forcing me to wince at times. Despite the many hours I had spent in this place, I could still not get used to the smell. It was that strong. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the pain and stood up. Looking at my watch, I sighed and extended my hand. Thin, almost untraceable threads spread out from my forearm, circling each finger before moving out the area around me, hiding around the crevices, and rocks scattered throughout. It was hard to see in the darkness, but I was getting used to it. 10, I started to count down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, for every 10 minutes that passed a new set of monsters would appear. 3, this was the 5th horde of the day. 2, and the last horde of the day. 1, a sight that I had started to grow accustomed to. Over several dozen figures appeared at the back of the cave. Their figures blended nicely with the darkness, making it hard to distinguish what they were. That, however, was of no importance. I slightly raised my right hand. Tap, tap, tap. Light and rushed steps. Small, the sound gave away the size of the creatures. Judging from the frequency and weight of them, they didn't seem to be very large in size. I waited. Tap, tap, tap. The sound neared. They were only a few meters away from me. Their speed was starting to pick up. Even still, I did nothing. I waited quietly for them to come closer. Clank, clank. Chains wrapped around my left hand as I brought it forward. The dim, purple glow surrounding my left arm offered a fleeting preview of the path ahead. There loomed a colossal jaw adorned with countless rows of teeth curving inward. Ah, fuck. Clank. As soon as my eyes landed on the creature, sparks crackled through the air, illuminating its form for me to get a better look. It snapped at the chains with ferocity, prompting me to instinctively retreat several paces. Before I could even process the arrival of the first creature, another materialized, adding to the otherwise precarious situation. I just barely managed to shift my hand to get it to bite at the chains. Clank. I was once again pushed back several meters. When I managed to stabilize myself, I used the few seconds I had to myself to get a proper look at the creatures. As expected, a rat. Fucking rats. Hi. Their steps hurried and I knew that I was about to be surrounded. It wasn't as though I didn't want this to happen. In fact, I was waiting for it as I clenched my right hand. Putchy. Blood splurted everywhere as the beasts shrieked in pain and the threads that I had laid out burst out. I was immediately left out of breath the moment I called for the threads. However, I knew that I couldn't stop. Not yet. I extended my left hand, causing the chains to scatter as I pushed away the two rats clinging to them. Eek. Their red eyes glared fiercely at me as they crouched on all fours, their fur bristling in warning. Amidst the chaos, the other rodents either lay lifeless or struggled to regain their footing. Grazed by the threads, the creatures, already weakened by the curse of hands of malady, intertwined with the threads, seemed to falter every time they tried to stand up. Looking at my left hand and seeing the faint blood marks on it, I clicked my tongue. Still a lot of work to do. Stepping forward, I raised my right hand and called the chains forth as they hung on my grip. Sensing the impending danger, the two rodents lunged toward me with ferocity. Too bad I was faster. Clank! With a swift swing, I landed a solid blow on both of the rodents, staggering them momentarily. Without hesitation, I followed up with another strike as I smoothly transitioned the chains to my left hand, maintaining my fluid motion with careful flow and step. What came after the strike was one resounding shriek as a familiar silence ensued shortly after as I took heavy breaths. Thud. I fell on my knees and held onto my chest. My vision was blurry, and I could hardly focus. Despite that, I didn't let my guard down and continued to look around at the monsters that were on the ground. None of them were moving and were either in pieces or lying motionless. Even so, I continued to stare at them. The silence felt stifling and I swallowed. They're all dead, right? They sure looked like they were. But the reality was different from my thoughts. Out of nowhere, as if they had been injected with some weird drug, one of the rodents abruptly stood up and lunged at me with all their might. I was prepared for such an occasion. With a casual swipe of my hand, the rodent separated in two. Thud. Only then did I sigh in relief and relax. I've already learned my lesson once. I recalled the first day of my training. I remembered just how much I had suffered. These little fuckers, they were crafty, extremely so. Had it not been for the fact that Delilah was present, I feared I would have spent at least a few weeks in the infirmary. Drip, drip. Turning my head, I stared at my left arm which was bleeding from 2 points. I thought I did good covering. In the end, one of the monsters still managed to get a bite on me. It was a bit disappointing, but compared to the first time when I had suffered bites everywhere, I was doing considerably better. Slowly, I caught up with my breath. I was finally done for the day. I felt tired and every part of my body hurt. Leaning back on the hard ground, I blankly stared at the ceiling of the cave. It was dark, but I could faintly see it. Drip, drip. Softly cascading from the overhanging rocks, water dripped in gentle touches, its calm rhythm punctuated by the distant rumble of the waterfall echoing in the background. I closed my eyes and let the sounds enter my mind. A picture formed and I basked in the sound. Just then, I let my mind sink in deeply into itself. For just a brief moment, I felt at peace. The next day, the preparations for the festival were in full swing. With only a week and a few days left, the campus was extremely busy. Here you go. Make sure you practice this script. I've revised it to better fit you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I took the script without saying anything. Revised it to better fit me. What sort of? You may already have an idea of who Azarias is or was in the script. The concept will remain the same. He's a psychopath who thirsts for the death of his victims. However, there's a twist. The woman, who went by the name of Olga, wasn't quite sure, but I addressed her as writer, and started to explain the plot and general idea behind the character that she had written. The more she started to explain, the more I was convinced. I can't do this. It was already a miracle that I was capable of performing the first part of the script. But as I scrolled through the script, I had a hard time visualizing the emotions and expressions of the character. He was a total psychopath. Someone who killed for the sake of killing. He thirsted for the thrill that came with the death of his victims. How am I supposed to play this? As I scrolled through the script, Attempting to envision myself embodying the character, I encountered a persistent barrier hindering my ability to fully immerse myself in the scene. Despite repeated attempts to visualize the scenario, I found myself unable to authentically inhabit the character's persona or effectively convey the emotions and actions as written in the script. "Can you do it?" Overhearing the writer's words, I pursed my lips. Could I do it? The simple answer was, I couldn't do it. However, was I going to do it? That answer was obvious. Yes. For the credits, I had to do it. Great. I can't wait to see your performance. Inside of the Leone Hall, things were hectic. With the festival date drawing nearer, the cadets and staff were busy handling all the important props and equipment up the stage. Given that today the cadets who were going to become extras in the play were going to be announced, there was an obvious air of excitement. Yes, I'm done. One such cadet who was looking forward to the selection was none other than Aoi Ife. She had applied a week ago when the auditions were on. Her role was that of an extra who was supposed to die at the start of the story. Her killer was supposedly a wannabe psychopath. It wasn't an important role, but to get extra credits she was willing to take on the role. Her plan to become a guide had failed, and since she couldn't do that, this was the next best thing. I have to get this role. Are you also waiting to hear your results? Aoi Ife turned her head. A tall man with soft blonde hair and brow eyes appeared in her sight. He wore a soft smile as he addressed her. Judging from his uniform, he seemed to also be a cadet. A senior, probably. Ah, yes. Aoi Ife casually nodded her head without displaying much interest. No. She had no interest. The only thing that was in her mind was the selection. He'll get the role, right? She recalled the expressions that judges had at her performance. It was generally quite positive. At least, that was what she thought. Ha ha, that's nice. I'm also hoping to get a role. I want to be as Aries. It's quite an interesting role. I think he'll be able to play it quite perfectly. Besides her, the senior started to yap about himself and the role he selected. In fact, I'm quite confident in getting the role if you would excuse me. Without looking, Aoi Ife started to distance herself from him. Along the way, she came up with a random excuse. Someone is calling for me. Aoi Ife left right after that, leaving the senior hanging. She had no time for meaningless talk that was just going to end up with her finding out he was approaching her with ulterior motives. Been there, done that. As Aoi Ife left, the senior's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, his expression gradually contorting with an emotion difficult to discern. His left eye twitched slightly, as a certain madness threatened to spill. Oh, He just barely held himself back as he scratched the side of his neck. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Not yet, not yet. He quietly mumbled as he stared at the incoming member of the collective, presumably the person that would announce the result of the roles. Massaging his face, a warm smile gradually returned to his face. It wasn't yet time. He had to remain patient. He was bound to get the role. The same was true for her. Two contrasting roles, that marked the end of the start of their characters. Such were their roles. The stage was being set up, for he would perform the greatest act at the greatest change. An act to blow the minds of the audience. One that would forever be remembered by all. Chapter 84, Preparation for the Festival, 2. Please be quiet. I will not be announcing the results of the assessment that we had. May the students who have been called up please step forward. A man clad in dark green attire stood tall, his gaze fixed intently upon the paper before him. Adorned with thick, square-framed glasses, his stern countenance exuded an air of authority as he started reading the papers. For the role of Evangeline, the selected cadet will be Aria Palia from the second year. Please step forward. A young woman with black hair stepped forward. Her features were rather delicate, and while she wasn't exactly the most attractive of women, she was above average. The moment her name got called up, her eyes sparkled and her body trembled. She seemed to be struggling to contain her excitement. Aoi Ife stared at her with a flat look. There was no hint of expression on her pretty features. She was quietly waiting for her name to be called up. Although she didn't show it, she was actually quite nervous. She had rehearsed the script for countless hours and thought she had done a good job at it. They had only been given 5 minutes to learn the script and act. Had she been given more time, then she would have been able to put on a better performance. The thought of failing kept nagging at her mind. It felt suffocating. I can't fail. Not again. And then, for the role of Emily, the daughter of the baker, the selected cadet will be. Audiobook took a deep breath, silently squeezing her palms which had unknowingly turned sweaty. Audiobook Megrail. Please step forward. A huge sense of relief washed over her the moment that her name was called. If not for the fact that she had to keep her image up, she would have jumped and clenched her fist in front of everyone. Keeping her usual stoic expression, she glanced around at the other cadets who were looking at her with hints of envy and jealousy, and she stepped forward. I did it. Her fists clenched tightly. The organizer started to name the remaining cadets. One by one, I saw cadets either suppress their joy or weep in sadness. Folding the paper, the organizer eventually announced, "That's it for the roles. For those that haven't been called out, there's always a next time. You can dispar." Excuse me. A voice cut the organizers. It sounded calm, but its underlying fluster did not escape Audiobook's notice. When she turned her head, her brows furrowed. It's him, the senior from before. He still wore a warm smile and appeared friendly. However, something was unsettling about his smile that made Audiobook frown more deeply. He politely addressed the organizer. I've yet to hear about the role for Azarias. I've applied, and I don't think it has been called out yet, so I think there's been a no. There's no mistake. The organizer coolly cut him off. Glancing at the cadets who had stepped forward, Audiobook included, he went on to say, the role of Azarias has already been taken. He was selected a week ago. Finally, cracks started to appear on his calm face. He appeared to be quite flustered. It was as if he hadn't expected such development. Someone took the role? But weren't the selections today? How could this be? Is there some sort of mistake? Azarias' role has already been taken? He wasn't the only one that was surprised by the situation. All the remaining cadets, Audiobook included, were confused. Who took the role? Audiobook was curious. He was supposed to be the one that killed her. They were bound to meet each other and work with one another. That's enough questions. You will get to meet him later today if he's present. If not, you'll eventually get to meet him. But, then, that's that. The organizer cut the senior off before settling his gaze over the Audiobook and the rest. His tone softened a little. Please follow me. I'll lead you all to our writer who will start explaining your roles. He turned around and left after that. Audiobook didn't hesitate to follow, losing all interest in the senior whose face turned completely white. Her mind was somewhere else at the moment. She was curious. Just who was the one who was going to play the role of Azarias? Alexander Harrington, a second-year senior ranked within the top hundreds, didn't think things would turn out like this. The itch intensified, and he began scratching his neck. A mistake. How? Scratch, scratch, scratch. As he scratched, a wet sensation began to creep along the side of his neck. He wanted to continue, but the wet sensation prevented him from scratching further. Dabbing his neck with his sleeve, staining it red, he continued. I thought I did good. Everything was perfect. How? His sentences were incoherent, hardly making any sense. You weren't able to get the role? No, I wasn't. Alexander started to display some anger as he contacted them. How could they lie to him? They promised him the role. What happened? What happened? There will be a change of plans, then. Change of plans? Alexander had enough rationality within him to listen. You are changing the plans? Find the one who took the role from you. Once you do, send us his information. We'll take care of it for you. You will? Yes, the voice flatly said. A smile finally returned to Alexander. Yes, they can do it. They'll fix it. Good, good. I'll find him. The itch stopped, and his expression returned to normal. He was no longer as panicked. I'll find him immediately. Do that. Alexander ended the transmission. He massaged his face, trying his best to fix his expression. Dabbing his neck with his sleeve, he made sure to clean up the blood as well. Taking out a mirror, he stared at himself. Good. A warm smile, and a friendly expression. Such was his persona. Yes, this will do. Fixing his clothes, he turned around. He had just taken a few steps when a figure appeared not far from him. Immediately, he stood out. With tall and overbearing features, His appearance attracted the attention of all those around him. With his deep hazel eyes scanning the surroundings, he seemed to be looking for someone. His head turned left, and then right, and then, they locked on to him. Alexander was taken aback. The distance between the two shrank until he was eventually a few meters from him. Yes? Alexander addressed him with his usual smile while casually glancing at his blazer. Distinguishing the year of a cadet was made easy by the stripes adorning their blazers. A single stripe denoted a first-year cadet, while two stripes signified a second year, and the pattern continued accordingly, offering a visual cue to their progression through the academy. The cadet had one stripe. He was his junior. "How may I help you, junior?" By addressing him as junior, he quickly elevated his position to a higher status than his. He thought his junior would understand, but he didn't as he stared at him without saying a word. His intense hazel eyes scanned his body meticulously as if he was looking for something. The more he looked, the more Alexander grew uncomfortable. For a brief moment, his expression almost cracked and his hands trembled. Alexander found himself imagining himself strangling him. But he held himself back. He couldn't show such a display. At least, not yet. There were more important things that he needed to do. "Junior," Alexander called out again. This time, he made his voice sterner, as if he was trying to warn the junior before him. He seemed to have gotten his message across as the junior finally took his gaze away from him. Just when Alexander thought he was going to apologize, he asked something that completely took him aback. "Did you apply for the position?" "Position?" "Yes." "For as areas." Alexander frowned. Suddenly, he found his lips become dry. "It couldn't be that." The junior went on to apply. "I also applied." "You did?" "Yes." The junior nodded. A pity he was already selected. "Ah, a pity indeed." Then, lowering his head, the junior excused himself. "I apologize for disturbing you." The apology finally came. "You would've made for a great as areas." As the junior departed, his words hung in the air, leaving Alexander speechless. Despite the urge to speak up, he found himself at a loss for words, his mouth hanging open. All he could do was watch as the senior's figure merged into the sea of cadets, gradually fading from view. For some reason, scratch, 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 the itch started again. "It's probably him. I wasn't quite sure just yet." It all happened rather fast. I was overlooking the cadet selection for the incoming roles, when, side quest activated, final act, character progression plus 39%, game progression plus 6%, failure calamity 1 plus 12% if a million notification popped up in my vision. It wasn't as if I wasn't expecting it. No, rather I was expecting it to happen. Given how big of an event the festival was, I doubted nothing would have happened. Without a doubt, something was going to happen. I was proven right. It looks like the target is Oif. Calamity 1 was Oif. That much became clear to me after the prison incident. She also got selected for the role in the play. The girl that I was supposed to kill. It was a funny thought. What sort of face was she going to make when she realized I was the one who was supposed to kill her? But that was outside of the point. No vision accompanied the notification. However, I didn't feel like I needed it this time. I knew that I couldn't rely on the visions to appear all the time and that I had to figure things out myself sometimes. Good thing I did. I've already found my target. Or at least, was more or less confident in my selection. The event was titled Final Act, suggesting that it had something to do with the play. Oif's selection in the play further reaffirmed my thoughts. I put myself in the shoes of the organization. They were strong, incredibly powerful. However, if they wanted to target Oif during the play, the most realistic approach wouldn't be through some mass attack during the play, let alone the fact that all the big shots were going to be present. But even getting into the academy was going to be hard. The only conclusion that I thought was feasible was through either an established guest or a performer. I wasn't sure if they knew whether Oif would be selected for the role, but if they knew, then the most perfect candidate would be a performer. And if there was a character who fit the description the best, then it had to be Azarias, the character that I was playing. It was all speculative. There was no clear evidence for my thoughts, or at least, not until I observed all the male candidates for the role and spotted a certain someone behaving differently from the others. It was for that reason that I approached him. As expected, it might be him. The more I thought about my interaction with him, the more convinced I was. Not yet. Even so, I didn't act just yet. Now was not the right time. Not only did I not know how strong he was, but we were in the academy. It wasn't as if I could do anything to him even if I wanted to. That would be stupid. Not only that, but if something were to happen to him, then the people behind him could very well change their plans. Things would become unpredictable then. I didn't like unpredictability. I liked for things to remain predictable. Only then would I have a certain sense of control over the situation. For now, I needed to maintain this status quo, at the very least, until I found an opening. Chapter 85. Preparation for the Festival. 3. Thursday. A few days before the festival, I sat on one of the benches around the campus, waiting for someone. I checked the time. It was just about 3 p.m. I couldn't stay here for long. I had a place to be in a few hours. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long. He appeared not long after. You came, wearing the same academy uniform as I did. Leon greeted me with a flat look. Did you expect me to ignore your message? His lack of reply was all that I needed to hear. So he did. What do you see me as? This time, I could see a reaction from him. Disgust, and a little bit of fear. What? No, stop. He held his hand in front of me. I come in peace. The fuck is this guy on about? In peace? In peace from what? I need your help. An unexpected set of words came out of his mouth and I frowned. You want my help? Yes. He quietly nodded his head as he sat down on the opposite end of the bench. He was behaving quite strangely today. What do you want me to help you with? You wrote this, right? Extending his hand, he passed me a familiar piece of paper. I took a casual glance before understanding his intentions. Wrong person to ask. No, he'll teach you. Surprised, I looked at him. Teach me? Why would you? I think talented. Talented? I almost laughed. This guy, he had really lost his mind. I was just about to stand up and leave when he held me down. Serious. I took a good moment to stare at his face. I was really having a hard time taking him seriously. But looking at his expression, which seemed absolutely serious, I had no choice but to sit back down. So you think him talented? I do. Perhaps because he had been with me since the start and had seen my progress, he thought that I was talented. But what did he know? He knew nothing about the struggles that I had to go through to just barely reach an acceptable level. I was still levels behind this guy, and our gap was only widening. If there was one truly talented person, then it had to be him. I still decided to hear him out. Let's say that I'm talented. What does that have to do with you wanting to teach me? Leon pursed his lips and briefly looked down. Falling into his own thoughts, he only looked back after a short while. I've reached a bottleneck. It's just like you said. I've been trying my best to fix the missing parts that are within the art that I'm practicing. I've spent the past 2 years trying to fix the problem. I thought I had done a good job at hiding the fact that the technique was incomplete, but, he paused there, but his meaning was clear. You think he'll be able to think of a way to fix it? He didn't respond, but his expression yet again told me everything that I needed to know. This time, I really wanted to laugh. This guy has totally lost his marbles. I'm not expecting you to pay me back or anything. I am willing to teach you the technique for free. If you can't perfect it, then that's fine too. I won't blame you for it. I massaged my forehead. My head was throbbing. Of all the people he could have asked, he asked me. This is stupid. There had to be some sort of intention behind his actions. I refused to believe it was just because he thought I could complete it. Fine. Despite all the doubts that I had, I still accepted the offer. It went without saying that I accepted. It was simply an extremely advantageous deal for me. The only problem that I had with this offer was the fact that I truly didn't understand where this guy was coming from. Could I truly trust him? I looked at his face. It looked stupid, as if perhaps sensing my thoughts. Leon frowned. What are you thinking about? I was taken aback. What are you? So he really did read my mind. Your face looks stupid. Oh, shit. I covered my mouth. I wasn't meant to say it out loud. My true thoughts had slipped. Leon blinked, and just faintly, his stoic expression cracked. I closely observed his expression. Was it going to crack? The answer was number. With a sigh, he slowly got up from the chair. I'll slowly start teaching you the art when we have time. I'll take my leave now. With a slight bow, He was prepared to leave. I looked at his back, which was now facing me, before opening my mouth to say a name, Alexander Harrington. His steps halted. I continued. Pay attention to him. Alexander Harrington. Even as he distanced himself from Julian, the name continued to ring in his mind. He had asked for clarification, but all he was met with was a simple, keep an eye out for me. Before he left, the name didn't ring a bell, and regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't recall such a name. Still, he was planning on finding out. In any case, the talk went better than expected. He accepted. Quite honestly, Leon didn't hold a lot of expectations in his attempt at trying to solve the puzzle that had been plaguing him for the past few years. However, he had grown to a point where he was starting to become desperate, to the point where he even thought of teaching Julian his technique so that he could help him find an answer. Leon found himself blankly staring at the sky. The bottleneck. It had appeared the moment he reached Tier 3. The bottleneck wasn't yet apparent. It was faint, but Leon could feel it. Were he to continue down this path, he was sure that by the time he reached Tier 5 and higher, his growth would completely stagnate. The fact that Julian had managed to pick up the floor within just a few hours of observation was enough for Leon to understand something. He's talented. Perhaps he himself hadn't noticed, but Leon certainly saw it. If he were to train a little further, then it's worth the shot. Plus, it wasn't like he was going to teach him the entire thing, just the movement art, which was what he needed. But Leon suddenly frowned as he thought back to something. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He tried to ignore it, but the words would just continue to nag at the back of his mind, to the point where he found himself stopping a nearby cadet. Hey, you, yeah, me? The cadet pointed at himself with a flustered look. Yes. Leon nodded with a serious face. Then, pointing at himself, he asked, does my face look stupid? Today was the first day of practice. There were only a few days left before the festival was in full swing, and Oif had spent the last couple of days seriously practicing her lines. There weren't many, just a couple, but she had to perfectly display fear and terror in her expression. From the tremble of her eyes to the pitch of her voice, everything had to be perfect. Setting the script down, Oif took a deep breath. She was currently inside a small practice room by herself. Soon she was going to meet the man who was supposed to play as Aries. Today was the first time she was going to meet him. Not only that, but she was also going to meet the other actors in the play. Today was their first reading, an event where all the actors of the play would meet to familiarize themselves with each other. There was an undeniable excitement around the rookie actor. Rumors had it that he had been selected the moment that he had gone to the audition. With a godly level of acting, the writer chose him on the spot. I'm curious. But at the same time, Oif was also nervous. Would she even be able to keep up with such an actor? The mere thought of performing with someone like that made her nervous. If it somehow ended up ruining the play, then let's not think about it. Oif became increasingly nervous the more she thought about it. Right, who knows, maybe I'll be able to hold my own. Gradually, her mind started to calm down and she felt less stressed. All right. She slapped her cheeks and stood proudly. I've got this. Collecting herself, she reached for the door and opened it. Is everything ready? Do you have the script with you? Yes, I've got it right here. Please wait a moment. I'll distribute them to the tables. Oif was immediately greeted with chaos. The reading was set to take place in several minutes, and the staff was busy getting everything ready for the actors and actresses who were going to take part in the play. The venue wasn't particularly spacious, roughly half the size of the auditorium. Originally designated for storage purposes, its discreet location made it an ideal choice for hosting the reading, given the secretive nature of the script. Walking around, Oif managed to catch a glimpse of several famous actors. As expected, there was a certain aura about them that stood out from the rest. You could tell at a glance that they were the best of the best. But it wasn't as though her own aura lacked compared to theirs. Rather, it shone just as brightly, instantly attracting the attention of the actors present. If it isn't our rising superstar. Oif was greeted by a tall and strikingly handsome man who introduced himself as Darius Johns, the main lead of the play. He greeted her with a large smile. Are you nervous? You don't have to be with me. Her wife was about to respond when she was pulled back. A crisp voice echoed right after. Get your hands off of her. The gap between you two is too large. No, I know. Before wife knew it, she was surrounded by the main cast of the play. Stay away from our little rookie, Darius. Don't you know who you're talking to? Everyone started to berate him, as he flusteredly looked around. No, I was just trying to be friendly. Bullcrap. How are you holding up? While this was going on, wife was greeted by a stunning woman, whose presence momentarily caught her off guard. Have you memorized your lines? If you need help, feel free to ask us. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, wife couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement at the sight of Odette Ripley, a renowned actress whose performances she had admired in countless recordings and plays. Wife was a huge fan of her works, and seeing her in person almost made her squeal. Odette, let her go. Can't you see she's uncomfortable with your touch? No, she isn't. Odette turned to look at wife. You aren't, right? No. Ha. See, TSK. There was an overall pleasant atmosphere around the place. With all actors familiar with one another, the mood was serene. Oh, right. Do you know who's the actor that forced that woman to change the script? At Odette's sudden question, the atmosphere changed a little. Wife titled her head. The topic interested her as well. I don't know, to be honest. That woman refuses to say anything. I've begged her so many times, but she just doesn't budge at all. Right? The same is true for me. But is he actually good? I mean, I get that he managed to get that woman to change the script, but could it have been some fluke? No. Impossible. You know how that woman is. There's no way she would do what she did unless she was confident. Yes. I guess. Well, see during the reading whether they are truly as good as they say. The conversation continued in that direction. Wife listened quietly from the side, occasionally adding her own thoughts on the matter. That was until someone announced, the reading is about to start. May all the actors get seated. Already? That's fast. But where is the rookie actor everyone is talking about? He's here. As the assistant spoke, the door swung open, and a figure walked it. Almost everyone turned their face in the direction of the door. Wife was one such person. She was curious. Just who was this super rookie? Only that? No, it can't be. Her expectations were shattered the moment he entered, as she blinked several times to make sure she wasn't seeing wrongly. Blinking again, and seeing the same figure standing before her with what seemed to be a slight curl of his lips. Wife swallowed. Oh, no. The godly actor who had taken the show by storm. The person whom she had to try her best to keep up with, and the person that she was supposed to treat like a master. No. It was none other than Julian. Chapter 86, Preparation for the Festival, 4. He immediately grabbed the attention of the room with his presence. With looks that put even the best-looking actor to shame, he became the focal point of everyone's gaze. Behind him, a familiar figure appeared. She was following him with gleaming eyes. There's no need to feel too pressured. Just act as you've done last time, and it looks like everyone is here. Sorry for the delay. I was talking with him about something. It was none other than Olga, who waved her hand at the actors sitting across the room. Writer, it's a pleasure to see you. Hello. Snapping out of it, the actors went on to greet her. There was a certain respect in their voice as they talked to her, and rightfully so. Her name resounded throughout the entire empire, and while all the actors present had a certain fame to their name, it was meaningless when compared to Olga. It's nice to see you all again. I apologize in advance for the delay and change in script. No worries. No worries. It's indeed better. I'm sure it'll be a hit. Compliments began to flow effortlessly from the actors' lips, each one more lavish than the last, until inevitably, the spotlight of attention gradually shifted towards Julian. Haha, are you the actor everyone is talking about? Darius, true to his nature, was the first to approach Julian with his trademark warmth, extending a friendly greeting in his usual amiable manner. You might know me, but I'm Darius. He held out his hand. But, all he received in response was a blank stare. It was obvious from Julian's gaze that he had no idea as to who he was. And he was right. Julian really didn't know who the person in front of him was. Famous actor. Who? most probably seemed to be the case. He was just about to hold his hand up to return the greeting when Olga intervened. Enough with the greetings. Let's just straight to the reading. I can't wait. And thus, Julian was never able to return the greetings. Whispers started to spread. Wow. Did you see that? He totally ignored Darius. That's the godly actor that made her change the script. Well, he certainly has the looks for it. But doesn't he seem rather plain? No, not his looks, but his expression. It's as blank as a piece of paper. From the way he was acting, it seems like he's looking down on everyone. No, that's not the case. I've muttered to herself from the side. He's just like that. It wasn't a scene she was used to seeing. She could practically count the many times she had seen a similar scene over the past few months. Does this guy not care about anything else but himself? As if sensing her gaze, he turned to look at her and their gazes met. What is? For the briefest of moments, I've noticed a subtle curl at the corner of his lips. It disappeared as fast as it came, and the writer clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. We will skip the introductions for now. Let's start the reading. Soon, the large hall, which had become somewhat awkward due to Julian, was plunged into a state of silence. Flip, only for it to be shattered by the sound of pages turning. As heads turned in unison, all eyes fell upon Julian, who sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the script before him. Everyone wore a strange expression as they looked at him. He really didn't care at all about what others thought of him. More whispers ensued. Doesn't he seem nervous? Like he's quite stiff. This isn't a good sign. Could just be his personality. I'm not sure. I was looking forward to seeing the godly rookie that forced Olga to change the script. But maybe we won't see it today. What happens if he sucks? I doubt he will. And if he does, we can just go back to the old script. Ah, I see. At this moment, while the actors were conversing with each other, Olga stood up and said, "Let's begin." Act 1. The Bakery. The story was set in a similar time to their own, focusing on a young man raised in an orphanage who became ensnared in the intricate schemes of the royal family as a result of his job, a detective. But there was a secret he had. He had a special power, one that allowed him to retrace crime scenes to see what had happened. In the first scene, the main character Joseph, played by Darius, visits a bakery. This is where she worked. Is that correct? It was an introductory scene to the main character. It had to be said that Darius was a great actor. The moment his scene started, he was able to quickly get into character. Outwardly, he had an air of laziness, yet an underlying seriousness underscored his demeanor, leaving no doubt about his commitment to solving the crime. Such was Joseph, the character he was playing. Darius was doing a great job at embodying such a character. Yes, this is the bakery. Another actor, his assistant in the play, commented from the side. The scene continued. Emily Stein, the assistant, mused, his tone turning somber. The owner's daughter. According to the details, she seems to have vanished sometime yesterday. Yeah, I see. With a subtle nod, Darius surveyed the surroundings, idly tracing his finger along the surface of the wooden table they were seated at, with a lazy expression on his face. His actions were merely to make it look as though he was doing something. The assistant looked around before muttering, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the place. The crime likely occurred outside of the bakery." "Should we? Give me a second." Darius closed his eyes, and, clap. End of Act 1. The scene cut. Supposedly, the scene was supposed to cut to a vision. I've observed from the side with admiration that she didn't show. As expected, seeing them in person is something else. She felt shivers. But apparently, she was the only one that felt this way. Olga, the writer of the play, frowned and addressed the assistant. "Ronan, did you read the script properly? Your lines were bland. I need you to be sterner, just like in the script." Olga sighed. "The two of you are contrasting characters. One is lazy, and the other one is stern. I don't feel any of that from the lines." "Change your tone. Make your voice deeper." "I apologize. I will do better." Olga then went on to comment on a few other things that she disliked. Overall, even Darius wasn't spared from criticism. This went on for several minutes until Olga sighed and sat back down. Next scene. Act 2. The Vision. Her brows trembled, and her attention shifted towards Julian. It was Julian's first appearance, but not just his. Ife's as well. This is the more detailed version of the scene from the tryouts. Please don't feel too pressured. I just want to see how you do in this scene. Her attention soon turned to Ife. You, frowning. Olga seemed to want to say something, but decided against it and quietly said, just try to keep up. Stunned, Ife didn't know how to respond. Just try to keep up? What did that even mean? Slowly, her fists clenched together as she lowered her head to stare at her script. It was only a few pages long, but it was filled with creases and notes. For the past week, she had dedicated countless hours to dissecting the role, sacrificing sleep and analyzing numerous plays in an effort to perfect her tone and expressions. Now, as she gazed at the script, its worn pages barely holding together, Ife bit her lips and looked up. Her competitive spirit ignited. Let's see if I really need to keep up. Start. Compared to the first script, the scene was different. The occurrences no longer occurred in a room, but rather in the open. Ha! Man, Ife was the first one to speak. Her tone sounded light and crisp. The expressions of many of the actors present changed. They clearly did not expect her acting to be like that. I can't believe this shop is closed as well. In the setting, Ife, or Emily, was visiting the nearby shops to buy missing pieces for their malfunctioning mixer. It was a matter of utter importance since the bakery couldn't run without the machinery. It was late into the night, and all shops were closed. In her desperation, Emily found a man in the streets for help. Excuse me, do you perhaps know if any shops are still open where I can buy some parts for a broken mixer? That man was none other than Azarias. With his head lowered, Julian slowly raised his head. He didn't immediately turn into character. At first, his expression was blank. Ife stared at it unblinkingly, almost as if she was trying to challenge him. Come, show me what you've got. All eyes were on Julian, whose expression remained blank the entire time. Everyone wore similar expressions as they wondered about him and his acting. Was it really going to be as good as Olga suggested? Was it just a fluke? Overrated? The thoughts ran through their mind until they didn't. Finally, Julian's expression changed, and so did his aura. It was as if a different person had taken over. It indeed was. Right now, Julian was mixing a few characters in his mind. From the memories of William's madness to the emotions he felt right after he first killed a person. He solely focused on those experiences and emotions. In doing so, his entire demeanor changed and he became a completely different person. It was a chilling sight that took Ife's breath away. All of a sudden, the world around her seemed to have changed. No longer did it feel like she was in the reading room. As of right now, she truly felt like Emily. You're looking for a replacement? Julian's voice came out dry. However, within the dryness of the voice was a smile. A gentle and warm smile. I felt a strange discomfort staring into that smile. It made her fidgety. Even so, she had to resist the urge to show it. In the play, Emily, desperate for the missing piece, doesn't notice such things. And so, yes, I am. I know, yes. I know of a place. You do? Yes, please go straight. If you just keep going there, you can find it. Thank you so much. It was a short interaction, one that ended with her thanking the man before leaving. Ife did her best to keep her tone even. Even so, just briefly, her voice trembled. Ife half expected the writer to call her out for it, but nobody said a thing. And how could they? Shivers, him feeling shivers, from the many expressions he manages to reveal through his eyes alone and subtle gestures. This is even better than what I saw last time. Olga found herself once again doubting her own writing abilities. She felt as if she had still not done the character justice. The other actors were no exception. It's no wonder he acted like that. He truly is scary. How can anyone act like that? It feels like him being sucked right into the scene. I'm getting shivers. Julian lowered his head. He scanned the room that was filled with other actors. He was meant to stare just straight where Emily's departing back was, but as if he wasn't satisfied with that, he stared at everyone present. His eyes changed. Julian, Noah's Arius' gaze turned intense. A smile slowly crept across his features and his body started to tremble. His eyes changed further, his pupils slowly dilating. Ha ah, his breath echoed in rhythm, each exhale tinged with excitement. He was thrilled. Adrenaline surged through his veins, engulfing him completely. Read, he quietly mumbled. I want to see it. At this point, Audiobook had long stopped acting. Staring at the worn-out script in her hand, she leaned back on her chair and blankly stared at Julian. How am I supposed to compete with this? Chapter 87, Preparation for the Festival, 5. Audiobook had a hard time adjusting to what she was seeing. At first, she thought that the gap between them wouldn't be at all that big. That maybe, the rumors about the godly actor were a bit of an exaggeration and it was all done for the publicity of the play. And yet, how am I supposed to compete with this? And this is just a script reading. Her grip on her script tightened. She felt a sense of frustration well up deep within her. Yet again, Audiobook wasn't the only one that felt that way. Even the more senior actors felt at a loss for words with his performance. This was especially so for Odette and Darius, who remained silent the entire time. The way they looked at him changed. It went from, "Can he do it?" to "Can I keep up?" They could only feel relief at the thought that there weren't many scenes that he was in. But even so, they shuddered at what he had just shown them. This is perfect. If there was one person that was excited by all of this, it was none other than Olga, who resisted the urge to clap. It felt as if she was standing before Azarias, right before he let himself fall into his desires and madness. It was perfect. He was perfect. At some point, the entire reading room had turned quiet. All eyes focused on Julian, who slowly closed his eyes and returned to his regular expression. He seamlessly exited his character, and that was when all eyes fell on Olga and understood something. So that's why she changed the script. I took a silent breath and let the emotions wash away from my mind. Getting into that state of mind was rather tough. However, looking around and seeing the silent looks that everyone was giving me, I felt like I had done a decent job. The room was silent, with everyone glancing at each other with weird expressions. It went on for long enough to make me frown. What happened? Was it possible that I had messed up somewhere? That was great. Just as I started to doubt myself, the writer spoke as her voice shattered the silence that gripped the surroundings. I sighed in relief then. Brilliant. Yeah, that was amazing. Wow, I got shivers. You were amazing. Praise started to flow out of the mouths of all actors present. I took them in without much of a change in expression. Gradually, my gaze fell on a distant figure who was staring at her script with a deep frown. As if sensing my gaze, our eyes met and I raised my brow in a manner that suggested, "Are you not going to praise me as well?" Her expression cracked, and her lips twitched. Oh, no. I was doing it again. Everyone, please be quiet. Clap. A clap broke the atmosphere as the writer directed all attention towards herself. Let's save the praises for later. We still have a few scenes to go through. At this rate, we won't be able to finish on time. Only then did the atmosphere finally calm down and the reading continued. Act 3, End of the Vision. The script reading continued in its usual fashion. It had to be said that all people present were fantastic actors. It took everything that I had to stop myself from showing awe and amazement at what I was seeing. Especially the two main leading actors. Their acting, it was phenomenal. Even better than some of the best actors I had seen back on Earth. I wish have seen this with me. He would have probably been the first person to jump up from excitement. My brother Noel. Act 7. A Colorless World. Suddenly, an act was called up and all the attention focused on me again. Yeah? I looked at the script with a blank look. Act 7. That was Azarias' last act. After all that had happened, Joseph, the main character, finally takes him down, ending his serial rampaging. It was supposed to be an easy scene, but that had completely changed after the rewrite. Even now, Julian, hearing my name called up, I looked up. Everyone was staring at me. I could see the anticipation in their gazes as they looked at me. Their expressions, I could read them like an open book. What sort of acting is he going to show? I can't wait to see him act this part. I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. They felt burdensome, but it was truly unfortunate. Staring at the script in front of me, I silently sighed and closed it before placing it on the desk. I apologize. I silently stood up under everyone's stunned expressions. I can't do it. Not yet. In a remote area within the academy campus, I've found his name. Alexander stood with a communication orb in his hand. News of Julien's appearance as an extra and the godly actor that had persuaded the writer to change the script had started to spread. It was only for a brief moment, given that the reading had only shortly ended. But finally, the identity of the mysterious cadet had been revealed. It was for this reason that Alexander had managed to find his identity. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a lot more time to find the identity. Given how secretive the collective had been about the new script, the identity of the cadet had been kept a secret until now. Julien Darker River News. That was the name of the cadet who forced Olga to change the script. Thief. Silently muttering under his breath, Alexander connected the communication orb. A familiar voice reached out from it. I've received the news. Ah, yes, you must. Indeed. And Alexander listened with bathed breath. Were they going to do something about it? Perhaps kill him? But he was an important figure. Killing him would be a bit of trouble. He could do it if they allowed him. However, we are holding the operation for now. The answer he received was an unexpected one. Scratch that. He found himself unable to utter a single word. They just refused to leave his lips. I heard wrong. Yes, it had to be that. Yes, scratch, scratch. We will be the ones to take care of the matter. For now, sit back and wait for me to contact you again. The communication ended there. No, this, and the itching started. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It just wouldn't stop. Even as he felt blood drip down from the side of his neck, the itching didn't stop. He continued to scratch, silently biting his lips in the process. No, it makes no sense. How? What happened? Why? Pacing around, Alexander bit onto his nail. Long gone was his warm appearance. What replaced it was a twisted look filled with madness. I can't, I must, I need to perform. I need to, have to. Gradually, his steps stopped. Yes, I don't need to care. In the first place, he had no desire to live. His only goal was to put on the best performance he possibly could. He cared nothing for them. What made them think they could stop him? Stop me? Can't. He made up his mind then. He'll perform. Whether they liked it or not, he was going to do it. That much was clear. Scratch, scratch. Finally, the itch stopped and he took a deep breath. Taking out a small bottle, he placed it over his neck as his injuries started to heal at a rapid pace. Massaging his face, his expression returned to its normal one. Then, nonchalantly looking around, he proceeded to leave the premises. Only that, even as he left, he didn't notice that presence that stood not far from him. Swoosh. At the same time, taking deep breaths, I practiced the blue-ranked manual. The mana inside of my body started to expand at a constant pace. It was slower than before, but the progress was still there. I took deep and silent breaths while focusing on controlling my mana. Drip, drip. Sweat gradually started to pour down from my body as I immersed myself in training. Or at least, for the first 10 minutes of it. A nagging thought persisted at the back of my mind, preventing me from fully immersing myself in the experience. My eyes opened and I took a deep breath. I can't focus. Turning my head, my eyes fell on the script that rested a few meters away from me. The events from before replayed in my mind. Having left the script reading early, I went back to my dorm and resumed my training. It was unfortunate, but I had no choice but to leave. The last part of the script, I couldn't do it. Regardless of how many times I tried to envision myself in that scenario, my mind would just blank out. I was simply not able to replicate what the character, as Arias, felt during his last moments. It was too much for me. I thought that in the week that I received the script, I'd be able to think of something, but nothing. My mind was just blank. The more I tried to immerse myself in the role, the harder it became for me to visualize myself in it. How troublesome. What is? A voice suddenly echoed not far from where I was. Surprised, I turned my head to see Leon sitting on one of my sofas. As usual, he wore a stoic expression. When did you get here? A few minutes ago. A few minutes ago? Couldn't you have knocked? I told, and I have a stupid face, so I raised my brow, so he was still hung up about that. I nodded. That's fair. What? Seeing that he was refusing to speak, I took a towel and wiped my forehead. I more or less understood why he was here. You've been investigating him, haven't you? What did you find? I sat on the opposite end of the sofa and leaned back. Despite his lack of words, I knew that he had something for me. I was proven right moments after as he finally opened his mouth to speak. He's planning on doing something during the play. Figured that much. His target, it seems to be a wife. Oh, knew that too. You don't seem to be that surprised. I looked at him flatly. I could more or less tell. I see. Leon nodded before suddenly adding, he's not working alone. I wasn't able to hear much, but he was talking to someone with a communication device. I believe there's someone behind him. Oh, yeah, knew that too. So far, there was nothing that surprised me. It more or less went the same way that I predicted it would. Or so I thought. There was something odd about the situation. Even though I didn't try to get near him for fear of getting exposed, I did manage to overhear a little bit of their conversation. Something about them taking matters into their own hands. Now that was a new piece of information. It took a few moments for me to understand what was going on. They were coming for me. Why else would they suddenly change their plans? What are you going to do? At Leon's question, I pondered for a moment before asking, how strong is he, or, how strong do you think he is? Frowning slightly, Leon responded after a few seconds of thought. He's about my strength. Tier 3. Do you think you'll be able to handle him? Are you asking me to kill him? No, not yet. As I had said before, killing him now wasn't going to do us any good. Rather, it was probably going to put me in a difficult spot. So, envisioning how things would play out, I shared my thoughts. During the play, he'll try something. His target will probably be me. His goal is probably to take over my position as Azaria's. That's the time when we can act. I said we because I wasn't confident I'd be able to take care of him by myself. Thankfully, Leon seemed keen on helping on this matter as he quietly nodded his head. That sounds reasonable. But what about the ones behind him? I'm sure they'll try something. If that's the case, then you don't need to worry about that. I cut him off before he could continue. I'll take care of them. Of that I was confident, because they were coming for me. I've closed the door to her room. Her room was no different than usual. It was clean, with little to no decorations. It was just bland. Taking a deep breath, she headed for her desk. If there was one place that wasn't clean and organized, it'd be her desk. With all sorts of colored pens, pencils, and writing instruments, her desk was anything but clean. Tossing her script onto the desk, she sat down and opened the pages. For the past week, it had been her routine to spend at least a few hours trying to analyze the script. Today was supposed to be no different, but, how do I do this? His image continued to appear in her mind, sapping away all motivation from her. The way he acted, from his facial expressions to demeanor, it was overwhelming to the point where she couldn't even find a single flaw. And the fact that she was supposed to act with that only put more pressure on her. Her inability to keep up would become glaring to those watching. Perhaps, they would even think that she didn't put in any effort and that they had selected the wrong person. But that's not true. I've bit her lips. The effort was there. But who was anyone to know? They only cared about what was in front of them and not what happened behind them. She understood this concept all too well. Therefore, she knew that despite her frustrations, she couldn't rely on excuses. The only thing she could do was put in more effort to show them that she could keep up and that she wasn't being lazy. For that reason, she needed to spend even more time trying to immerse herself in the role. Her image was important. She couldn't let herself tarnish it due to not being able to perform as well as he did. I'll do it. Regardless of how much it hurt her, she planned on perfectly mastering the character. For the remaining week until the start of the festival, I've only slept 3 hours a day. No. Why are you doing this? Even as her nose bled, she continued to flip through the script while looking at a nearby mirror to check her expressions. Her face was pale and her hair was a mess, but, help. She never once gave up. And by the time it was time for the festival, Life's acting underwent a tremendous transformation. The festival was a week-long event, with all sorts of attractions. It was an important event that was designed to showcase the Academy's facilities, and their ability to train the elites of the Empire. The main gate of the Academy was flooded with new faces, all of whom handed invitations that the security guards checked at the front. "Hi, please follow me. I am Josephine, and I will be your guide for today's orientation." At the front of the gate was the cheery Josephine, who led a group of several important figures around the Academy campus. I guess they had a reason to choose her over Life. Given how bright her cheerful personality was, she was well received by the guests from the outside. Had Life been the one to guide them then? I could already imagine just how stiff the atmosphere would have been. Looking at the time, 10 a.m. I decided to spend some time looking around at the Academy. The play wasn't going to start until the third day, and while there indeed were combat exams and midterms in the following week, I thought about spending today to distress. At the rate I was currently pushing my body, it was starting to fail me. For that reason, I had no choice but to spend some time to relax. Well, those were my initial thoughts. However, I knew that I was probably being followed. What a pain. It was for this reason that I chose to remain outside in public. I didn't know the identity of the person following me. Were they from the organization, or was it the senior? Either way, I kept my guard up. That was until I found my steps halting and I turned to my right. Our eyes met and she blinked her big eyes. Holding onto a large pastry, she looked around before nearing me. "You didn't see anything?" I didn't. Her eyes squinted, and I moved my hands over my mouth in a zipping motion. My mouth is sealed. From her gaze, I could tell that she didn't seem to believe me, but who would I even tell? It wasn't as if I had any friends to gossip with, and who would even believe me if I told them the Chancellor was a pervert who enjoyed being a kid? All of a sudden, Delilah extended her hand in my direction. I was taken aback. "You want money?" "I don't have any to give." "No, if not money, then..." I patted my pockets and shook my head. "I don't have any." "They were back in the dorm." "No." Yet again, Delilah shook her head. I frowned and thought about what her actions could mean, but I was stumped. In the end, it was her that explained. "Your hand." "My hand?" I blinked and looked at her hand. It finally clicked, and I leaned my head back. "You want me to hold your hand?" "Nod. The hell, it'll make things easier for me. My current appearance is too suspicious, and since I can't go in my normal form, I need someone to accompany me." I see. It made sense if she put it that way. But why me? Didn't we have an agreement? We indeed had one. It was the price that I had to pay for her to train me. Sighing inwardly, I finally relented and grabbed her hand. She nodded happily and pointed towards the distance. "Let's go there." "I want to try that." "Yuck." I didn't even have the time to agree before she suddenly dragged me. For such a little body, she certainly had a lot of strength. "We sell cotton candy." The finest cotton candy. The destination was none other than the cotton candy stand. The line was short, and waiting behind the counter was a rather buff man with a beard. Ho, are you here for some cotton candy? For your little sister? I looked down at Delilah and felt my mouth twitch. Sister? How was I going to respond to this? No. Delilah shook her head and responded with a flat voice. The problem lay in the fact that despite her best attempts to sound mature, the polymorph effect distorted her voice, making it sound rather childlike. "I'm older than him." The shopkeeper blinked his eyes. On the other hand, Delilah continued, "I'm his older sister." I exchanged glances with the man and pursed my lips. "It's as she said." The shopkeeper winked at me as if he had understood something. "No, she really was older. Would you like some cotton candy? How many would you like?" I looked down to see Delilah carefully counting with her little fingers. She seemed to be indecisive between 2 or 3. 3. She eventually settled for 3. Coming right up. Despite his appearance, the man was an expert at this. Within moments, he had 3 sticks done as he handed them to us. "That will be 10 rand." I looked down at Delilah, who looked back at me. Seriously? Closing my eyes for a brief moment, I reached out for my wallet and took out a single bill. "Here you go. It was a pleasure serving you. Next let's go." Like that, I was once again dragged around by her. "Get me that." Gradually, My wallet started to drain. That too. Whatever had sugar in it, she bought it. I want to try that too. With my money. I've run out of money. Looking at my empty wallet, I didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Maybe it was a mixture of both. Sad that I was broke, but happy that I no longer had to be dragged around by her. Oh, Delilah seemed a little disappointed by the development. In the end, throwing away a wrapper, she patted her hand. I'm satisfied. I'm glad you are. Was I finally going to be set free? Taking out a tissue to clean her hands, Delilah casually glanced behind as her expression flickered back to her usually frosty one. It was as if her entire demeanor had changed. You've been followed the entire time? Do you know that? Surprised by the sudden question, I lowered my head to meet her gaze. For a moment, I lost myself in her eyes as they stared back at me, threatening to suck me in at any second. Quickly recovering myself, I realized something. Did you drag me around because you wanted to confirm this number? I just wanted to eat. I see. For some reason, it felt like she was half lying. Perhaps it was a bit of both. In any case, I nodded my head. Yes, I'm aware. There was no need for me to lie. Do you want me to help you? Willing to help. It was a bit surprising to hear this. However, after thinking about it for a few seconds, I shook my head and rejected her offer. I'll have to decline. Whether she was doing it to repay the favor for buying her the candy and stuff, I didn't need her help. Sure, things would indeed be a lot easier were she take matters into her own hands, but that wasn't what I needed. There was a certain goal I had in mind. Her interference would ruin what I had in mind. Delilah stared at me without saying anything. I couldn't tell her thoughts at all, and the more time passed, the more uncomfortable her gaze became. Just as I was about to say something, her small lips parted open as she went on to ask, I heard you're going to perform at a play. Yes. Is your role going to be big? No, it's not. Delilah seemed to have fallen into contemplation. Eventually, raising her head, she said, You'll be watching. Don't disappoint. Her figure gradually blended with the background. Her actions were subtle, with hardly anyone around noticing her sudden disappearance. I was a little worried that the person observing me would notice something, but I didn't think Delilah would make things difficult for me like that. Perhaps there's still an illusion next to me. Who knew? Either way, I looked down at my watch. There were still a few hours before the first day of the festival ended. I had lost a few hours but still had some time to myself. For now, I planned on enjoying my day. Popping balloon. Pop the balloons and you win a prize. Come here and eat the delicious food that we have. An in a million act. Come watch. Hearing the pitches coming from the stalls, I decided to head to one that interested me. A customer. My stomach gurgled at the sight that was before me. It looked like a roasted pig, but at the same time didn't. Perhaps a monster from the mirror dimension. Either way, it looked and smelled delicious. Looks like you can't resist the smell. Ha ha, here, I'll prepare one for you. It'll be 15 rand. Okay. I swallowed before reaching out for my wallet. Since I was planning on enjoying a few hours to myself, it wouldn't hurt to try it, right? Making up my mind, I opened my wallet and prepared to take out a few bills to pay. Only that, I had no more money. Here you go, sir. Chapter 89, Festival, 2. There was a secret that hardly anyone knew about Evelyn. Not even her closest friends knew this about her. And that was, it lacks flavor, needs extra seasoning, and could use a few more minutes in the oven. I'd classify it as mediocre, just barely meeting the mark. It's alright for filling your stomach, but there are much better choices available elsewhere. She was the empire-renowned Diane Tung, a famed and mysterious food critic that judged the most famous restaurants and food stalls within the empire. Every month, in the new issues of the Empire Daily, one of the Empire's most renowned magazines, a segment would be dedicated just to her critiques. Having done this for several years now, she had a cult following that religiously followed her every critique. Many restaurants and food stalls have been affected by her reviews, with several stores shutting down or others booming in business. In any case, with the festival ongoing, Evelyn decided to suit up and get to work. While it wasn't much, she did receive a small salary each month for her reviews. Next up, licking her lips, Evelyn finished the food in her grasp and took out her notepad. In there, She had a small list of restaurants and stalls that she had to check during the festival. Moss Barbic, Evelyn circled it with her pen. "I'll go here next." With the decision made, she stood up from her bench and headed towards where the stall was located. The distance wasn't far. It was about a 5-minute walk. When she arrived, she was surprised to see a familiar figure waiting at the back of the line. "Kira?" Evelyn almost panicked and lowered her hat. It was important that she kept her identity a secret. If her identity was found out, then a lot of her credibility would shatter. She couldn't allow that to happen. Even so, as she lowered her hat, she couldn't help but take a second glance at Kira. The dazzling sunlight from the sun shone upon her platinum hair, making it shine like a well-polished gem. With her focus on her wallet, Kira counted her bills, her expression contorting slightly as she looked up at the price board while muttering, "What kind of ridiculous pricing is this? You might as well just rob me." Words aside, her face, her eyes and nose, held such beauty that onlookers couldn't help but wonder if they'd ever see something similar again. It was a scene that Evelyn was all too familiar with. The same was true for her, but with her disguise, she didn't have to worry about such a situation. Or so she thought. "What are you doing?" Raising her head, she spotted Kira looking at her with a weird look. She silently swallowed. "That's right, she might just think my outfit is weird, Evelyn." Flinching slightly, Evelyn pretended to cough. But that didn't work as Kira's voice once again rang. "What the hell are you doing?" "Ha, this." Seeing that her identity had even been revealed, Evelyn sighed and took off her hat. Yes, she almost sounded resigned. No, she was resigned. The fuck. I knew it was you. But when I actually see it in person, I can't stop the shivers. Kira rubbed the side of her arms. "What the hell are you doing dressed like that?" It's nothing. It's just." With a twitch of her mouth, Evelyn glanced around and explained. "It's just that the stairs bother me, so I wear this disguise." That? Kira looked at her up and down. Then, as if giving up, she turned back to face the line. "I don't judge. Your actions don't match your words." "Okay, I do." "You look ridiculous." Evelyn kept her mouth shut and just waited behind her. She had pretty much grown used to Kira's venomous tongue over the past few months. Something like this wasn't going to faze her. Furthermore, she had a job to do. Moss Barbic, a unique chain of pop-up Barbic stalls. With growing fame, it was one of Evelyn's main targets of review. There were several criteria that she used to judge a pop-up store. One of the criteria was the speed at which the food was served and how efficient the service was. So far the line was quite fast. Within a couple of minutes, she was already almost at the front. Speed, I'll give it 8 out of 10. By her standards, that was a great score. Why the? Just then, she heard Kira's stunned voice. Raising her head, her eyes widened. Like Kira, she couldn't believe that sight before her. Next up, hearing the all-too-familiar dry and even voice, Evelyn blinked several times to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Once she was sure that she wasn't, her mouth dropped. What in the world? Of all the people that she would have expected to serve her, Julian was the last person she thought of. Wearing an apron and gloves, he served food with the same stoic expression he always wore. How can someone as prideful as him be doing something like this? This wasn't the Julian that she knew. Just what sort of? Next. Kira. Feeling his gaze, Evelyn turned around and was shocked to see that she was the next up in line. No, clearly Kira was supposed to be ahead of her, but where did she? "Are you not going to order something?" "Oh, number. I will." Seeing that she couldn't find Kira anywhere, Evelyn glanced at the menu. There were many questions that she wanted to ask, like "What are you doing here? Why are working here?" and so on. However, she held herself back and just ordered, "I'll take a classic, please, with extra sauce." "Is that all?" Yes. "Okay." Taking a small breath, Evelyn waited as her order started to get prepared. She watched as Julian carefully scooped up the meat and placed it over a bun. His actions were fluid and looked rather elegant. It was odd, but for some reason, the food started to look even more appetizing. "No. Don't let this fool you." Evelyn was quick to snap out of such a state. She was a professional critic. She wasn't going to let that affect her judgment. With a soft, Evelyn slapped her cheeks and put on a serious face. Julian came shortly after with her order. "That will be 15 rand." Here, handing over the money, she received her order and left. Looking around, while holding on to the steaming hot food, she headed over towards a more secluded bench where she sat down. Looking around, she took out her notepad and started writing. The aroma is enticing, and the overall display is rather pleasing. While I'd recommend incorporating a bit more sauce, Moss Barbic has certainly upheld its esteemed reputation thus far. For some reason, she loved to narrate over herself while writing, but it had become a habit of hers and it was too troublesome to change it. "All right, it's time to try it." Sniffing the food, and feeling its powerful aroma, her mouth started to salivate. "What a great smell!" Licking her lips, she brought the bun near her mouth, and took a bite. Her eyes immediately squinted with joy as the juices exploded in her mouth and an intense flavor spread into her tongue. The more she chewed, the more the flavor intensified. Stronger, and stronger, and, hold on. Evelyn's chewing slowed. Something wasn't, all of a sudden her lips twisted. And, pfttt, the food flew out of her mouth. Shortly after, holding onto her throat, her eyes turned bloodshot as she held her throat with both hands. Salty help. On the very same day, the Iron Tongue left a scathing review on the Empire Times. Moss Barbecue, "I've never been to the sea, but I know now what it tastes like." Never again. The shop closed shortly after. The next 2 days of the festival went by in a flash. Before I knew it, it was the day of the play. Staring at the script before me, I closed my eyes and tried to immerse myself in the role. I felt my face twitch and a series of emotions flooded my mind. From fear to anger, to sadness, I circulated through all the emotions, but even as I tried my best to find the right combination, I never felt satisfied. It's not working. Opening my eyes, I stared at my reflection from the mirror positioned in front of me. I was currently dressed in common clothing, a pair of brow pants, and a white shirt tucked underneath. I looked like a regular person, at least in this world. I heard a knock coming from the entrance of the room and turned in the direction of the door. "Coming." Hello. The one who had entered was none other than the writer. She had a nervous expression on her face. "How are you doing?" I could tell why she was worried. "I'm fine." "Then, it should be fine." Only then did her face lit up. "Really?" "Yes." That's great." Placing her hand on her chest, she let out a visible sigh of relief. "It's not like I doubt you. Everyone has seen your skills, but the way you abruptly left at the reading and how you haven't shown up for the practices left the others a bit worried. But I know it's because you're trying to practice method acting. For this reason, we allowed you to do what you wanted, but I was still pretty worried." I just quietly listened to the side without saying anything. "What method acting?" "I simply just couldn't do it." I still let the misunderstanding go on. It wasn't as if I could just tell her I couldn't do it. At least, not this late into the play. "Okay then. The play will start in a bit. I'll leave you to it." With those words, she left the room and closed the door behind her. Clank. A strange silence gripped my surroundings as I stood still and turned to face the mirror. Placing the tips of my fingers over the edges of my mouth, I lightly pushed them up into a smile. Crazy. 30 minutes before the play. I've stood in her room and looked at herself in the mirror. High in one moment, her expression was calm and cheerful. It was a stark contrast to her usual self. Her smile was also extremely piercing. But in the next moment, why are you doing this to me? Her face was pale, and her pupils shook. It was a complete change that took less than a couple of seconds. Staring at the mirror, all I could see was a scared woman. Fear had completely overtaken her as her entire body trembled. From the little details of her expression to the coloring of her face, it was perfect. She was perfect. Gradually, her face returned to normal. Her efforts had finally paid off. Although her role was small, she was confident that she wouldn't be swallowed by his acting like before. That at the very least she'd be able to keep up against him. Though she thought like that, she couldn't help but be nervous. I didn't try to push the nervousness away. Rather, She tried to embrace it. The nervousness came from the fear of not being able to perform well. Her performance was a representation of fear. For that reason, she used the emotions she was currently feeling to further fuel her immersion. I can do it. She had to do it. Dr. Oif retrieved some makeup and lightly dabbed it underneath her eyes, concealing the noticeable dark circles beneath. It had been a while since she had slept properly, but to her, it was worth it. Even if her role was small, it'll take over the stage. If that was the last thing she did, because she was Oif Megrail, the princess of the empire, and her own harshest critic. Chapter 90, Play 1. News of the newest play by their renowned writer Olga had already made waves throughout the empire. After a lot of changes, the name of the play was finalized to The Enigma of Midnight Manor. At the back of the theater, Leon stood by as he watched all the seats slowly start to fill. There's so many people attending. There was a certain tension hanging at the back of the stage. Having worked for the past week to ensure that the project would flow well, all the staff and cadets were eagerly awaiting the final results of the play. Would their hard work pay off? From what I've heard, all the seats have been sold. That's over 2,000 seats. It's crazy. Oh my god, look over there. That's Jace Milner from the Black Hound Guild. Ah, that's Clara from the Thorn Roses Guild. I see more. There's so many big shots attending today. Most of the nervousness came from the important figures that were attending today's play. Glancing around, Leon could see that most of the important members of the major guilds were present. Because of how many important figures were present, security was tight. Not that it was required, since everyone present could defend themselves. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was the fact that while they could indeed defend themselves, the same wasn't true for the cadets. Thankfully, it didn't seem like anyone was a target. The only target as of right now was Julian, who was getting ready to start the play. He'll probably attack soon. Most likely just after the second act. While his target was Julian, his real goal was Oif. For that reason, he was probably waiting for the right time to interfere. I should get ready. Their target was rather strong. Leon didn't think he'd be able to defeat him alone. However, with Julian, the situation might just turn out differently. Either way, he had a goal in mind in all of this. Turning his wrist, Leon checked his watch. Sensing that it was about time, he quietly left the premises. He had a place to be. The noise at the theater was starting to quiet down as the play was set to start in the following minutes. At the very front were 3 individuals. What do you think? Do you think this play will get a 5-star? I'm not sure, but I have faith in Olga. Well, see about that. Dressed in formal attires, they were none other than the critics in charge of assessing the play. I've heard that they have several amateur cadets participating. I know that this is a criteria proposed by Haven, but to be so confident in having it judged today. One of the judges shook his head. I don't know whether she's bold, or just delusional. Ha! Who knows? I've heard that one of the performing actors is quite talented. Again with that nonsense? You've been in the industry for as long as I have. You should know very well that it's just standard bullshit to drive the publicity. I can bet you 100 Ren that he's probably just above the mediocre threshold. Don't get your hopes up. If you put it like that, expectations were rather mixed. While on one hand, the judges believed that the play was going to be great, they didn't have much faith in the super rookie that was spread all over the news. Please disregard the fact that the performers are mere cadets when evaluating. If they happen to make mistakes, ensure to document them accordingly. This was a serious evaluation. They weren't going to let the fact that rookies were playing affect their judgment. Sat a few rows just above them, and overhearing the evaluation from the critics, Delilah cocked her head slightly. Today she was in her usual form, and while seated down, she could feel the gazes of all those around her wander to her. What do you think about what they said? Do you agree with them? Seated next to her was a handsome man with well-polished features and green eyes. He was the current vice leader of the Order of the Silver Seraphs, one of the 15 major guilds. He was about her age, and while he wasn't as powerful as her, he was someone who was held in high esteem. Looking at him, Delilah shook her head without saying anything. Haha, so you think the performances of the rookies will be good? Delilah didn't say anything again. In all honesty, she didn't know. Would Julian even be a great actor? Sure, he was an emotive mage, but displaying emotions was different from influencing emotions. There was also Oif. Was her acting going to be great? Glancing to her side where a familiar yellow-eyed figure sat, she leaned back on her chair. Atlas Megrail. It was rare for her to see him attend such gatherings. However, given that his niece Oif was performing, perhaps he decided to take his time to watch. Delilah wasn't sure. He was a hard man to read. Personally, I agree with them. We're talking about some of the best actors in the entire empire. How is it possible for mere cadets to compete with them? I think they'll be carried by his words. Ceased abruptly as the theater's lights flickered off, plunging the surroundings into darkness. It's starting. Quiet down. Swoosh. The curtains spread, and the stage lights flickered open, revealing the insides of a bakery. Tuck. A lone footfall shattered the silence enveloping the surroundings as a figure clad in a brown jacket and top hat strode in. Following right behind him was a man wearing a grey undervest and squared-framed glasses. Joseph and his assistant had made their appearance. Wham! Yawning, Joseph, who Darius was playing, looked around. His voice was crisp and audible for all to hear. Ah, this is where she worked, is that correct? Yes, this is the bakery. There wasn't much dialogue to start with, but the audience was already drawn by the start of the play. There was something about the acting, and the sullen atmosphere surrounding the bakery that made one wonder what exactly was happening. Emily Stein, fixing his glasses. The assistant unfurled a piece of paper from his breast pocket as he leaned his head back to get a better read. The owner's daughter. According to the details, she seems to have vanished sometime yesterday. Yeah, I see. With a subtle nod, Joseph surveyed the surroundings, idly tracing his finger along the surface of the bakery, staring at his finger in the process. With a lazy expression on his face, he ruffled his hair before his eyelids partially closed. Place looks clean, perhaps used to the sight he was seeing. The assistant looked around before seriously muttering, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the place. The crime likely occurred outside of the bakery." Should we? Give me a second. Covering his mouth and letting out another yawn, Joseph dragged one of the wooden chairs back and sat down. I'm getting too old for this. Albert, how about you survey the bakery for evidence while I take a nap? Recover my energy. Adjusting his glasses, Albert opened his mouth but held his words back and nodded. He went on to leave the stage, leaving Joseph the only one remaining. With his back facing the audience, he stared ahead. No one could truly make out his expression. It was hidden from all to see. Emily Stein, the only thing they could detect was his voice. A change occurred in the audience when he spoke. There was a sudden change in tone, his voice no longer sounding lazy, but extremely serious and hoarse. It served to build tension as the lights of the stage flickered and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Clickla. Disappeared yesterday. In the darkness, Joseph's voice continued to echo. Baker's daughter was looking for missing equipment. His words, though soft, gently reached the ears of all the audience present as a strange tension suddenly gripped the surroundings. What a problematic scenario. Clickla. The light turned back on, and all audience held their breath at the sight that greeted them. Still sitting on the wooden chair with his back turned against theirs, the entire surroundings had changed. No longer was he in the bakery. He appeared to be in the middle of a long alleyway. But the most glaring thing about the surroundings was that, grey. It was all grey. Delilah found herself immersed in the play. But if that wasn't all, standing right before Joseph was another man, with his back similarly facing the audience. He stood tall, staring at the end of the alleyway. There, a figure appeared, wearing simple clothes and an apron. Her beauty couldn't be hidden as she instantly captured the attention of the audience. Her expression was one of helplessness as she moved forward, towards Joseph and the man that stood before him. For some reason, the audience found themselves frowning at the scene. No, you shouldn't go to the man. He's dangerous. Even though he had done nothing, and had just stood there the entire time, the audience felt a strange tension coming from him as Oif moved to him. Unknowingly, Delilah found herself leaning forward a bit. She wanted to get a better look at the scene. Excuse me. Do you perhaps know if any shops are still open where I can buy some parts for a broken mixer? The moment she spoke, Everyone held their breaths. For some reason, there was something about her voice and tone that made everyone forget about her looks. She truly seemed to have embodied her character. The sound of heavy breathing echoed out as some of the audience members swallowed under the tension that gripped the auditorium as they all looked at the mysterious figure. Each second that ticked felt stifling, almost as if someone was trying to reach for their throat and choke them. That was until he finally spoke. "You're looking for a replacement?" Despite not being able to see his face, just from the sound of his voice, the audience felt themselves holding their breaths. What sort of expression was he making? How did he look like? Does he kill her? With just a few words, he managed to bring forth many questions in the minds of the audience. The play continued. "Yes, I am." Oife naively nodded her head with a strange glint in her eyes. One that contained excitement and hope. Such an innocent sight. "I know, yes. I know of a place." It only served to add to the tension that the mysterious character brought. "You do? Yes, please go straight. If you just keep going there, you can find it. Thank you so much." Facing the audience, I've crossed the man and Joseph before disappearing. Yet again, silence gripped the surroundings as all eyes fell on the mysterious man. At the moment, everyone was wondering the same thing. What sort of expression was he making? They didn't need to wait for long to find out. Gradually, he turned his head to face the audience, revealing his features. Many held their breaths at the sight that greeted them. His appearance bordered perfection, with a visible jaw, and well-maintained hair. His hazel eyes shone with a strange intensity that drew the eyes of all present, creating a suffocating atmosphere. And yet, despite his flawless appearance, none of the audience members found it within them to admire it. With an unfocused gaze and lips that flickered from a smile to neutrality, several of the members of the audience felt their skin crawl. If anything, his appearance added to the chill his gaze gave. "Red," he quietly mumbled as his head lowered to meet Joseph's as he raised his head to meet his gaze. "I want to see it." Click-la. The surroundings turned dark. Chapter 91, Play 2, Click-la. When the lights turned on, color returned to the stage as Joseph was again in the bakery. Compared to the previously oppressive atmosphere, the atmosphere was now a lot less suffocating. Sitting in the same spot, Joseph remained quiet the entire time until he lowered his head to rub his face. What did his face look like? There was one clear disadvantage to the visions. It was that he couldn't remember the faces of the parties involved. Damn it, but it wasn't without hope. White shirt, brown pants, and undervest. He could remember the clothes he had worn and the location of the incident. Coming down from the stairs was his assistant Elbert, who pushed his glasses back up. "I wasn't able to find any evidence. The place is clean. It's unfortunate, but we might have to look somewhere else for clues." His steps eventually stopped not far from where Joseph was. "What about you? Have you found anything?" "Detective?" Right." Joseph snapped out of his thoughts and looked back. "What did you say, again? Did you find anything?" "Oh, that," he shook his head. "No, not really. I do have some ideas though. Troublesome, but, I need the money, so I have no choice." Finally standing up from his seat, Joseph took a long and dragged out a breath before turning around and heading towards the exit. "Detective, what are we doing here? This is the fifth house that we've visited. How is this supposed to help us?" Just wait. The scenery changed. Coming out of the bakery, they appeared before a large wooden door and knocked. "Tuck, how can I help you?" Greeting them at the door was a familiar figure. Instantly, the atmosphere around the theater turned tense. And yet, for some reason, that faded the moment they noticed the warm smile on the figure's face. To the audience, he looked like a very friendly person. A vast difference from the person in the vision. The stark contrast made a few uncomfortable. Is that really him? It can't be the same person, right? How does that even make sense? Removing his hat, the detective introduced himself alongside his assistant. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Detective Joseph, and this man over here is my assistant." He too greeted the man with a polite and warm smile. "A detective?" "Yes." "I'm sorry, but could we ask you some questions?" "But of course." The man invited them in. But just before he let them in, he introduced himself. "Oh, before I forget. My name is Azarias. It's a pleasure to meet you, Azarias. What a nice name, thank you. The scene once again shifted. They were now all sitting around a wooden table. On the table sat a small tray bearing 3 cups of warm tea. I'm sorry for this. It's all I can offer. Oh, there's no problem. Taking a sip of the tea, Joseph joked. I can't tell the difference between good tea and bad tea anyway. It all tasted like grass one. In return, Azarias smiled. I can't say I'm any different. The atmosphere was light-hearted and warm. It seemed to be a regular and friendly talk between 2 friends. That, however, took a more serious turn when Joseph started his investigation. Just slightly. His demeanor shifted, becoming a lot more serious. I'll start off by asking a simple question. Where were you yesterday night at around 10 p.m.? At around 10 p.m.? Despite the sudden shift in Joseph's demeanor, Azarias didn't seem to be fazed as he started to seriously ponder. I'm not sure, I think I was at my store. If you don't know, I'm the owner of a flower shop. A flower shop? Yes, I love to take flowers. Glancing around, Joseph did indeed notice that the place was filled with flowers. You seem to like roses. I've been told that a lot. But it's not really the roses that I like. There are several others that I like. I see. With a nod, Joseph went straight to business. Opening his coat, he took out a small portrait and placed it down on the table. Emily Stein. He tapped the portrait with his finger. That's the name of the girl that has been missing since yesterday. Have you perhaps seen her before? Azarias only stared at the photo for a couple of seconds, and yet, for some reason, the atmosphere felt suffocating. Even with his warm features and expression, there was something offsetting about him. Gradually, he picked up the picture and took a look at it. I think I've seen her before. I'm not quite sure where. You have? Yeah, but I'm not quite sure where. It's a small town. She worked at the bakery down the street. Perhaps that's where you've seen her. Ah, that's perhaps where. Azarias smiled yet again, slowly placing the portrait down and shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I wish I could help you out more. If there's anything that I can do to help the investigation, I'd be more than willing to help. That would be appreciated. Turning around and staring at the flowers, Joseph had a sudden thought as he voiced out. That store of yours, you won't mind if we visit it, right? My store? Confused, Azarias tilted his head. Joseph continued. This time, his demeanor was less serious than before as it returned to the friendly one from before. I've been meaning to buy a few flowers for my wife. I might as well take advantage of the opportunity. I hope you don't mind. Plus, I can do a small check around. If innocent, I'm sure you won't mind, right? Ah, Azarias' eyes flickered slightly. It was only brief, barely noticeable if one didn't pay close attention. But, to the audience who was indeed paying attention, it was all seen. Unfortunately, nobody could tell whether Joseph had noticed or not as he happily smiled and received the keys to the shop from Azarias, who didn't follow him out. Haha, I will be coming back shortly to return the keys. Please don't run away. Though he said that jokingly, Joseph ordered his assistant to stay on guard outside of the house. Clank. Once the door closed, Azarias was the only one remaining in the room. Silence gripped the surroundings as he stood by himself with a warm smile on his face. It was a smile that lit up the room. But gradually, the smile started to change flavor. It slowly started to grow unsettling, almost chilling. The lights started to dim, and right before the audience, the colors started to fade, gradually turning the entire world gray. But strangely enough, in the gray world, one color remained. It was the red from the roses. With Azarias standing in the middle, the curtains started to close, signaling the end of the first act. In the last moments before the curtains fully engulfed Azarias, he opened his mouth to speak as a familiar cold and dry voice echoed out loud. I'll see you soon. The curtains fully closed then, and the theater turned dark. The first act had ended. I've stood behind the stage and took a deep breath. The lights slowly turned on for the first intermission as the audience sat with their mouths closed, eyes still fixed towards the front. From their expression, it was clear that they were heavily invested in the play. That's good. I've sighed in relief. It was clear that she didn't disappoint with her performance. But even so, staring towards a certain man, who was currently heading towards his private room under everyone's watch, I lowered her head. It was still not enough. She was still not good enough. Just how much more do I need to do to keep up with him? She was honestly scared, especially since their scene was about to come up. I felt like she was in top form, but even that didn't seem to be enough. More. Her current form was good, but not good enough to keep up with him. She had to do more, especially since he was watching her. I couldn't let herself be swallowed by Julien's acting. With a soft hue, I massaged her cheeks and took out the script. Swoosh, swoosh. It was almost falling apart, as she had to try her best to prevent some of the pages from falling. Making sure that all the papers were in order, she focused her attention back on the script. Perfection. She would only stop at perfection. Coming back into my room, I sat down and took a deep breath. I was mentally exhausted, and my head hurt a little. Staring at the script, I flipped through the lines before putting on my makeup. Flip, flip, flip. The next scene was the scene where I would kill Oif. It was another small flashback scene. However, this scene held great importance as the play was still in its introductory phases. My role was to highlight Joseph's ability. My death would come not long after. Compared to the whole script, I didn't have a lot of screen time. Even so, my role was important. I had to make sure to leave an impact on the audience. But it was that part that stumped me. I still can't get a proper grasp on this. I tossed the script over the desk. It was annoying. Regardless of how hard I tried, I still struggled to come close to understanding the character. It was just impossible. As Aries was a total psychopath, someone whose mind and emotions were hard to properly understand. For a brief moment, my gaze wandered towards the four-leaved clover tattoo on my forearm. If there was one method that could help, then no. I was quick to throw the idea away. The wheel was a gamble. I could very well end up with an emotion that would have the complete opposite effect. If only I could get into Azarius' mind. I massaged my forehead. What a troublesome situation. Tutuk. The play will start shortly. Please make your way into the stage. Hearing the organizer's voice, I took a deep breath and adjusted my clothing. Making sure that everything was on point, I reached for the handle and opened the door. What greeted me was a long and narrow corridor. I looked around. Where was the organizer? And why was it so dark? Something streaked past my cheek. I was hardly able to react on time as I tilted my head just slightly to the right. Drip, drip. I felt a sharp pain by the side of my cheek and frowned. Scratch, scratch, scratch. From across the space, a subtle and repetitive scratching sound caught my attention as a figure stepped out from the darkness. You dodged that? His voice was hoarse, almost croaky as I remained silent. I stared at him without saying a word. Slowly, his appearance became known to me, and I lowered my head. So finally here, Chapter 92, Play, 3. It wasn't as though I didn't expect this. No, rather, I knew it was coming. Although looking around and seeing that there was no one present, I found the situation to be rather odd. How did he manage to get everyone away from here? Scratch, scratch, scratch. The only sound that echoed was the weird and unsettling sound of his scratching. I need that role. He was breathing heavily and uncomfortably. With just a glance, I could see that he wasn't in the right state of mind. A psychopath. I remained calm. You need the role? And tried to buy as much time as possible. The Azarias one. Yes. That role. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. An extremely long time. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It bothers me, it bothers me. I controlled myself for so long. So much control. I lost my role. Because of you. All that effort. How could that be? 3 must some sort of mistake. I had a hard time understanding the last part of his sentence as he spat those words at a rapid speed. Perhaps because his anger was starting to rise. he started to lose his mind. This is nonsense. How could that elm toss top when I've been waiting for so long? The mana started to agglomerate in his direction at a rapid speed, so much that it was starting to feel suffocating. As expected, I can't beat him with my current power. He was simply too strong for the current me. Swoosh. His figure blurred, and he appeared right in front of me. I was fast to react, moving my left hand in front of me. Clank. A large metallic sound rang out as sparks flew and I took several steps back. My entire left hand felt numb as the chain scattered away. Yuck. I felt a sweet sensation at the back of my throat. I coughed several times. Shit. The gap between us was quite large, but it wasn't as though it was impossible for me. Well, not that it mattered. I wasn't alone. Julian. Before he could finish his words, something smacked him by the side of his face. With a powerful blow, he staggered forward. In that instant, I clenched my hand, and purple threads burst forth, entwining around his ankles and hands. His entire body started to spasm as his face paled and his features contorted. A figure emerged from the spot behind him. With a quiet step, Leon looked at me with a frown. Is this it? For now. I still wasn't sure if he had left something else for me. I'll take care of him. Go check around the stage. Got it. Leon disappeared shortly after. Only then did I shift my attention back to the senior. Now then, what was I going to do with him? It was the start of the second act. The audience was already sitting in their seats, waiting for it to start. Throughout the entire short break, none of the members of the audience said a word as they waited for the play to start again. They were all wondering the same thing. What did he mean by "see you soon"? Is there something in the shop? The air was thick with anticipation. Standing backstage, Eve took a deep breath. All the noise drowned out from her ears as she focused entirely on her role. Massaging her throat, she tried her best to find the right tone and pitch. She spent the better part of the break doing so, and while she was busy doing this, she noticed a certain panic spread throughout the back. Where is he? I can't find him. I knocked on his room, but he's gone. What? How could this be? It can't be that he left, right? When she turned her head, she could see that all the staff was rushing around in panic. What's going on? Seeing how distressed they were, I frowned. She was just about to ask what was going on when she picked up the conversation of a few actors beside her. Do you think he ran away? Just like the reading room? Damn it. I knew it. Last time he left because he couldn't do it. I guess the pressure got to him. But what do we do? This. I can't believe this is happening now of all times. Familiar with the events of the reading room, I've understood the subject of their talk. Her frown deepened. He ran away? Julian? I've had a hard time believing this. Recalling the scene she had seen a while back when he had been practicing by himself in the classroom and pushing himself to the point where his own body was failing him, I've didn't think for one second that he was that type of person. She knew, because he was just like her. Something must have happened. It was the only explanation. Click-la. The lights of the theater turned dark, and the play resumed. I've took a deep breath and headed towards the side of the stage. The next scene was her death scene. Do something. Look around for him. While everyone was still scrambling to find out where Julian was, she cleared her mind and removed all distracting thoughts. Whether he was going to show up or not, that didn't matter to her right now. What she needed to do right now was focus on her role. Is this the shop? It looks rather nice. Darius' voice echoed from the stage. As the play resumed, he was now standing in front of a small flower-shaped. He was by himself, and inserting the keys into the key socket, he slowly opened it, revealing the vast number of flowers within. To the surprise of the audience, and Joseph, the flowers, they were all roses. No, not quite red. It was an odd sight, one that left the audience in question once more. I did think he liked roses, but who would have thought he liked them so much that he'd have a whole shop of them? With a bitter laugh, Joseph walked around the shop. Just as he did in the bakery, he traced his finger across the furniture, seemingly looking for something. As he was doing this, a voice quietly whispered to Eve, "Get ready. Your part is about to start soon." Understood. Eve nodded with a serious expression. Looking around, She could see that the staff was still panicked. Julian, he was still not in sight. Ma'am, what do we do? At this rate, get someone else to do it. It wasn't uncommon for incidents to occur during a play. For that reason, extras were used to fill the role in case a situation arose. While they weren't as good as the main actors, they still knew the lines and what to do. Staring back, I saw a man wearing similar clothes to what Julian had worn getting ready. He was most likely going to be Julian's replacement. For some reason, I didn't like the idea. Rather, she detested it as her fists slowly clenched tightly. I didn't push myself to this point just to have someone else take over your role. Besides doing it for herself, another reason why I've pushed herself to the point of exhaustion was so that she wouldn't get swallowed by his acting. I've had to admit he was far better than her in that aspect. It was for that reason that she pushed herself so much. And seeing that someone else was about to take over his role, I felt as though half of her efforts had been for nothing. It was a frustrating feeling, one that she could only push down as she felt a gentle push on her back. Go, it's your turn. Nodding her head, I took a deep breath and stepped to enter the stage. With his entire body weak, Alexander slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't tell what had happened as it had happened all too fast. His body hung suspended in the air as he felt weak all over. When he looked around, he appeared to be in a storage room. Alexander had a hard time seeing. His mind was foggy, and his vision was blurry. Where is this? What's? Because of how weak his body was, he could hardly get his words out. Just in time, a figure gradually appeared in his vision. I would've had to force you awake soon enough. How? Coughing several times, Alexander slowly raised his head. He tried to free himself from the threads, but his body simply refused to listen to him as the energy was drained completely out of him. I've been waiting for quite a while for you to act. With an indifferent gaze, he looked down at him. Well, how? It doesn't matter how, just know that I know you were watching me. How did you? Alexander struggled to grasp the conversation he was having. How was it possible for him to know that he was watching him? Furthermore, how was it possible for him to know that he was planning on doing something? His face twitched as his neck itched. If only he could scratch it. Still, he managed to force a laugh. Do you think this is over? There's more. I know. There's more coming, right? I know. The itchy feeling became more pronounced, forcing his face to twist. How could you? Who, in the world? How? Mustering the little energy that he had remaining in his body, Alexander viciously screamed. His voice cracked halfway through, showing just how desperate he was. That's not something for you to concern yourself. But the man before him seemed completely unfazed. Just then, he took a step closer to him and lowered his body down. Their gazes met, and Alexander stopped screaming. You're a psychopath. Those were the words that came out of his mouth as he addressed him. I play the role of a psychopath. What? A shadow cast over Alexander's features as Julian's hand drew near his face. Let me see your world. Under the bright lights that shone down, the sound of I've step echoed. Tack, tack. The color started to fade from the surroundings, and alongside the color, the sound of her steps became more rushed. Her chest heaved up and down, and her hands tingled. Tack, tack, tack. It was quiet, and in the quiet world, a figure stood at its center. It was Joseph. He was looking right at her who was running in the alleyways. It was really quiet on the stage. The only sound that I could perceive was the rushed sounds of her steps and breath. It was a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Tack, tack. It made her body feel weak and limp. While she knew that everyone was watching, slowly that feeling was starting to fade. Gradually, she was starting to immerse herself in the role. All the lights faded and emotions that she tried to force herself the entire week started to enter her. But, I'm still missing something. I could tell she had entered a zone. An immersive zone that would make all actors envy her. But it wasn't perfect. There was still something that she was missing. But what? What could she be missing? And then, her steps stopped. A wall appeared before her. Ife's expression cracked, and helplessness washed over her body. With a flick of her head, she glanced behind. where darkness swallowed the other end of the alleyway. A figure stood in that darkness. It remained there, carefully observing her. I've squeezed her chest. "What do you want from me?" Her voice came out hoarse, almost screeching. From the tone to the pitch, it was perfect, almost flawless. But it was still not enough for her. Something was still missing in her performance. What was it? Tack. She heard a soft step. The shadow inched closer. "Get away from me." Gradually, the shadow's appearance revealed itself, and Oif held her breath. Standing tall, and with the same flawless appearance of his, it was none other than Julian. He looked the same as he usually did. No, there was something different about the current him. It made Oif's chest grow heavy, and took the words away from her. It was as if he had stolen her voice. It was then that Oif finally understood what was missing from her play. Fear. It was real fear. Ha. And staring at the all too familiar figure standing on the opposite end, Oif swallowed. His eyes, hollow and devoid of any light, and yet filled with a certain madness, stared back at her, sending chills down her entire body. Finally, she felt it. Fear. True fear. And her voice returned. Get away from me. Chapter 93, A Colorless World. 1. The scene took away the breath of the audience. From Oif's realistic portrait of a young and helpless female in a panic to the man who stood a few feet away from her. No. Please. Oif's voice sounded crisp and smooth. The subtle trembles in her tone, added to the subtle shaking of her body, created an extremely realistic portrayal. Her acting was so immersive that the audience found themselves sitting upright. But while her acting was phenomenal, the man who stood before her was the true centerpiece of the play. Standing a few meters away from her, he gave off an oppressive feeling. Within the grey world, he alone sucked the eyes of all present. By just standing there, it felt as though the entire room was gripped under his hands, slowly squeezing down at their throats. The quiet sound of his footsteps shattered the silence that overtook the theater as some of the audience flinched. True was also for Oif, who stepped back, her back pressing against the wall behind her. "What are you doing?" Portraying helplessness, Oif's eyes shook. Yet, again, there was no reply. The only thing that the audience could see was the madness in his gaze. With each step that he took, the more tense the surroundings became. For some reason, with each step that he took, the audience felt their hearts speed up alongside it. He eventually stopped before Oif, who seemed to have lost her words. Fear had completely overtaken her. That was when Julian, as Arias finally opened his mouth to speak. The foundation of all masterpieces is a great start, just like in the tryouts. His words flowed smoothly from his mouth, delivered with an even and calm tone. Yet, beneath the calmness lurked a hint of madness, subtly veiled but discernible in the slight tremor that accompanied certain words. It sent chills down the spines of the audience. Oif too felt the same way as she looked up at Azarias, feeling all hints of Julian disappearing from him. She truly was standing before a psychopath. The fact that she found it so hard to speak was perfect proof of this. He was simply overwhelming. All artists crave to create their own masterpieces. Him no different. His face changed subtly as he looked around. He seemed to be talking to someone. Emily? The audience? I want to make a masterpiece, a piece that will be synonymous with my name, or himself. Lowering his head, he stared at his hands. They were trembling. In the silence that took over after his last words, he raised his head to stare at Oif, who suddenly lost her breath. How could? And so, the first brush stroke of this masterpiece shall be none other than your life itself, for the first time since the start. His expression morphed completely. His chest started to heave up rapidly, while the trembling of his hands became more pronounced. From where they were seated, the audience could tell exactly what he was feeling. Excitement. Delilah muttered unknowingly. Before she knew it, she too had become absorbed with the play. Usually, these types of things bored her. Who would have thought? It's interesting, not only the acting but the storyline. Even now she didn't understand the reasoning for why Azarias acted the way that he did. It was indeed clear that he was a psychopath, But even psychopaths had certain goals and motivations. She was sure that Azarias had his own reasoning for his actions. But what exactly was his motivation? Pleasure? The expected death scene came soon enough. With both hands gripping Oif's throat, he squeezed down at her. Many of the audience members turned away from the sight that was before them. There wasn't much noise, but the sight spoke volumes to what was happening. Yuke, help. The struggle continued as Oif swayed her hands and scratched Julien's arms. Even then, her struggle was futile. Gradually, her movements slowed down, and her face turned purple. The sight was heartbreaking, especially when one saw the utter sense of helplessness her face had. Until, she limped over. Azarias remained still, his hands still gripping at her throat without saying a word. Finally, he let go of her. Thud. And she slumped to the ground. Ha. The sound of his rough breathing echoed throughout as he stood in silence, his head lowered to stare at the lifeless body. It became clear to the audience that his breathing wasn't rough because he was tired, but because of something else. Madness. A clear-cut madness that was on the very urge to consume him. And then, clank, clank, clank. The rushed sounds of footsteps echoed. All of a sudden, several figures appeared on the other end of the alley. 4, 5, wearing armor, they appeared to be knights. At the exact moment they appeared, Julien's head turned and he came face to face with them. No, he was smiling. The corners of his lips gently pulled up, twitching slightly as he eventually let out a soft chuckle. So, here, it was a laugh that contained both mockery and disdain. At that, the audience tilted their heads to question. He was expecting them. What's going on? Why does it seem like he is already aware of the fact that they were coming? All of a sudden, Azarias' gaze turned hollow as the madness that was threatening to spill out started to really spill out from him. It was a sight that chilled the ears of the audience. Immediately, one of the knights lunged at him, swinging their sword down. Clank. The loud metallic sound echoed throughout as the blade came into contact with the hard ground. What's going on? The audience was stunned by the loud sound of the sword. For a brief moment, they thought that he had swung for real. But in reality, the knight had truly swung for real. They were starting. The only one who wasn't stunned was Julien, who stared at the approaching knights with an indifferent gaze. Facing them, he could tell that there was something wrong with their gaze. It lacked any substance, seeming rather detached. They've come for her. It was obvious that their target was Oif, who was slumped on the ground behind. Shying. Unveiling a dagger he kept hidden, Julien faced the knights. As he did, a genuine smile spread across his lips. It wasn't a fake smile, but one that came from deep within him. Ha! He pointed the dagger forward and whispered his lines. A supplementary piece to my masterpiece. Thin, almost imperceptible threads sneaked out of his forearm, moving down on the ground and moving towards the knights. With their senses numbed due to whatever state they were in, Julien was able to get the threads to circle around their ankles and arms. The process took no longer than a couple of seconds, and in no time, the knights rushed towards him. Ha. A laugh escaped Julien's lips as he took a step back and avoided an incoming slash. Swoosh. He ducked and avoided the next. His movements were fluid, almost seamless as he evaded all the attacks with a certain grace. Staring at the scene, some of the members of the audience gripped tightly against the armrest of their chair. The choreography was spectacular, with the slashes narrowly avoiding him each time. If only they knew that everything was currently being orchestrated by Julien. Pulling the threads at just the right moment, he was able to slightly alter the course of the attacks at the right moments, orchestrating everything as he saw fit. Such a scene was only caught by a few individuals in the audience as they frowned. Swoosh. Dodging another attack, Julien's lips trembled as he came face to face with one of the knights. He swung his dagger, and, putchy, blood sprayed out. Suddenly, a burst of red broke through the grey monotony, creating a stark contrast that teased the eyes of the audience. Staring at it, Azarias' lips trembled even more. A strange wave of excitement was coursing down his mind. More, he wanted more. The madness that engulfed him started to consume him as his face twisted. Putchy. More, red splashed across the grey world. In his madness, Azarias seemed to have lost himself as he continued to stab and slash. His expression twisted into one of inexplicable pleasure, reminiscent of a child gleefully playing with a new toy. Slash, slash, slash. This, unable to take the scene, some of the audience members covered their mouths and whispers started to follow. He's not actually killing them, right? It can't be. But why does it feel so real? The audience wasn't the only one that thought this was real. The writers and organizers were seemingly lost in the performance. Are you sure they were acting? That. Olga looked at the stage in a trance. Although she felt that something was wrong with the scene, she couldn't take her eyes away from Azarias. He was perfect. The scene was perfect. Everything was perfect. There were no other words she could use to describe what she was seeing, to perfectly encapsulate the madness, as well as the ecstasy that he felt from his actions. It was just perfect. The only ones who knew that something was wrong were the more powerful individuals who frowned at the sight. Is this some sort of new method of acting? They could tell at a glance that the slashes were real. Delilah too could tell as she closely examined Julian. He appeared to be lost in his madness as he continued to manipulate the knights with his threads. It wasn't the first time that she had seen them, but seeing how he had used them to cleverly manipulate the knights to move as he wished, Delilah was impressed. What an interesting power. It should be fine. The only reason why nobody reacted was because none of his slashes appeared lethal. Rather, they were all superficial. Ha ha ha. With each slash, he delved deeper into madness, losing himself further. The Onsigray world gradually transformed, tainted by spreading red. It was an uncomfortable sight, especially when, thud, thud, thud. Ha! It became hard to tell whether he was acting or not. Standing still at the center of the alley, his head gradually lowered and the world froze. The entire time, another person was present. It was none other than Joseph, who had seen the entire scene from where he stood. Julian's presence had been so overwhelming that almost everyone had forgotten about him. An unsettling, almost suffocating silence ensued shortly after. With his gaze directed toward Azarias, the detective's hoarse voice broke the silence that gripped the frozen world. It was you, Clickla. The lights turned off shortly after. It lasted for a few seconds before they turned back on. When the lights returned, the scenery had changed. No longer was the world grey, and Azarias was long gone. Joseph was now back in the flower shop. The vision had ended. Standing in the middle of the flower shop, he remained silent for a few seconds. As he took a deep breath, his body trembled. It was clear to the audience that he had been affected by what he had seen. They similarly understood where he was coming from. What they had just seen, it was hard for anyone to swallow. But it wasn't over yet. Now that he had found the culprit, he had to go. I have to go. Although he said that, he didn't move. It became clear to everyone that his body was refusing to move. Fear had taken over his mind. I need to go. Only when he repeated the same words over and over again did he finally exit the flower store, and trace his steps back to the familiar house. The moment he reached the door, he was surprised to see it already open. Albert, he called out for his assistant but got no response back. Taking another deep breath, he stepped into the house. He needed to act calm. Azarias didn't know that he knew he was the culprit, or so he thought. Entering the house, Joseph's steps stopped as his body froze. It wasn't just him. The entire audience froze too as they stared at the man who stood by the center, a figure lying motionlessly beneath him. Casually rolling up his sleeves, Julian looked directly at Joseph, no, the audience, and smiled. Finally here, the final act had begun. Chapter 94, A Colorless World. 2. If there was one thing that I learned after entering Alexander's mind, it was that everyone's perception of reality was different. It was a simple concept. Everyone perceived things differently. In society, individuals who shared similar perceptions were more likely to form connections and get along. But there were outliers. People whose perception of reality was so different that they couldn't fit it anywhere. Alexander was one such person. His world, it was boring, completely devoid of anything. Usually, I'd be able to perceive the emotions of the person I used the skill against, but the moment I entered his mind, all I perceived was emptiness. It was a strange feeling, but at the same time dangerous, addicting, almost. Once I saw just how peaceful a world without emotions was, I started to lose my sense of reality. I just wanted to bask in such a world for as long as possible. But such a peaceful world didn't truly exist. It was merely a fake sense of tranquility. A world without emotions was a bland world. Alexander's perception of emotions was much lower than a regular person's. It was for that reason that he sought to feel them. It was to not feel so alone anymore. It was this fundamental understanding of his mind that made me immerse myself in the mind of Azarias. His story wasn't much different from Alexander's. He was a man who lived in a colorless world. Someone whose world was entirely painted in grey. It was hard for me to understand a world like that. But now I understood. Blinking my eyes, I looked around. Everything was grey and monotone. The more I immersed myself in Alexander's emotions, the more I realized just how bland his world was. I started to feel insignificant. But within that insignificance, I spotted something. Red. A single rose that stood by the window of the room. It was red, and I could see it, starkly contrasting the monotonous world around me. My lips trembled. I wanted to see more of it. I wanted to get rid of the grey that surrounded me. Ha, ha, ah. I felt my breathing quicken the moment the thought entered my mind. Looking around, I found a brush. I traced my finger over it, feeling its texture at my fingertips. I started to paint the walls. Stroke, stroke. My hands moved on their own. They danced across the grey walls, splashing the walls with the newfound color. It was a refreshing feeling. I didn't feel so lonely anymore. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 0.2% notifications appeared within my vision. I paid them no mind and basked myself in the feeling the red gave me. Ha, ha, ah. Red had different shades to it. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 0.05% from the textures to the shades. I wanted to see more. Stroke, stroke. As if possessed, I started to move around while painting the walls by myself. I was fast, I was fluent, and I was free. But that fleeting sense of joy didn't last for very long as I stopped my hand. I need more. I had run out of red. Scratch, scratch. My neck felt itchy all of a sudden. I felt myself grow frantic as if a part of me was being snatched off and thrown away. No, no, no. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I needed to finish this. I needed to feel alive again. I needed to. Then I remembered. There was someone else here, outside of the room. It was the detective's assistant. Right, that will do. The scratching stopped, and I headed for the door. In my hand, I held a dagger. One that I used the moment I opened the door. Hey, Hopachi. My lips trembled at all the red that dyed my world. It felt orgasmic, and I wanted nothing more than to bask in such a feeling. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 0.05%. Slowly but surely, I could feel it. I was slowly starting to lose myself to the pleasure. Stroke, stroke. My wrist flicked as the brush danced across the wall. With the concern of no longer needing to find more red, I focused all my attention on the masterpiece slowly unraveling before me. Yes. At that moment, I lost sight of myself. I let Alexander take over a part of me, and just basked in the joy and excitement that I was feeling. It was such an addicting feeling. Joy. When was the last time I had felt so happy? I wanted more. Bask in it more. I just wanted to savor the happiness, even if it was fleeting. Stroke, stroke. That feeling inevitably came to an end when I painted the last stroke. In the silence that took over my world, I looked up. I looked towards the masterpiece on the wall. It was perfect in almost everything. But there was still something about it that felt like it was missing. I wasn't sure what. An audience perhaps? That might be it. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait for long for the audience to come. Clank. The door opened and a familiar man entered the room. I looked at his stunned expression and a new wave of excitement washed over me. Level 1. Joy. EXP plus 0.1%. Yes, it's probably that. He wasn't the only one that I looked at. In his direction. Right behind him, I could see thousands of different faces. They were all staring at me. It was a sight to behold. Their expression, They were all so vivid and real that I felt my legs tremble as my lips twisted up. Finally here, my audience, welcome to my world. The atmosphere in the theater was indescribable. Silence enveloped the space as everyone's gaze remained fixed on the man standing at its center. With just his presence, he sucked the attention of all those watching. His lips twisted into a smirk. His expression filled with nothing but pleasure as he stared at them. It was sickening. He's a psychopath. He didn't kill him for real, right? This is acting, right? None of the audience could find the right words to describe the scene they had just witnessed. It was brutal and hard to stomach. They looked around the room and held their stomachs. The once grey world now bled red, saturating nearly every corner. What have you done? It was Joseph's voice that broke the silence. Yet again, he had been forgotten by the audience who had been so absorbed by the man standing opposite him. Turning their attention towards Joseph, they could see his shoulders shaking. His gaze was directed towards his assistant whose eyes were closed. Do you like what I've drawn? Azarius' voice trembled slightly as his eyes gazed at the audience. For some reason, it felt as though he was looking at everyone individually. It sent shivers down the spines of some of the audience members, causing them to swallow nervously. Crazy. A monster. Joseph's words echoed the thoughts of all those watching. His voice was smooth, and the audience could see the emotions contained in his tone, from anger to sadness. It was all so vivid. If only they knew. Such were the true emotions Darius was feeling as he stared at the cadet before him. He was simply overwhelming. It was taking every ounce of his experience to keep up. A monster. Azarias curiously tilted his head as he swapped his gaze between him and the painting on the wall. Do you not like it? Is something missing? Tell me. Gradually, Azarias' face started to twist. Is something missing? Tell me. His powerful voice bellowed throughout the entire theater as some of the audience members flinched at the unexpected change. His desperation was made clear to the audience. Scratch, scratch. What is it missing? What? I've done it well. It's good. There's not. Bang. Azarias' voice stopped. Looking down, he stared at his clothes where a small hole appeared. Gradually, red started to stain his clothes. In the silence that suddenly took over, he looked up. Joseph met his gaze. His expression was twisted as his body trembled. Pointed at him was the barrel of a small gun. With trembling lips, Joseph stared at Azarias. His expression contorted as his face showed nothing but hatred and disgust. Thud. Azarias' body fell shortly after. In the grey world, he stared blankly at the ceiling as red began to stain his shirt, pooling around him and seeping toward the wall where he had painted. Joseph's figure faded out of frame as all that remained was Azarias and the painting on the wall. Gradually, the red coming from his body connected with the wall. In the last moments, Azarias looked at the wall. His previously ecstatic expression changed. What replaced it was a blank look. It was as if his breath was being taken away from him. The audience held similar expressions as they stared at the painting on the wall. It was a rose, a thorny rose, one that slowly connected with Azarias who lay on the opposite end. The rose now had a stem, symbolizing his integration into the painting. It all clicked then. So that's what was missing. There was something poetic about the rose that the audience had a hard time describing, especially within the monochrome world. It stood out, and almost felt blinding, making one unable to take their gaze away from it. And then, drip, as something dripped down the corner of Azarias' eyes, his quiet voice still managed to reach the ears of all those present. It's so beautiful. In death, he basked in the only color that gave meaning to his life. It was a masterpiece. His masterpiece. Clickla. The lights turned off. A colorless world. Such was the name of his final act. Chapter 95. Factor 1. While Julian was performing before the final act, backstage, clank, sparks flew as a sword met against another. Swiftly twirling his sword against another's, Leon twisted it down and brought his fist forward, hitting his opponent right in the face. Bang! Yuke! He followed up his attack with another. With a swift and decisive blow, his opponent fell down face flat against the ground. Thump! Tuo! Taking a deep breath, Leon looked around. There were a total of 4 people lying down on the ground unconscious. Wearing night uniforms, They were part of the actors that were supposed to show up on stage. He had been waiting for them at the back, in an area where the staff couldn't see. At the same time, he made sure to use as little mana as possible when fighting against his opponents. Given the powerful individuals sitting in the theater, he knew that his actions would alert them. For that reason, he held himself back to a certain degree. Thankfully, he was a knight and he could fight without mana. It was for that reason that he was able to suppress them. Where are they? Where did they go? In the distance, he could hear the frantic voices of the staff as they looked for the remaining members of the knight groups. Weren't they just here? What happened? In the end, they ended up sending the remaining knights to the stage where Julian was. You should be able to take care of the rest. They weren't particularly strong. At least, they shouldn't prove to be much of a struggle for Julian. And he was proven right. Coming out of the room after he made sure that they had all been properly taken care of, Leon headed backstage to stare at Julian's performance. It was hard to describe. The brutality and madness of his gaze carved itself in his mind and the minds of all spectators. It was a chilling sight, one that closely reminded him of a certain past. Staring at the scene, a figure overlapped Julian's and his lips pursed as he mumbled something inaudible. Click-clank, the stage turned dark, and the scene ended. In the brief interlude, the background started to fade as the relic used to project the background shifted towards the next scene. Glancing around, Leon headed towards where the bodies lay and placed a small salt over their nose, jolting them awake. What's going? As expected, the moment they were jolted awake, they acted as if they didn't understand what was going on. Their faces twisted as the pain from the stabs sunk in, and as Leon glanced around to see the staff quickly clean the fake blood, he covered their mouths and beckoned them to follow him. Follow me. Thankfully, because of Julian's performance, none of the staff thought weirdly of their actions. They were all too busy setting up the next scene and attending Julian. In the meantime, they treated their shock as something that came with Julian's overwhelming performance. Plus, given the unapproachable aura that Leon was giving off, none dared to go near him. It was for this list of reasons that Leon was able to get them to follow him without anyone suspecting a thing. But even if they did, Leon didn't particularly care. The higher-ups were most probably already aware of the fact that something had happened. It was for that reason that he didn't put much effort into hiding the fact that something had gone wrong. The only reason he helped them out was because he needed to closely monitor them, in case they lost their minds again. Be ready to act before they'd be able to do anything. Looking back, and seeing that they were still confused, he nudged them with his chin. Follow me. I'll bring you to treat your wounds. Following Azarius' death, the play continued. It turned out that Emily, the baker's daughter, was actually an illegitimate member of the royal family, and her death had caused several chains of events to start. It was a fact that Joseph came to learn too late as he was suddenly entangled in a large set of conspiracies. The story was filled with intricate twists and turns that would normally capture the audience's attention. However, you may persecute me as guilty, but here I stand, in all my glory, declaring my innocence. Nobody could truly focus on the play. In the back of their mind, the previous performance continued to replay within their mind. From his gaze to the last scene, all their minds could think of was about Azarius' last act, to the point where the colors before them started to feel uncomfortable. They just seemed out of place. This continued until the end of the play, where it took several seconds for the audience to notice. What followed was a modest round of applause. Clap, 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 as the claps went on and people snapped out from the performance. Only then did the genuine claps burst forth and discussions began. Wow, that was insane. Several of the audience members found themselves hugging their arms as they talked about the performance. It was thrilling and mesmerizing. From the plot twists to the storyline, everything was perfect. But even then, a certain performance took it to the next level. Chills. I still feel chills. It was Julian's performance. He had taken over the minds of all the spectators. Let's welcome our lead actor, Darius Johns, who plays the role of Joseph. Within the claps, a crisp voice echoed through. It was the voice of the organizer who started to introduce the actors. Clap, clap, clap. Stepping up onto the stage, Darius was welcomed by a warm wave of applause. Amazing. Well done. Next up, let's welcome our lead actress, Adette Ripley, who plays the role of Melia Wilney. Clap, clap, clap. You were amazing. I love you, Adette. Your acting was phenomenal. I'll continue to follow you until the end. The claps continued as one actor after another entered the stage. One by one they entered the stage and bowed with smiles on their face. To the actors, such a scene was something that they had grown used to. However, to the cadets who had played the extra roles, the scene felt overwhelming, especially for Aoife, who stepped up on stage and heard the thunderous applause that was directed towards her. Amazing. You were great. You killed it. Taking in the praise, Aoife found herself struggling to keep herself from showing any emotion. Clenching her fists, she felt her heart prick with a certain emotion. All of a sudden, she thought back to all her efforts over the past week, how she had reduced her sleep, and the constant headaches she had to ignore just to perfect her role. Seeing the looks of the audience, I felt that it was all worth it, that her efforts had been worth it. And then, next up, let's welcome our next actor. Playing the role of Azarias, let's welcome Julian Evenews. The moment his name was called out, the claps stopped and the stage fell silent. Shattering the silence was his calm step as Julian's figure emerged from behind the stage. At that moment, all eyes fell on him. He was different from the man from before. The madness that he contained before was long gone, and what replaced it was a stoic and detached look that seemed fitting to that of a high-ranking noble. The difference was to the point where the audience was starting to question whether they saw the same person. Within the silence, whispers started to spread. Are they really the same person? Why does he seem so different? Such stark contrast and demeanor threw a lot of the audience members off, all but a certain few who knew him. Staring at him from her seat, Delilah didn't say anything. Gradually, her eyes closed and her lips pulled up. Not bad. Truly not a bad performance. And in that moment, the claps returned. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause as they centered their attention on the calm man at the heart of the theater who took the applause for granted, almost as if he knew they belonged to him. You were amazing. I can't believe I've got to witness something like this. One by one, the members of the audience stood up and the applause intensified. At the center of it all, Julian looked around and lowered his head as if to express his gratitude. Amazing. Great. The applause was overwhelming, surpassing that which any other actor had received. Wow! Standing in the middle of the stage, Aoife looked at the audience. She could tell that the applause was directed towards Julian, that all of this was because of him, and in that moment, staring at the man who was standing beside her, she raised her hand and followed the audience. Clap, clap, because she too had been captured by his acting as the audience had. Even in her jealousy, Aoife had to admit he was great. Coming back to my dressing room, I sat down exhausted and took a deep breath. Recalling the claps from the audience, I felt like smiling. It felt gratifying to see that so many people had appreciated my performance. It was unfortunate that I couldn't quite enjoy the feeling for too long. I clenched my chest as I took another deep breath. It wasn't as if I was exhausted, but the emotional toll that the skill had taken over my mind wasn't something that I could get rid of quite easily. Even now, my chest trembled as I tried to rid myself of the ecstasy that I was feeling. It was hard, but I was still in control. Most of it was because I was able to run rampant on the stage. If not for that, my struggle would have been worse. In the midst of my recovery, my mind couldn't help but wonder about the feelings that I was currently experiencing. Joy, ecstasy, excitement. I found myself repeating the same words over and over again. Joy, ecstasy, excitement. It felt as if I was on the verge of grasping something important about my powers. A breakthrough. When I think about it, even though what I felt were ecstasy and excitement, my experience increased for joy. What did that mean? What was joy? It wasn't simply happiness. There was more to it. And it became apparent to me after reading Alexander's mind. The same must be true for the other emotions. There were 6 basic human emotions: love, fear, anger, joy, sadness, surprise. However, when thinking carefully, there existed a further classification, more fundamental ones that branched from the 6 main ones: anger, wrath, fury, I found myself immersed in my thoughts as I suddenly felt a more concrete direction to head with my emotive magic. An idea suddenly entered my mind. What if instead of making someone just sad, I can target something more concrete? Maybe like, I paused before muttering, guilt. I opened my eyes wide at the realization. Wait, this can work. If I were to delve more deeply into this, then I was sure I could further deepen the power of my emotive magic. Yes, this can. Tuck. Halting all thoughts, I turned to look at the door with a frown. Who could it be? I wasn't expecting any guests. Perhaps it's Leon. I had still not heard from him yet. The last time I had seen him was just before the last act, right as he led the knights away from the stage. Either way, I stood up and opened the door, expecting a familiar set of grey eyes to greet me. But contrary to my expectations, what greeted my sight was an unfamiliar pair of yellow eyes. My heart dropped. Looking up slightly, a calm voice echoed out. It's nice to see that you're doing fine, Vector. Chapter 96, Vector 2. I stood motionless without saying a single word. Looking at the man who stood before me, it felt as if all the hair on my body stood. He was very strong. Too strong for me to imagine. Just standing before him felt suffocating. But it wasn't his power that got me. No, it was his eyes. Megrail. Yellow pupils, the symbolic trait of the members of the Megrail family. I knew well because of Oife. Her eyes were also of the same color. In fact, taking a closer look, he appeared to look similar to her as well. But, for what reason was a member of the Megrail family calling me Vector? It couldn't be that the organization had seeped its fangs into the royal family of the Empire. Are you not going to let me in? Staring at the warm smile of the man before me, I almost found myself losing sight of myself. Something was unsettling about him that I couldn't explain. Snapping out of it, I took a step to the side without saying a single word. Either way, I needed to focus. It was important that I didn't show anything that could give away the fact that I wasn't Julian. Thank you very much. Coming into the room, the man looked around casually before sitting on my seat and our gazes met. I stared at his intense yellow pupils. It was a wonderful performance. He started off with a compliment, one that I took with a nod. Thank you. Oh, but it seemed like I had already made a mistake as he raised his brow. Not very talkative today. I froze at his statement. It took every ounce of my willpower to stop my heart from beating faster. I was afraid to notice. Thankfully, I was quite adept at controlling my emotions. Looking around, I found a spare seat and sat down. Massaging my face, I mumbled, the performance took a toll on me. Ha! With a subtle chuckle, the man nodded. That's understandable. You've always had a hard time controlling your emotions. It must have felt great to finally let go for once, right? I almost saw your old self in there. Yes, just faintly. I felt my heart skip a bit. I was walking on thin ice. Extremely thin ice. One wrong step, and I felt everything would shatter. But, within the danger, there was also opportunity. So the real Julian acted like that? Information. It was a great opportunity for me to learn about the previous Julian and the organization that I was dealing with. But before that, I knew that I was far from the clear. And as expected, in the next moment, the atmosphere turned extremely oppressive as I lost my breath. I've been wondering for quite a while, Vector, but why is it that you've been acting on your own recently? My entire body tensed at his question. From your interference with the professor to everything else that came after, you've been meddling a little too much, no? While his voice came out calm, I could feel the underlying rage hidden within his words as the air felt even more suffocating. For a brief moment, I struggled to speak. Well, it was hard to speak when it felt as though a massive boulder was resting over my chest. Gritting my teeth, I forced my head up to stare and meet his gaze. Finally, I spoke. You should know why. The atmosphere froze then. With my head raised, I kept my focus on his intense yellow eyes that stared back at me with a certain coldness that made me shiver. Just as I noticed that his lips were about to part open to speak, I cut him off and continued. She's been watching my every movement. She suspects me. For that reason, I can't contact anyone. I've helped when I could, but there's a limit to how much I can do before my identity is compromised. For that reason, I chose to interfere. I'm trying to buy her trust. I knew this day was going to come. I had been preparing for it for quite a while now. It was for this reason that I was able to act rationally. I was merely following the script I had prepared in my mind. But don't get me wrong. I've helped when I was able to. You should be aware of what happened at the prison. I pointed towards myself. I was the reason they were able to escape. I'm sure you of all people should be able to confirm this. It was true, and also a calculated risk that I had taken. From the moment that I realized that the previous Julian was part of the organization, I knew that something like this was bound to come. It was for this reason that I took the calculated risk of failing the quest mission. I knew that it was important to have allies within the organization. For that, I helped out the professor. But that wasn't the only reason. The other reason was because I knew that something like this was coming. I needed a sort of alibi to prove that I was still doing things to help the organization. It was a risk I was willing to take to make my story more believable. And I was starting to believe I had made the right choice. Seeing that the sense of oppression that was lingering in the room was disappearing, I knew that my story was working. I finished my speech with a question. I did interfere in several missions, but the damage that I've caused is meaningless on the grand scope of things. Am I not right? Yet again, he remained silent as his yellow pupils traced over my body. Silence gripped the room as I felt his gaze on me. Silently swallowing my saliva, I stared back at him without moving my gaze away. It felt suffocating, but I knew that I couldn't look away. Not yet. The entire time, he remained silent, without saying a single word. From where I sat, I couldn't tell what he was thinking or what he was feeling. He just had an air of detachment. But the silence didn't last for long. Opening his mouth, he finally spoke again. How is your relationship with her? The air instantly felt lighter and I secretly sighed in relief. Shouldn't you already know? A smile finally spread across his features. I know, but I still want to ask. It's nothing concrete just yet. The subject of the matter was none other than Delilah. Given that the organization seemed to have eyes everywhere, I believe that they knew about how she had been keeping a close watch on me. I chose to use that to my advantage and make it seem as though I was laying low so that I wouldn't be discovered while at the same time building a relationship with her. It proved to be the right decision. I can't tell at all what she's thinking, for now. It seems like she's keeping me close to observe me. My movements are limited. You should understand why I am doing what I'm doing. I know. Then why did you send those knights after me? Ha! With another smile, the man slowly stood up. Call it a warning. I just wanted to see the extent of your commitment to your new role. I looked at him wordlessly. See the extent of my commitment to my new role? What did he mean by this? There's no need to be so displeased. I only used mild hypnosis on them. They shouldn't have posed a threat to you, to begin with. On the bright side, it spiced up the play. Didn't it? This bastard, for now. Keep doing what you're doing. What you told me is more or less in line with what I've been suspecting. If you need any help, you can always reach out to me. Otherwise, I will find a new way to contact you. Report to me everything that you notice with her. Heading towards the door, the man turned around and our eyes met again. Though his smile appeared warm, all I felt were chills. Keep up the good work, Vector. Clank. The room felt silent again after his departure. But even as he left, I remained tense. It felt as though I had years shaved off of my life at that moment. Our talk had only lasted for a few minutes, but it had felt like an eternity to me. It was only after a few more minutes had passed that I finally let out a long breath and let my body relax. Fucked. My situation was fucked. But, haha, somehow, I was able to bullshit my way through it. Even so, things were far from over. This was merely the start. I knew that much. Things were going to become a lot more problematic for me in the future. Despite that, I wasn't afraid. Gradually, my strength was increasing, and so was my awareness of my situation. In the future, I planned to make full use of my circumstances to achieve my goals. It was for this reason that I needed to remain patient. My time was coming, and all I needed was a little bit more time. The final act. You have overcome the event. The expected notification finally came as my vision flashed. You were able to prevent Oi from getting targeted during the play, stopping her from getting seriously injured. Game progression EXP plus 6% game progression. 0%, 7%, 100%. Character progression EXP plus 39% exp, 0% - 11%, 100%. Ha! I closed my eyes and let the power seep into my body. A warm current flowed as the density of my mana increased. It was a familiar feeling, one that I was slowly starting to grow addicted to. I wanted to bask in the feeling for longer, but it didn't last much longer as it soon stopped. When I opened my eyes again, I stared at my experience bar. Level 22. 11%. Not bad at all. With all the training I had done over the past few weeks, I had seen a large increase in my strength. Not only that, but so was my proficiency in my emotions. Shortly after, a new notification flashed. Calamity progress. Aoifk Megrail 1. Slumber progress 0% Kiera Milne 2. Slumber progress 9% Evelyn J. Villice. Slumber progress 0%. I silently stared at the new notification for a few moments before waving my hand. Alright. I closed my eyes and leaned back on my chair. The exhaustion from everything finally started to take over as my consciousness started to blur. With everything done, I could finally rest. Chapter 97. Factor 3. Is this them? Entering a certain room, Delilah glanced around before settling her gaze over the bodies sprawled on the floor. They weren't dead, but judging from the bruises on their bodies, they were obviously passed out. Did you detect anything? Yes. Standing up, a man with blonde hair and green eyes. Dr. Gabble lazily rubbed his hair. There's no trace of any spell being used on them. Pinching his fingers together, which were currently covered by a blue glove, he rubbed them together. I believe Xiron powder was used. It's a rather weak hallucinant that can be used to turn people into mindless zombies for several hours. The doctor looked up to meet Delilah's gaze. Of course, when I mean weak, I mean that it doesn't affect those that have reached a certain strength. It's above tier 3. Dr. Gabble went on to give Delilah a more detailed description of what the drug did. In the end, his assessment was, it's good that it was taken care of before they could go out. Either way, this was no accident. That's probably pretty obvious to you already. While I am unsure who, I don't think their goal was grand. My best bet is that they were giving a warning, or testing something. Mumbling to himself while pinching his chin with his hand, he frowned. But I could just be overthinking. It's just that I have a hard time thinking they'd try anything big when you take into account that Xiron powder only turns them into mindless people who can hardly think for themselves. Even the weakest mage can take care of them. Standing by the side, Delilah didn't say anything and just listened to the doctor's analysis. But if one paid close attention, they'd notice a slight curl at the end of her lips. Finally, they had made a move. She had been waiting for quite a while now, and it proved to be the right gamble. The organization that she had been hunting for the past years, and had trouble looking for, had finally stepped away from their burrows. At the center of it all was a young cadet that she had taken as an assistant. While they were probably aware of the fact that she had their eyes on him, they were probably also planning on using him as a means to monitor her movements. Delilah was fine with that. It was a game of patience, and Delilah was confident in her patience. Whether she'd be able to get them to slip up, or she slipped up, Delilah was willing to gamble, because she had that much confidence in her strength. So as I was saying, we should take some time to properly investigate the situation. I believe that if news gets out that Clank cutting the doctor's words off, the door to the room opened and a figure walked in. Immediately, the atmosphere around the room changed. It wasn't oppressive, but there was a certain air of regality and nobility that made one want to bow down before them. Turning her head, Delilah made contact with the man. His yellow pupils immediately stood out to her as he returned her gaze with a smile. Done on my end. Closing the door behind him, he walked in and scanned the room, briefly pausing his gaze on the 4 cadets on the floor. Xiron powder, am I right? Stunned. The doctor looked at him. Atlas chuckled in return. The ones that did make it out to the stage also were affected by the powder. They were. The sudden revelation stunned the doctor, who blinked his eyes repeatedly. Ha ha, yeah? You probably didn't notice, but we all did during the play. I got several questions asking me whether something had happened. I had to tell them that it was all merely part of the act and a new way of method acting. Is this true? Turning his head, The doctor faced Delilah, who blinked her eyes once before nodding. Yes. This. There's no need to worry, Atlas reassured in a calm tone. They are being taken care of by others. They are currently unaware of what happened to them. A talented cadet had noticed that something was off during the play, and had the cadets escorted away to keep an eye on them. Is that so? Yes. Delilah watched the entire exchange from the side. The entire time, her gaze wandered over to Atlas. He was an enigma to her. As a member of the McGrail family, a very high-ranking member at that, one that could compete for the throne, he chose to work at Haven. It was a choice that didn't make sense. While it was also true that people thought the same way about her, she had also made her ambition rather clear. We don't have much time. The speed at which the mirror dimension was expanding was rapidly increasing each year, and Delilah knew that it wouldn't take long before the entire world was swallowed up. For this reason, she chose to work at Haven. With her strength, she wanted to help out and nurture the future generation. It was also because of her ambition that she stood on the opposite end of the McGrail family. Their tyrannical laws that stunted the growth of the younger generation were something that she wanted to be removed at all costs. For them to survive in the future, she had no choice but to oppose them. And for that very reason, Delilah treated Atlas with the utmost caution. Was he here to monitor her, or did he have another goal in being here? As if sensing her gaze, he turned his head and their gazes met. Right. You want to know about Julian, right? I had a talk with him like I told you before. He is doing fine. There are no injuries on him. He said he was a little startled by the situation, but hardly noticed it because he was so immersed in his role. Thinking about it, he did a wonderful job. In any case, you don't have to worry about him. He doesn't seem to be involved in this matter. I see. Delilah quietly nodded her head. Keeping her usual composure, she took one last glance at the bodies beneath before heading out of the room. She felt uncomfortable in Atlas' presence. Even though he was weaker than her, he gave off an unpleasant feeling. Passing by him, she heard a few parting words from him. I heard he's your assistant. Do take care of him. He's quite talented. Those were the last words she heard before leaving. As she left, her lips gently opened as she quietly mumbled, I know. The festival was an event that hosted many attractions, in particular the play, and the combat experience by the cadets. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances, it was postponed by the Academy for the next month. While some of the guests were understandably annoyed, there was nothing they could do about it. And with that, the festival neared its end. It was dark outside, and I sat on a bench. Leaning against it, I stared at the night sky. It was filled with stars, and the moon shone brightly. The sight was one that always took my breath. In the last moments of my life, the only thing that I remember seeing was the ceiling lights of the hospital room. The air I now breathed felt refreshing, a stark contrast to the stifling one in the hospital room. Every day, it'd just take a few moments to appreciate what I once took for granted. It was weird, but losing everything made me understand just how important the little things were to me. A dumb thought. What is? A figure appeared beside me all of a sudden. When I turned my head, I saw Leon standing on the other end of the bench. With his hands in his pockets, he similarly stared at the moon. I took care of the ones that were probably going to give you a hard time. Oh. He turned his head. A word of thanks. I tilted my head. Aren't you my knight? I am. Okay. What? I'm thinking of resigning. What a pity. I'm not paying for your severance fee. None of us said another word as the surroundings were engulfed in silence. I thought it'd be like that until one of us spoke again, but strangely, the silence was shattered by Leon, who covered his mouth with his hand. PFTT. Was this guy? Are you laughing? For some reason, just faintly, my lips pulled up into a smile. There was something about Leon holding his laugh back that felt contagious. Shaking my head, I looked up at the sky again. It was Leon who spoke first. Different compared to him. I know. It became clear to me after my last talk. You know what he told me the last time I told him I would quit? What did he say? Nothing. He just slapped me. Blinking, I looked back to Leon. Should I have done that too? You can try. I thought about it for a good second before shaking my head. I'm not into that stuff. It's definitely not because I was afraid to slap back. Staring at me for a brief moment, Leon shook his head and leaned back on the bench. As his smile started to fade, he started to speak. Do you miss it? Miss it? Miss what? Home. Ah, home. Right, I had one. Or did I? Thinking back, I never truly had a home. I wasn't rich enough to be able to afford a proper one. I was only able to rent a small studio apartment while I paid for my brother's education. The reality of the matter was that I had no home. But even so, I do, because my home was wherever my little brother was. Is that so? I turned to look at Leon. What about you? It had been a while since I knew him, but in actuality, I hardly knew anything about him. Besides the fact that he was my knight. He was a complete enigma to me. I was a little curious. Do you miss your home? At first, Leon didn't say anything. I thought I had touched a sour spot, but just as I was about to speak again, he spoke over me. I don't remember. I see it sometimes. When I sleep. In your dreams? Yes. Leon nodded his head. My youngest memory is that of when I first joined the Avenues household when I was young. I think I was 10. Or 12. Been a while now. Is that how you met Julian? Yes. Frowning, Leon continued, he was a lot milder back then. He used to smile a lot and was quite talented. He was the pride of the family. Then, Leon's voice changed, lowering a bit. He changed. Right. That much I expected. It wasn't a quick change. It happened gradually, over the years. I told you before, but he used to smile a lot. At some point, he stopped smiling, and he turned into a completely different person. With a subtle laugh, Leon shook his head. And just as I had started to get used to his new self, he changed again. Turning his head, our eyes met. You came along. Ah, right, I did. I opened my mouth to reply but closed it a moment later. In the end, I didn't really know how to reply to that. Don't worry. Eventually, Leon shook his head and stood up. I'm not interested in trying to find a way to bring the old Julian back. He's probably long gone. Maybe it's good that way. Brushing his hair, he took one last glance in my direction. I didn't expect our conversation to spiral this way. Originally, I was just planning on telling you about the situation with the cadets that you took care of. In the end, I ended up rumbling about myself. Leave now. He was just about to leave when his steps halted. From the tilt of his head, he appeared to be struggling to say his words until eventually, he lowered his head to mutter. It was a great performance. And then he truly left. Did he just? Staring at his back which slowly started to fade from my view, I shook my head and looked up at the sky. It was at that moment that my chest prickled slightly. The emotions from the performance were still lingering in my mind. They weren't as pronounced, but they were clearly there. Emotions, I think. I was slowly starting to understand them. Volume 1, and a rather short volume, but it was the introductory volume for the story. To get an understanding of the characters and the power system before the story can start flowing more smoothly. The next volume will be a little bit different. And number. I'm not taking a break. Chapter 98, Faceless Man. 1. The festival came to an end. Haven's educational department had its hands full with dealing with the aftermath of postponing the midterm exams. With the exams used as a means to assess cadets for the draft, their annoyance was understandable. Each year, the guilds only had one chance to pick a new recruit. For that reason, they needed to pick the right one. A mistake could cost them their future for the next few years. Hence why it was important for them to gather as much information and data as possible before the draft began. In the end, however, despite their protests, Haven refused to budge and they remained firm with their decision. On another note, there was a certain piece of news that was starting to spread within the Empire. The Empire Daily, breaking, the enigma of Midnight Manor, has risen to claim the coveted 5-star rating as the Empire's latest sensation in the theater. In a stunning display at Haven, the judges were left utterly mesmerized by the play. Brimming with complex plot twists and surprises, it held its audience spellbound throughout. However, if there was one standout performance, it undoubtedly belonged to the Black Star of Haven, Julian Darker Avenues, a dark horse in the Jovinka ward. Will he be able to make it? Putting the newspaper down, I took a deep breath. The Jovinka ward. I had been made aware of it just a few moments ago. Apparently, it was a very prestigious acting award. As the clips of the play started to spread, My voice started to spread, and all of a sudden, I had become a candidate to win the Best Supporting Actor award. It was rather burdensome, however, thinking about the money that I would receive from the award. I also place my vote on him. He was phenomenal. Some of the best acting that I've ever seen. Julian Devenews. I started to push the narrative. I need the money, so I placed my vote down and sent it to the post office. I was just coming out of the post office when a figure appeared in front of me. The two of us stooped at the same time. For a brief moment, silence ensued. The first one to break the silence was Oif, who alternated her gaze between me and the post office. Were you placing down your vote? Yes. Oh. I looked down at Oif's hand where a small letter was nestled. For some reason, she seemed to be fiddling with it. Perhaps she was embarrassed with her choice. You're also placing a vote? Yes. Seeing how her eyes avoided me at all times, it was perhaps true that she was embarrassed by her choice. I was just about to leave when she asked, "Who did you vote for?" My face twitched at her question. Keeping myself composed, I looked straight into her eyes before saying, "You." As if not expecting such an answer, her eyes widened. "I felt like you did a good job. I can tell that you've put a lot of effort into your role." It was impressive. Just slightly, her body trembled and her head lowered. I couldn't see her expression, but I took that moment to leave. It's not like I lied. Well, the part where I voted for her was indeed a lie. But outside of that, her acting had truly been great. I could see that she had put a lot of effort into it. I didn't want to take that away from her. I'll vote for her next time, if the opportunity presented itself. Even as Julian left, Oif remained standing on the spot with her head lowered. Even now, she was struggling to understand what had happened. Recalling her previous conversation with him, Oif found herself clenching her fists. His words. They were a form of acknowledgement of her efforts. It made her body flush with heat. It had been a long time since she had felt like this. The joy of knowing that someone was acknowledging her efforts, even if it came from the unlikeliest of people. No, perhaps it was because it was him that I felt the compliment meant more. He was clearly better than her. He was the star of the show and someone who was probably going to win the award. For him to tell her that he had voted for her, it was enough to make her laugh, especially when she looked at the letter in her hand. I thought she was great. Captured my attention. I place my vote on her. I came egg rail. Thinking about it now, it was shameless of her. For her to vote herself. I thought no one would vote for me. Given Julian's performance, she thought she'd be without any votes. But who would have thought? Staring at the letter, I let out a long sigh. It dawned on her how shameless her actions were. I hated to admit it, but she had to be more mature about this. He was great, way better than her. And for that reason, I ripped the letter apart. It was immature of me. Moving toward a nearby table, she wrote a new letter. In it, she wrote, "The only possible winner, Julian Devenews." Once she was done writing, she folded the paper and placed it in the letter, which she then handed over to the post office. "Thank you for using our services." Coming out of the post office, I've stared at the sky. She felt liberated. To her, the acknowledgement of her effort meant a lot more than a single vote, especially since that vote came from herself. Thinking about her actions, she started to feel second-hand embarrassment. How shameless for her to even think about voting for herself. Oif shook her head. Pathetic. The days passed like that. With the upcoming examinations, a serious atmosphere took over the academy. The once bustling place was now empty as the training grounds and library became full. It was to the point where they became overcrowded. Such places started to become impossible to frequent. Thankfully, I studied at my dorms most of the time. In the next 2 weeks, I followed the same routine. Take lessons, study back at the dorm, train my spells, and train the blue ranked book. My progress wasn't anything fast. At least, not compared to how it had been in the past. However, it was certainly better than nothing. More than anything, I was just waiting to see what would happen once my spell reached the next level. Would they evolve? If so, how? Stretching my body, I rubbed my haggard face and closed the book before me. Feels like I'm back at my job. There were so many things that I needed to memorize and understand. It was awful, but I had no choice but to do it. The midterms were important. Not only would failure mean expulsion, but the ranks would be readjusted. That meant that I could very well lose my position as the Black Star. I couldn't allow that to happen. The position was very important. While so far it had yet to do much for me, I knew just how important the name was to the guilds and outsider organizations. For that reason, I had no choice but to indulge myself in my studies and practice. Standing up to stretch my body, I suddenly paused and looked towards the corner of the room. There, a black box rested. Thinking about the box, I frowned. It had been a while since I had opened it. No, rather, I hadn't touched it ever since coming to Haven. Stepping forward, I headed for the box and bent down. Click. With a click, the box unlocked and I pulled the lid upwards. Instantly, my gaze rested on the sword that rested within. It's been a while, right? I still have the sword with me, the one that had punctured my chest the very first time that I came into this world. I still didn't understand why that had happened, or for what reason the sword had been embedded in me, but if there was one thing that I was sure about, it was the fact that the sword was important. Tracing my fingers over its body, I could tell just how sharp it was. It's a very high-quality sword. That much was true at first glance. Placing my hand around the hilt of the sword, I tried to lift it, but it was heavy. Really heavy. Ugh. It took both of my hands for me to be able to even lift the sword up. What the hell? I didn't remember it to be so heavy. Ugh. The more I tried to move with the sword, the more I found myself struggling. How can a sword be so heavy? In the end, unable to hold for any longer, my grip faltered and the sword clattered on the ground. Clank, clank, clank. Ha. Catching my breath, I looked at the sword with a frown. How could anyone hold a sword that heavy? Is this the difference between a mage and a knight? If so, it became clear to me that the sword would be of no use to me. I sort of expected for this to happen, so I wasn't disheartened. But a thought suddenly crossed my mind. What if I injected mana into the sword? What would happen then? I was quick to put my thoughts into action as I went on to grab the hilt of the sword and channeled my mana into it. Ha! Almost instantly, the sword became lighter and I was able to lift it up. I had only done it to test it, but I hadn't expected it to work. It was a pleasant surprise. But the surprise was short-lived. Blink. With one blink, my surroundings changed. All of a sudden, I found myself standing on a rocky plain. The landscape stretched endlessly in shades of bleak gray, with jagged formations rising and falling like the frozen waves of a turbulent ocean surface. Above, the sun, though familiar, cast a hollow light, its shine muted by the heavy shroud of gloom that seemed to envelop everything. Stunned, I looked around. What's this? Blink. Blinking again, I found myself back in my room. And then, blink. Back in the space. Something gripped my heart all of a sudden as it started to beat dramatically. Looking around without blinking, I secretly swallowed my saliva. Swoosh. The very fabric of the space around me started to twist as a hand slowly emerged from behind me, grasping my shoulder. As my head flicked in that direction, my heart stopped. This. With a wide smile, it looked at me. As if the very fabric of space had wrapped around its face, I stared at the featureless creature and, thump, thump. I found the beat of my heart again. Chapter 99, Faceless Man, 2. What do we have here? The voice reached the depths of my mind, sending shivers down my entire body. It was rough, almost gravelly, as if a broom was scraping broken glass. My skin crawled at the sound of it. Blink. The world around me changed again. I was back in my room. I kept my eyes firmly open. Something told me, no, I knew that if I were to blink again, it'd be back in that world. What was that? I questioned myself, staring at my surroundings as I felt sweat drop down on the wooden floor beneath me. My pulse quickened, and my chest started to rise and fall rapidly. I felt my eyes burn. What was happening? There were so many questions in my mind that I wanted the answer to. However, if there was one thing that I knew the answer to, then it was that whatever that faceless person was, It was dangerous, extremal. My inner thought stopped the moment I noticed the fabric of the very space before me bend in the shape of a hand. Blink. The world changed again. Ha! All my instincts told me to run, and as I looked around the landscape before me, I felt a sense of helplessness as I realized all I saw were endless jagged rocks and mountains. The air was cold and dry. There was nowhere for me to hide. As if it could read my thoughts, a voice tickled my ears, sending shivers down my entire spine. There's nowhere for you to hide. Blink. I blinked again, in hopes of getting away again, but that won't anymore. I've temporarily locked the space around us. I remained in the world. Blink, blink. Regardless of how hard I tried, I found myself unable to return back. Panic started to settle within my mind, but amidst the panic, I forced myself from showing any of it. I couldn't allow fear to overtake my mind. Your mind is rather resilient. The space before me folded, unveiling the faceless figure from before. Though I couldn't see its true appearance, I could tell that whoever the figure was, it belonged to a man. Bedding the fabric of space as if it were a plastic wrap, he walked around me, closely observing me, or more like sensing me. It was hard to describe. From the way he moved, it didn't really seem as though he could actually see me. It was more like he could sense my presence. Or was I overthinking things? Either way, I refrained from making any irrational movement. You're a cautious one, aren't you? The space next to me folded and a hand grasped onto my shoulder. When did he? Your heart is beating rather fast. Are you nervous? I swallowed my saliva. Oh, it's beating even faster now. Did my words scare you? There's no need to be scared. I can't truly harm you. We're too far apart. The best I can do is seal the space for a few minutes. I just sensed a familiar smell coming from you. An intriguing one. His gaze lowered towards the sword in my grasp where he leaned and sniffed slightly. Ha! Yes, a familiar smell. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the sword, tracing his finger over its body. It feels the same length, but, with a sudden pause, the faceless man looked up. It's been used. As if understanding something, the faceless man smiled. What an interesting thought. His words confused me, but even as they did, I remained silent. My instincts told me that the less I spoke, the better things were for me. But even then, appearing once again beside me, the hand went on to grasp my shoulder. The consortium. His voice echoed within the surroundings. Listening to the words he spoke, I remained quiet. In the off chance that he could hear me, I didn't want him to memorize my voice, or possibly reveal something I shouldn't have. No, doesn't ring a bell. Looking a little disappointed, he continued. Then, nocturne order. Again, I kept my mouth shut. He continued. Inverted sky. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became oppressive. My thoughts froze, but I refrained from making any movements or sounds. How did, just as I thought he had picked up something, he went on to say a different name. Stygian Cabal. He didn't notice anything. I was just about to sigh in relief when he let go of my shoulder and muttered, "You must be in the Nurzane Sifu Empire." My mind blanked at that moment. It was as if all thoughts had been stripped away from my mind, preventing me from thinking at all. How did he know? I had been quiet the entire time, so, how? I was able to hear the answer shortly after. The consortium. Nocturne order, inverted sky, Stygian Cabal. Listing the names again, he continued, Thera, the name of the organizations that I created. Yet again, my eyes widened. But if that wasn't enough, the man continued, each organization lies within one of the empires. To the world, they are different, but to me, they are all the same. Why do you think I've named them differently? I swallowed my words but knew the answer. Because it's easier to figure out who is from who, because it's easier to figure out who is from who. As if he could read my thoughts, he muttered the same words I muttered in my mind. All I felt were chills as sweat unknowingly started to build up by the side of my face. The air felt suffocating, and I had to take each breath carefully. It would have been problematic had you not known the name. However, there's still enough information for me to work with. Casually blinking away, he appeared before me, walking around leisurely as he started to speak. The way we operate between each empire is different. You see, we don't want to feel too similar between each empire. do we? Pausing. He pinched his chin. Making them think they were all the same would defeat the entire point, wouldn't it? He flicked his head to face me. Between the four empires, we made sure that within two, everyone, be it the commoners or high-ranking nobles, knew about the organization. I was quick on the uptake there. I instantly understood what he was trying to say, but even so, I remained silent as I listened to his words. While I wasn't exactly sure why he was saying all of this, I knew that he had a goal in all of this. For that very reason, I just listened and took in every word carefully. Had you not known any, then you were merely likely going to be a citizen of one of the other two empires. The ones where we made sure to keep the organization under wraps with only a few knowing. Suddenly, his empty smile widened. You knew about the inverted sky. I felt it from the beat of your heart. That's the name of the organization that resides within the Nerzainsifa Empire. And the fact that you know means that you're at least a noble. Falling into thought, the faceless figure walked around. The entire time, he exuded a demeanor of casualness. However, staring at him, I could only feel utter dread. My entire body shivered under his presence as notifications flashed before my very eyes. Level 1, Fear, EXP plus 0.1%. Level 1, Fear, EXP plus 0.01%. They just continued to flash before my eyes. Never before had I experienced such terror in my life. Not even when I had first used my powers. This was just overwhelming. What are you thinking about? A soft whisper tickled my ear again as he appeared right beside me. I felt my body twitch at his touch. But even as I tried to distance myself from him, I found that my body refused to budge, almost as if it was glued on the spot. He appeared in front of me again. This time, with his wrist raised in a way that made it seem as though he was checking his time. Well, it looks like we're running out of time. His head turned, and I met his empty face. Just so you know, I can't hear nor see you. I can only sense you. But you probably already figured that out. Lowering his wrist, he smiled yet again as he pointed toward the sword in my hand. I'll be needing that real soon. Keep it well. I'll be coming for it soon. Blink. Blinking once, he appeared just a few centimeters away from me. Oh. And don't think about running away. My entire body tensed at his appearance, and especially his smile. You'll never be able to escape me. Blink. The scenery changed again. This time, I was back in my dorm. But even so, I held my breath back and looked around me. Touching the sofa, I made sure to check if everything was real. For some reason, even though I knew that it was, I still felt the need to check. I went on like this for 10 minutes before sitting down on the sofa and setting the sword down. I sat there without saying a single word. Looking down, I saw that my legs were still tensed. My jaw too. Every part of my body was tense. Even as I looked around me and saw that nobody was present, there was still this nagging feeling at the back of my mind that made me grow wary. Finally, I had found my voice. What just happened? It sounded unfamiliar to my mind as it came out hoarse. Where was I? And why did he tell me everything? It made no sense. For what reason would he? But it also clicked inside of my mind. The reason why he told me everything like that. I covered my mouth and felt chills run down my body. And the chance that I was to spill everything out. Then, hell, have a concrete idea of who I am. It was a trap, a carefully interwoven trap that one wouldn't be able to notice were they not paying extreme attention. And the sense of dread that I felt intensified. I leaned back and stared at the empty ceiling. All of a sudden, I felt the energy drain away from my body. Glancing at the sword that rested beside me, I had the urge to suddenly throw it away. What if he could detect its presence and find it? What if? I covered my eyes with my forearm. The feeling that the faceless man gave off, it was one of utter helplessness. It felt as if there was nothing that I could do to stop him. The fleeting sense of control that I had so desperately clung to in the past, it was utterly gone. In its place was only helplessness. Just who in the world was he? Chapter 100, Team 1. The midterms will be starting next week. I do hope that everyone is prepared for them. During the first week, we'll have your theoretical examination. Professor Brett's voice echoed throughout the otherwise silent classroom. After that, we will be moving to the combat-related examinations. I hope that all of you are ready for what is to come. There will be a lot of people, scouts included. They will be closely examining your performances. She was currently giving us a brief rundown of the upcoming exams. It is important that you do your best during the examinations. Not only will you receive a new rank, but you will also have an evaluation given by the scouts who will use the information for the draft. It was just general knowledge. I more or less knew most of the information that was being given. But even then, I didn't have it in me to pay attention to any of the words that she was saying. The only thing that was running through my mind were thoughts about the faceless man. Who was he? No. I already had an idea of who he was. The leader of the inverted sky. But not just that. He was also the leader of several other organizations that resided within the other empires. The sheer idea of the power that he held sent shivers down my spine. Not only was his influence in this empire but in the other empires too. What sort of concept was this? I desperately wanted to do some research on the organizations that he had named, but I refrained from doing so. That also felt like a trap. Knowing just how powerful the inverted sky was, I could tell that he had eyes and ears everywhere. One wrong move and I was likely going to expose myself. I needed to tread carefully. Yet again, this sense of helplessness. The worst part of this was that I knew what his target was. The sword. I shouldn't have activated it. It was the whole reason why he was able to detect me. Had I not, no, it was bound to happen. One day or another, I was going to do the same thing. It was something that was bound to happen. But, if only I had done it a little later. I knew that it was too late for me to regret it. For now, the only thing I could do was find a way to buy as much time as possible. The only thing that he knew was the empire I was from, and that I was a noble. I was still in the clear. What he didn't know was the fact that I was part of that very organization. At least, on paper. That meant that I only had one true path to take. Have more control within the organization. Julian. Suddenly hearing my name getting called up, I raised my head. When I looked around, I found that everyone was staring at me. I remained quiet and waited for the professor to speak. I had been too immersed in my own thoughts. I had no idea what was happening. Who are you going to choose? Choose? I blinked my eyes. I had to choose? Choose what? As if understanding that I wasn't paying attention, Professor Brett sighed and shook her head. Never mind. I will select your team members for you. Looking around the classroom, the professor's gaze fell on several people. Your team members will be Anders, Kira, Luxon, and Josephine. It turns out that for the midterms, the combat sequence was divided into two parts: team and individual performance. According to the professor, cadets needed to know how to work well together. It was one of the traits that the guild's scouts looked forward to the most, given that they sent extraction teams into the mirror dimension all the time. For that reason, a draft prospect needed to know how to work and lead in a team, outside of their individual power. To guilds, powerful cadets were useless if they didn't know how to work together with other members. At the training grounds. Stop it. I said stop it. Stop. I'm sorry. Ignoring Ira and Josephine, who were bickering with one another, a sight which had started to become the norm within the classroom, I took a look at the other two cadets in my team, Anders and Luxon. Both were ranked rather high. I knew Anders a little. Ever since the incident back in the forest, he had mellowed out a lot. Rather, you could say he was on friendlier terms with me. Even so, it wasn't as if I was extremely familiar with him. The only one that I wasn't very familiar with was Luxon. With brown hair and blue eyes, he was rather handsome. Last I recalled, he was also ranked 5, and a knight. A powerful team member. No, all of them were strong. I couldn't complain about the team composition. Help. There was only one problem. Are you dissatisfied with something? Luxon didn't seem to be satisfied with the current arrangement. He appeared to be the only one like that, as he had been wearing a frown ever since we left the classroom and came into the training area. Turning his head, he met my gaze. Though he didn't say anything, I could tell at a glance what his problem was. So it's me. Right? I don't like this. His deep voice echoed throughout. Though it wasn't loud, it was enough to stop Kira and Josephine by the side. What's going on? Ignoring her, he continued. Since this is a decision made by the professor, I won't argue. I'm just stating that I don't like this arrangement. As expected, I was right. It wasn't as if I hadn't expected such a scenario. In fact, I had thought that everyone on my team would be in disagreement with the current arrangement, but it was surprising to see that he was the only one who was displeased. What do you want to do about it? It was a simple question, one that wasn't filled with any malice, but deep down, I already knew what he wanted. Still, he shook his head and turned his head. Nothing. Since the arrangement is like this, I won't argue. Oh, you seem rather reasonable. It was surprising, but at the same time, it made sense. He was a high-ranking noble who had been trained to enter a guild. While he had his pride, he knew the importance of teamwork. A rather impressive person. Do you want to spar? It was for that reason that I offered to spar with him. Perhaps taken aback by my sudden proposition, everyone looked at me. I could also feel Kira's gaze from the side, but compared to Josephine's and Luxon's expressions, hers contained a different meaning. Ignoring it, I continued. If you're dissatisfied, then I have no problem sparring with you. I didn't mind it, to be honest. There was something that I wanted to test. It was something that I had discovered during the play and hadn't had the chance to properly test it. A new ability perhaps. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it just yet, but it was certainly an interesting idea. As if still stunned by the sudden proposition, Luxon's gaze changed. Are you being serious? Serious. Unbuttoning the buttons of my shirt, I slowly rolled my sleeves up and tossed my blazer to the side. Still stunned, he remained motionless on the opposite end. But I didn't care and started to stretch my body. Rank 5, though his rank was high, it was mainly due to the fact that Kira wasn't very good at academic studies. She was in fact stronger than him. The same was true for a few other cadets. In terms of raw combat power, he was within the tens. Even so, he was certainly strong. My strength had increased quite a lot over the past few months due to everything that had happened to me. I wanted to test the extent of my skills, and the new technique that I was trying to grasp. Are you ready? Once my sleeves were fully rolled up, I looked in his direction. He too had removed his blazer and had rolled up his sleeve. In his hand was a wooden sword. When did he get that? How are we going to do this? At his question, I looked at the space around me and massaged my shoulder. It's a light spar. Just enough to familiarize ourselves and to please you. And the victor? Naturally he'll be the leader. Okay. Positioning himself in a stance, a thin veil of mana started to cover his body. Am ready. Nodding quietly, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Let's see how this goes. There was a high chance it could backfire. But I didn't really care about that. I was more interested in knowing if it was possible. And thus, with my eyes closed, I immersed myself in a familiar set of emotions and memories. As Luxon and Julian stood on opposite ends, Kira, Anders, and Josephine spectated from the side. This is so exciting. With her body leaning forward, Josephine alternated her gaze between Julian and Luxon. As expected, nobody can beat Julian in that department. Kira looked at Josephine in confusion. What's this bitch ranting on about? But, hey. Josephine's head turned to face hers. Who do you think will win? Who? The obvious answer was Luxon, but, I don't know. Kira didn't feel so confident in him. It was strange, but she just didn't see him winning against Julian. Anders? Turning her head, Kira saw that Anders was also silent. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have similar thoughts to her. Would you look at this? Smirking slightly, Kira reached out for her blazer pocket and took out a small box. Retrieving one out, she was just about to light it up when she stopped herself. Her gaze fixed on Julian, who stood motionless with his eyes closed. Feeling her hand grow antsy, she had the urge to light the cigarette. However, despite her mind telling her to, her body refused to. TSK. In the end, clicking her tongue, she put the cigarette away. Whatever. Did you? Her action seemed to have stunned Josephine, who looked at her with widened eyes. For some reason, Josephine's gaze annoyed her, and she pushed it away with her hand. Go away. But, stop. It's starting. Indeed, the moment Kira said those words, Julian opened his eyes. However, the moment he did, the atmosphere around him completely changed. What the? Scratch, scratch. A scratching sound echoed. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in their vision, one that everyone present had witnessed once before. Be it live, or through recordings, everyone was familiar with the figure that stood before them, especially when staring into his eyes which contained a hidden madness. Opening her mouth, Ira mumbled, "How does that make sense?"